finish, I can say, no? Good morning, distinguished guests, friends, ladies and gentlemen. This is just a short announcement to tell you that we start in 3 minutes sharp, as we have to go live. I invite you, please, to join us and take your seats, and see you in 3 minutes. Good morning. Good morning to you all. Thank you for joining us in this second day of our conference, EU-India Global Gateway Conference. I am John Echanove. I am the team leader of the Asia Partnerships Facility. You would have seen the logo around. Who is an European Commission project from DG IMPA funding and organizing this initiative. I hope you all had a good rest, that you had yesterday a good dinner, a fruitful networking afterwards, and I hope that you enjoyed the opening day and the opening speeches as much as I did. One important thing for us today is to capture as many ideas, comments, and feedback on the topics that we're going to be discussing from all of you, and from those in watching the conference via the YouTube and the Facebook channels. You may have noticed a QR code, that it is in the booklets and on the tables, displayed on the tables. This is a feedback form, but it's not a standard feedback form. It's a form that is meant for you to write any idea, comments, or thoughts throughout the day that may occur. Of course, we want this day to be as interactive as possible so that you can, all of you, get your views shared with us. But we have also time constraints to deal with. So we would rather make sure that if you have something important, something that you think interesting to share, you do it on the form so that we can capture it, regardless whether you later have the opportunity or not to share it live with us. You may have also seen that there are 5 baskets with the names of the 5 sectors of the Global Gateway Initiative. There, you can use them to leave your business cards if you're interested to be located in one of the sectors, but you can also leave there ideas, thoughts, and there are papers there for you to do. So today I will be taking, as you can see, the role of your Master of Ceremony. So every time I will take the stage means that we're changing session or that we're going for lunch, tea break. So that's the very good news when you see my face. Now, we have a fairly packed day, and I have a plea to make sure that we have as much time as possible for the interaction, and it's to quickly navigate the changes between sessions and breaks so that we can optimize the time that we have allocated today.
Does that mean you're basically cancelling the breaks, or?
No, cancelling the breaks. No. That we move quickly from one session to the other. No. We will be monitored. Yeah. We're taking notes. Very quickly, what the day will look like, we will have an opening panel, just now, connectivity and beyond. And then we will have 3 technical sessions, 1 before the lunch break and 2 after the lunch break, dealing at 3 main areas for discussion. First panel, digital connectivity in energy, transport, health, education and research. The second panel, climate and renewable energy connectivity for the planet and the people. And the third panel, transport connectivity for trade and sustainable value chains. And these are all the brief announcements I had to make for the day. So with that, I would like to, I'm honored and happy to welcome the first participants of the panel, starting by the chair, Mr. Sandeep Chakravorty, Joint Secretary of Europe. Very much welcome, my honor. Ms. Nina Fenton, Head of Regional Representation for South Asia, European Investment Bank. Welcome, thank you very much. Professor Sachin Chaturvedi, Director General, Research and Information Systems for Developing Societies. Thank you very much and welcome. And joining online virtually, Professor Shahidul Haque, former Foreign Secretary, Bangladesh. Very much welcome from the web.
Thank you.
Mr. Chakravorty, panel is yours, floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning to all of you, and thank you to the panelists, Professor Chaturvedi, Nina, and Foreign Secretary Shahidul Haque, whom I knew quite well when I was Deputy High Commissioner in Dhaka, and we worked very closely on some of the connectivity projects that a lot of people talk about today. Before I ask the very eminent panelists, both of whom have, all 3 of whom have huge roles, even in their present capacities, for pushing the connectivity agenda, I would like to just make some opening remarks and set the floor and the scene for the discussion. What I also propose is, after the panelists have spoken, I would open the floor for questions, and I propose to make it a very interactive session. The challenge is that I am not familiar to this role. Normally I am in the audience or I'm a panelist. I've rarely chaired a session. And the second point is that I'm reeling from the inaugural session, in the sense, it was of such high quality in the speeches that were made by DG International Partnerships, by our ambassador, by Ugo, then our minister, and the crowning glory was the Chief Minister of Meghalaya, who really spoke from his heart. And he has set the agenda for us. And one point which I remember was for Meghalaya, it is Act South. And it's very clear what he meant. And I think that's the challenge, how we act east and we act south. I will summarize a bit what was discussed yesterday and why India and the EU are talking about connectivity. And the main binding force of India and EU working together is our shared values. We believe in certain democratic values. We believe in transparency. We believe that international projects should be, subject to international competitive bidding. There should be transparency. It should be demand-driven. It should not be imposed, and they should be viable. We should not lead countries into debt traps. I think that is the understanding from where the India-EU connectivity partnership emerged. I know well because I was the Indian negotiator, and I played a role. And so I'm aware of the background of the India-EU connectivity partnership. And then this metamorphized into, in a few months, into what we know as the EU Global Gateway. If you read the two documents, you will find a lot of similarities. And our connectivity partnership predates the EU Global Gateway. But what is encouraging in the Global Gateway is the commitment of resources. EU is one of the, or maybe the largest ODA provider in the world, and they are talking of amounts as high as $300 billion per year of investment in this connectivity programs. So that is the principles and values part. The second, or the pillars are what has been already discussed. Broadly 3 pillars: transportation, railway, road, waterway, digital connectivity, and energy, mostly renewable energy or transmission lines, corridors. So these are the 3 pillars that I think the conference is also structured around them. And how to achieve them? We achieve them through private sector participation and greater people-to-people connectivity. So these are the enablers, private sector, and how when people meet and they talk and they work with each other. I have, as I was mentioning, my familiarity with Professor Shahidul Haq. When we were in Bangladesh and even now, I think the India-Bangladesh connectivity story is an example. And many fields, in waterways, in ports, in digital connectivity, in bus routes, in improving the integrated checkposts. And everywhere, in every field, the India-Bangladesh connectivity has improved. But as Sabyasachi was mentioning, the northeast of India was a much more connected place before partition than it is today. So the goal is to maybe in some ways go back in time and ensure seamless connectivity. With these opening words, I want to open the floor for the panelists first. And I will start with Professor Chaturvedi. Because to me, Professor Chaturvedi is India's connectivity man, because even before we negotiated the connectivity partnership with the EU, it is his think tank and him who wrote the concept paper for us. So it's a very good example of academia and think tanks influencing government policy, and we have used a lot of material that they had provided, and we keep on consulting with the RIS, and he has and his organization has come out with at least 2 volumes on connectivity. One was the initial one in 2020, and later on a subsequent volume in 2021, where they do a mapping and they lay out the chart on how India's connectivity can be improved, both within the country and with our neighbors. So, Dr. Chaturvedi, in your opinion, just also reverting to what Chief Minister of Meghalaya was saying, talking of projects, talking of low-hanging hanging fruit, talking of zones, and starting small. But the challenge in involving international partners is that everyone is in his own silo. For instance, a lot of work is happening on connectivity in India. Similarly, a lot of work is happening in connectivity in Bangladesh. Now, how do we bridge that? And how can we work with international partners like the EU or the EIB and fill in the deficit that is there? Of course, there's a deficit. India cannot independently, put up world-class connectivity projects. So, how do you think is the way forward? Could you shed light on that? Oh, great. Professor Chaturvedi has a PowerPoint as well, so that's very good.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Sandeep ji, for your very kind words, and also for setting the agenda for today. And I think several of your remarks in the beginning are very substantive, and I think are a roadmap for many of countries that are engaged in the task of connectivity. And that, I think, is important because of several reasons. And I think the shared value system that we have with the EU, the amount of global burden that the sheer connectivity projects have created for countries that are keen to participate in global architecture on trade, are the challenges that the G20 presidency is handling and grappling with. Because several of them have led to the indebtedness that you very briefly referred to. And I think the shared value system between India and EU from that perspective is of great significance. And I thought I would start with what Prime Minister said in terms of connectivity, and also trying to see how these partnerships are of great significance when we talk of bringing people together. And in a setting like what Sabyasachi mentioned yesterday, and you just very rightly quoted, in terms of going back to the pre-independence period of connectivity. So from that perspective, it is important. And you also very rightly, Sandeep ji, mentioned about Bangladesh. I think Bangladesh has to play a very, very important role in this whole process. Be that the success of BBIN or BIMSTEC, Bangladesh has the overarching sort of framework which would provide connectivity, the heft that it should provide. And that's where the idea of India's own neighborhood first policy, or our idea of connecting with several different modalities. You very rightly mentioned about highways, waterways, and the deficit that you were talking about, how that has to be done and what are the ways that we can do. Because India has its own financial limitations, the amount that we can do. At RIS, we did a study for last 3 years to calculate India's outgoing assistance to all the countries. And on an average, India is providing $6.5 billion to $7 billion every year to other countries. But that's a very limited amount that we can give to any developing country. Even the most important project in Bangladesh is somewhere close to 377 crores. So that's the sort of bandwidth within which India is operating. But if you see the requirements in Myanmar, Bhutan, Bangladesh, Nepal, and the connectivity, triangular cooperation is extremely important. And that's where I feel the role that is needed between our countries, our regions, that is, I think, absolutely important. You already mentioned about energy, transport, and digital. People to people, of course, is very important, and so is the trade connectivity. So that, I think, is important. You rightly mentioned, Sandeep ji, about the values, and I would just say, you mentioned about demand-driven and shared values. I think the rule-based order that we need, I think, is absolutely important. And rule-based is to anchor ourselves. The debt that we are creating, either we align with the Paris Agreement or we create our own, as is the demand in the BRICS platform. And fortunately, I participated in the BRICS Academic Forum in Cape Town just 2 weeks back. And the BRICS proposal from Russia is to create an alternative to Paris framework on debt, on global debt. Perfectly fine, we can create our narrative, but to what extent we are going to enforce them, to what extent our partner countries are going to align with them, are the challenges that are going to come up. So rule-based order, commitment for sustainability, inclusiveness, equitability, and as you very rightly said, transparency. The indebtedness with connectivity projects that has come up is largely because they have not been transparent. The fact that Mahathir Mohamad in his last tenure could cancel 4 projects under the belt and the BIR issues that are there is largely because Mahathir could see the amount of sort of leakage that were there in those 4 projects. So you see a sort of geopolitics around connectivity, and you also see real intents of countries to be part of the global value chains and global trade. So this has to be balanced, and that's where a multipolar order, which we are now all seeing, and the role that triangular cooperation can play is I think beyond any expectation. It can play a very, very important role. The governments can play important role. Private sectors can play from all different regions. They can play important role, and so would be the role for civil society think tanks in the triangular framework. And that's where the issues are. I have just 4 issues to make, so I would just very quickly go through the slides that I have. The first point that I want to make is the strength that triangular cooperation brings on table in form of science, technology, and innovation. Infrastructure requires a huge application of STI, and that's where India-EU partnership can bring in. Even if I leave aside resource mobilization and ability to have additional resources from entities like NINA, the money bag that can come on table. But more than that, I think it's the absorptive capacity and ability to mobilize resources. India's infrastructure push, if you see for last 8 years, is largely based on our own domestic resource mobilization. We have scaled up borrowings, but we have also mobilized our own resources. In 2021-22 budget speech, Finance Minister mentioned India's investment of $26 billion for infrastructure development, and 80% of that was mobilized through domestic resources. India's own infrastructure in roads, thanks to the leadership that Mr. Gadkari has provided, we have evolved 6 modalities to bring in local resource mobilization, the annuity model, and many others which are described in a couple of reports from RIS. We have shown how new models for domestic resource mobilization are extremely important. And this is the sort of experience that we should share, not to endlessly borrow, but also to see how we can create capacity among our own people, our own entities to go forward. And that's where role of science, technology, and innovation is extremely important. So this slide, largely, I have tried to talk about what STI can really do and how best we can capture the nuances that are important. This I was trying to see largely in terms of the ability that, as I was mentioning, India's own capacity to have resource mobilization, and with the EU, the role that the EU is playing in India's investment as the 3rd largest investor, the quantum of investments that have gone up, and how over the years at different points of time in the evolution, the flows have come in from the partner countries in EU or EU as a group. So that part is covered in this slide. I have also tried to bring in the development finance, which is coming with the EU under several projects, and how the entities which are bringing in these are contributing to the larger sum that is possible. And if we combine India's kitty and the EU, triangular cooperation makes a perfect case so as to reduce the burden on the partner countries. So India plays that pivot role in the triangular cooperation. EU provides the resources, India supplements, and then the partner countries, that much burden is reduced. But the partner country, the third country in the triangular partnership, also has to be encouraged to have local resource mobilization. And that is what is going to bring sense of ownership. That is what is going to bring in sense of responsibility in those borrowings. And third and most important is sense of ownership. That, I think, is absolutely essential for us to bring in. I was also discussing on this slide at the bottom, which hasn't, I don't know, you can't see that, but at the bottom I'm trying to discuss issues where India has made effort to enhance the basket of borrowings. So whether you talk about the European Investment Bank, you talk about AIIB, ADB, NDB, everywhere we have enhanced our borrowings from them, from all of them. So it is something that that is going on. In fact, when India was hosting the AIIB board meeting, and RIS was given the partnership in 2018 to be the knowledge partner, the single line instruction from the Prime Minister's office was that our borrowing should go up from them at least by 50% when the meeting is over. And people and the state government should know about AIIB, because nobody knew about AIIB. What AIIB is, ADB everybody has heard, so thanks to Rajat, everyone knows about ADB, but nobody knew about AIIB. So then the idea was that 10 meetings were organized in all different states, mega meetings on 10 big sectors that India was targeting at, particularly the port-led development, inland waterways, metro financing, and several of them, digital connectivity, resilient infrastructure, urban cities. Wherever India required money, AIIB was exposed, teams were exposed. And this is the strategy, Sandeep for triangular cooperation we should have and should take that forward. This is something that I showed how Nina is taking out money. So that those dips are there, and I think we are overcoming them. Also, I have tried to put in the sectors and the agriculture that the EIB is, but now that she's here, so she would, of course, tell us what they're thinking of. Investment opportunities, I think a couple of sectors are important, and as I said, they're going to play an important role in India-EU ecosystem that is coming in. And what yesterday in the inaugural DG mentioned about going out from aid architecture to partnership. And this is, friends, something that Prime Minister has been pressing right from 2014 onwards, to take the government out on two fronts. One, we move out of entitlement-based approach to entrepreneurship-based approach. So we do not bring in the entitlements or continuing with providing aid or aid-related mentality or the psychology that society comes up with. Partnership induces the entrepreneurship that is needed, and that is something which is far more important. The second is to do away from quantity to quality. Not how many schools, but what kind of education, what quality of education, what quality of buildings we are making. So this shift away from quantity to quality, shift away from entitlement-based approach to entrepreneurship-based approach. These are the two very important points as we migrated out of MDG to SDG. This is also a new approach in terms of how India's development architecture is coming in, our development partnership is coming in, and I'm so glad that DG mentioned about the change of the directorate's name in terms of partnership. So that, I think, is absolutely important. Countries are also realizing the historic limitations that we have created for ourselves. Opportunities and investments, I've just tried to identify systems that Sandeepji mentioned in terms of sectors. I have also mentioned earlier. But I think it's important for us to realize that the third parties, the third region that we want to address, and in this case, we are talking about Bangladesh and the other South Asian countries, that I think would be important. One specific case that I want to pick up is about electricity supply. And this is something that RIS has launched as South Asia Group on Energy. And we are very closely studying on 17th of June, Sandeepji, we are putting a conference together of power secretaries of South Asia. And we are trying to see in what way investments are possible and what all investments can be made. So we studied very closely bilateral flow of resources and ability to provide electricity, and how much is the deficit, what kind of investments are needed, and how we can reduce the carbon footprint for supply and also for production of electricity. So if you see in this slide, the volatility that they are facing, and parts of Northeast India is also facing that volatility. We need to bring in a higher quantum of investment to overcome this. Probably a grid is something that is going to take that deficit out. And with 5-hour time difference here and there across the region, we would have possibility of bringing in change. And that's where issues related to change of time, like today, I was quite surprised to see sunrise at 4 o'clock in the morning. So time, I think, is essence. And if we shift the zone, we can do the grid management much better. That, I think, is something that we are working on. In our 17th June conference, we are planning to discuss some of these issues. As of now, we have also studied Bhutan, Nepal, and Bangladesh, if the grid electricity supply is possible, and what are the challenges that can come up with 400 gigawatt solar and wind power capacity that has already been created. Nepal, after lot of hiccups, has now agreed to invest and take that commitment forward, which Bhutan did it all this while from 1965 onwards. Several projects have been implemented in Bhutan, and the economy has been enriched. Then we tried to see how within each region the projects have come up. I would leave the slides so you can see. I see the time is limited and I'm running out of it. Basically what I'm trying to say are 4 things. One, we need to follow the value system that is needed for triangular cooperation. It's sine qua non for us to go forward. And Sandeepji very well articulated all the values that are needed. We need to avoid indebtedness, but we need to bring in the idea of local resource mobilization, ownership by the country, so then they don't end up with indebtedness. That's the first point. The second point is, if these sectors are woven together, economic growth can get a huge impetus, and that would largely mean something like what in India we are doing, Gati Shakti, where multiple modalities are getting adequately sequenced so that the cost overruns are avoided, so that the necessary approvals are obtained in one go. And third, the effectiveness of infrastructure connect to get trade and other essential ingredients together for economic growth. The third point is the wider participation of institutions, agencies, and professional expertise that is needed, what I mentioned in terms of the capacity building. The fourth and last is in terms of bringing in the essential financing modules that are important for local resource mobilization. And that's where we discuss least. We are talking about connectivity, but I think those models are absolutely important. I'm sure Professor Rajat Nag would bring that to you in terms of how India has done that. Several Indian states are also grappling with resources, but new models for revenue sharing with the contractors whom tasks are being assigned, they are extremely important, and that's where a sort of knowledge base may come up. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Chaturvedi, and very encouraged by your presentation. And to me, I think one maybe low-hanging fruit, I don't know whether it is or not, is trade in electricity and a very promising initiative you have taken of the SAGE, and looking forward to the meeting of the power secretaries. And if concrete projects are proposed by the South Asian power secretaries, and I think if not anyone in the room, it will be Nina who would be most interested in seeing in those projects. Since Nina is in the room, I would come to you later. I think from one professor to the other, we have Professor Shahidul Haq online. So I will bring him in at this stage. And Professor Haq, you heard Professor Chaturvedi, and you have also, in your own capacity, played a key role in ensuring greater South Asian connectivity. It is very clear to everyone that Bangladesh is the key and not the lock in greater connectivity in South Asia, and you have a pivotal role. I will start with the question, and you're free to respond to it and also voice your views on the other aspects of the connectivity discussion. Countries such as Bangladesh and others, even in India, we are always presented with choices and competing projects from several development partners. From Bangladesh perspective, what would be the major principles that would or should guide recipient countries in choosing and investing in a project? What do you think should be those principles, and how does a country like Bangladesh decide on which projects? Because end of the day, capacities, bandwidth, and resources are limited. And what is the process in Bangladesh for deciding on projects? And if you could share with us the priorities that Bangladesh has at the moment, and then we will throughout the day try to see how we can match those priorities, and how those can be linked for greater connectivity with India. You were not here yesterday, but the Chief Minister of Meghalaya spoke very eloquently on the importance of Bangladesh for Meghalaya, and he said for Bangladesh, for Meghalaya, it is Act South, and so important is your country for greater connectivity and prosperity in Northeast. So we would also like to hear your views on that. So over to you, Professor Haq.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sandeep Chakravarti. Very good friend. He's absolutely correct in mentioning that when he was the Deputy High Commissioner in Dhaka, we did sort of engineer some of the projects, including connectivity projects, including the power sector, which we can reflect and say that those initial days of difficulties worth undertaking. So thank you very much, and thank you for asking me to sort of identify principles and priorities of Bangladesh in terms of connectivity. Before I do that, let me sort of focus on the title, opening panel, the connectivity and beyond. You know, it's quite reassuring that we use the concept, the phenomena of connectivity quite confidently, firmly. But there was days, and Sandeep, you remember that the word connectivity always raised eyebrows in this region. So we have overcome that period. Now the question is, when you talk of connectivity, as we see from Bangladesh, and our Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina has spelled it out in 2000 during the SAARC summit, that it is not only infrastructure, it is connectivity of belief, trust, and understanding. And there, I think she was looking at the principles in terms of how Bangladesh looks at some of the mega projects. So I'll come back to that. Now, as I see, connectivity has three dimensions, and I'll add four, because since we are talking about the EU gateway projects, sort of prioritizing investments in this region, and I assume you are, although it is India focused, but certainly we are looking at a bigger picture, and that's where the beyond comes from. Now, it is certainly when we invest, including the connectivity, we look at geoeconomics, we look at geoculture. Sometimes we forget how deeply the culture and values are indated in the region that you're talking about right now, Northeast region. They believe that the earth, the Mother Earth, has been given to them to nurture. So So that also brings in the whole issue of geo environment. So that's some of the criteria that we need to keep in mind. But at the same time, I think time has come when we should be able to also talk about geopolitics, because if you don't talk about geopolitics, then kind of a shade is created, and not cleared, in terms of cloud. So that's very important, and I leave it there. And we all know that Himalaya has its own geopolitics, both in terms of environment and the water sharing. So that's something, kind of I wanted to flag uh, in the beginning. And when it comes to beyond, now I was not here. My apology for that. But I have heard that Chief Minister of Meghalaya, and I have been visiting that northeast region quite frequently since I took over the Bangabandhu chairmanship at the Delhi University about 1.5 years back. That Meghalaya Chief Minister has been extremely assertive on linking up with Bangladesh. So is the Tripura. So is partly Assam. So there is a political kind of an awareness that we possibly need to go back to pre-partition seamless connectivity that Sandeep, you are talking about. So that's something extremely critical. And if there are questions, I will raise as to why the time is different than 10 years back, in terms of building that connectivity and beyond. Now, in terms of principles, I think it's a very good question. The when any country, including Bangladesh, picks up um, projects, mega projects, where their engagement of outside actors and forces, certainly Bangladesh takes a very national interest based um, approach. Now, national interest is a broad, vague, sometimes confusing term, but it means that whatever we do in terms of choosing a project, whether it will have an impact on the life of the people of Bangladesh. That's our Prime Minister has been focusing on it. Say, that if it really helps people to change their life, get well-being back, then it's worth undertaking, even if it's difficult. So that's one. The other one is, certainly we have been very careful in terms of not getting into any kind of a trap, not only debt trap, but any kind of a trap. And that's where sometimes we have in the past also said no to the projects and other things. So that's the second principle, that if it doesn't serve the purpose of Bangladesh, certainly we will not be taking. Third principle is that uh, Bangladesh now enjoys a socio-economic status where Bangladesh can also choose. There was time when we started our career as a foreign secretary for the foreign office. We know that we didn't have too many sources where from we could borrow. Now that we have sources, including private sector sources, we can say no to some of the sort of an offers which we think that may not be sort of a worth in terms of return, but also geopolitically not correct. Bangladesh has taken difficult decisions where it realized that some of the mega projects were geopolitically contentious, and the whole principles of friendship with all and malice towards none was getting hurt, and we have cancelled it, and it's all history now. So that's the priorities. That's the principles. And certainly, when our financial people sit down, they look at all nitty-gritties in terms of not only the interest rate, but also other things. And we continue to kind of go for a soft loan, maximum 2% return, not more than that. And there were times when Bangladesh had to say no to some of the countries where they did not agree to get resources for the 2%. On terms of priorities, now the government has always been very clear. Our priority is our people. We invest in people because we have a very sad history where our people were not treated well in every sense of the word, whether it's rights, entitlements, you know, in terms of creating opportunities. And that's why in 1971 we decided enough is enough. We can't live with Pakistan anymore, and we fought for it. And thanks to India for supporting, and especially to Meghalaya and Tripura, which hosted most of the Bangladeshis, including West Bengal. So whenever I go to that area, it reminds me that these are the people who hosted so many people in 1971. Possibly some of us wouldn't alive today if they wouldn't have hosted us in those days. So that's a kind of a thing that also need to be remembered. Now, when I say priorities is the well-being of people, what that means? First, the food security, because Bangladesh people, in fact, Bengali people in general, have suffered in famine and near famine situations. So, food security is very critical for Bangladesh. And thanks God that we have done, our farmers have done tremendous contribution towards that. That we are almost food self-sufficient in food. So that's one area. The other one is that energy security. And there also we have a long history, and Sandeep ji remembers that very initial projects where we wanted to sort of buy power from India, and how much of difficulties that we face, not only from the technicians but also from some quarter of the political parties. So that's the second sector. Third, which has come out very prominently in the pre-post during COVID period, is the health. In terms of priorities, health is absolutely critical, and we realize there's a huge gap in the health sector in terms of creating a safe, secured health for people. That's why the Prime Minister have announced last year that we should be now looking at universal health coverage, including private sector involvement in insurance, because the health insurance structure architecture in Bangladesh is very pure. So that's the third priority. And the fourth one is the whole issue of creating a generation which would be more looking at services, more looking at digital world, entrepreneurs, which Sandeep Chakrabarti was mentioned about, the whole STI. That's also a huge priority, but Bangladesh wants a smart digital Bangladesh by 1941. So these are the priority areas. I will conclude. I know and I'll come back when there's a question. One thing I want to mention that is northeast region, Himalaya down to Bay of Bengal, is a huge area, and this area has been in the absence of a proper politically nuanced terminology, I say a common economic space that was there till even 1947, 65, some say 1930, which used to create most of the GDPs for the British colonial masters. So what then happened? Then all of a sudden, that vibrant economy, which was integrated, a common passing trade through Bay of Bengal, is the partition. Partition all of a sudden brought a huge disruption, not to the individual's life and the refugee movement, but also to the economy. So what we're actually thinking of reviving that. Is it viable? Of course. And that's why I think the very title, the sub-Himalayan region that the European Union is talking about, is extremely exciting. There are a number of conditions that encourages. And before we lose that, I think we should realize that in creating a space, and it's possible. And in this context, let me also bring the other major actor right now is Japan. Japan has built a huge, building a huge deep sea port in Matarbari in Dhaka, which is supposed to be, servicing the whole northeast region up to even Nepal and Bhutan, and down to the Southeast Asian countries. So that's, I think, the European Union, when they're investing in this region, and if they're sort of within the same frame, I think it'll be better if they draw a little bit of a coherence and coordination with the Japanese outlook and an investment, which is very similar, which is very similar because I've been participating in the deliberations. And there's a very interesting actually report came out by the Asian Conference, and Shobbashachi has been doing a great job. I must also mention him, assessing connectivity between Northeast India and Bangladesh. I think, and I had the opportunity of reading both confidential and open source materials on the whole issue of connectivity. But this is one of the very comprehensive study which lays out uh, quite a bit of a technical issues and how actually this seamless connectivity that we are talking about in the context of Indo-Pacific could be done. I'll conclude, and that's why I'm suggesting that possibly some of these conferences should also continue to build on others that have done. Not that the today's one is going to, I'm sure, bringing out some innovative new ideas, but certainly it is building on some of the other discussion that we had in Shillong, in Tripura, organized by the Asian Conference. So that need to be looked at. And also there are very good studies by Sandeep Chakravarti that Sachin Chaturvedi that Sandeep was mentioning. Also on the ORF, some of the studies are coming out for CPD in Bangladesh. So there's a huge kind of a wave is creating. The question is whether the political masters will be able to capture that and then materialize it and anchor it properly. In this, I sort of conclude by saying that whatever we do, let's be inclusive. Inclusive doesn't mean that you only bring in the partners in terms of inclusiveness. Also bring in the actors and forces together. Thereby, instead of duplicating, made maximum value out of your collaboration. I'm referring to Japan and the EU in this context. Second, when we talk about investment, we only talk about sometimes we only talk about investment in infrastructure. Of course, it has to be done, but let's do investment which EU guideline. I see that in the people, in the earth, in the other soft aspects of development, both in the SDG context and in the Paris context. I think there's currently a good bit of an understanding, good bit of a sort of a consensus, even at the people to people level, business people level, which I haven't seen in the past, and Sandeep can sort of share the same feeling, and how long this kind of goodwill, the urge will last, nobody knows. So let's do, but don't forget the people of this region. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Shahidul Haq. I think your presentation comes from not only deep understanding of the issues in the sub-Himalayan region right up to the Bay of Bengal, but also your experience in dealing with several of these issues, and you have very nicely highlighted the priorities of the government of Bangladesh, and also the role of other actors, and including development partners and other private sector and others who should be involved in this narrative. And it's your focus on people is important, and I think both the Global Gateway and the India's Connectivity Partnership is focused on people. I will straight away, in the benefit of time, go to Nina. Nina, Professor Haq mentioned Japan several times, and he did not mention EIB even once. So my question to you is rather direct and blunt, in the sense that, and also Professor Chaturvedi showed, European presence and lending declining and now going up. What are the priorities for the EIB in the subcontinent? And how do you propose to work with countries like Bangladesh and India in increasing regional and sub-regional connectivity? I think that is the million euro question for all of us in this room. And we are very encouraged that in the last 1 year we have a full-fledged representative in the person of Nina here. They are now negotiating a country agreement with India. So the intentions are very clear, and but we want to see more action on the ground from the EIB. So now up to you. In the interest of time, could you take about 7 to 10 minutes? And then we will open the floor for questions.
All right, I'll try to deliver many billions of lending in 7 to 10 minutes. It's a tall order, but I'll do my best. So firstly, thank you very much for having me here today, to MEA, to the EU delegation, and to Asian Confluence for bringing together this great event. And thank you to my co-panelists for really opening up, a whole world of issues here. And I think it's certainly given us a lot of food for thought as to what we can be doing to be doing more. I don't want to speculate. I don't think it's useful to speculate on, whether we'll be able to ever, achieve as much as Japan does. Japan plays a very different role in the region here. But I think what I am focused on is ramping up. And our vice president was here, I think it was, just a few months ago, and he talked about his wish, and I think he was very genuine in saying that he would like to do 1 billion a year, right? He sees the potential to do 1 billion a year in India, and then, extra elsewhere in the region, and he would like to see that happen. We saw on the graph that, EIB lending goes up and down, and that's a little bit, it's kind of the nature of the beast, because we support big projects and, we sign those in tranches. So I think it's natural that in some years it will be bigger, some years it will be smaller, but I think we would really like to see an upward trajectory. And, I will try to offer just a few thoughts about how we might achieve that, and particularly on the topic of connectivity. And if you will indulge me, I would like to also speak a little bit from the heart, actually, because I think the EU and EIB as its bank are a really natural partner on connectivity, because this is something that is so fundamental for the EU. This is something that is actually really emotional, because the EU, people often think of this as, kind of an economic cooperation initiative, but it's not. I mean, it is, but it was started as a peace project, right? So the EU, it had its roots after World War II, which was an incredibly traumatic period. And it was set up to show that peace and prosperity can be achieved through connectivity, through building those connections. And EIB has played a key role in that, along with the member states. And that's what we were set up for. We were actually set up for in the Treaty of Rome in 1957. And our first aim was to help develop the south of Italy, which at the time was a very remote and underdeveloped region. So that's what we're there for. And reading about some of the projects that we've been involved in is actually really touching. So some of my colleagues talked about connectivity projects, the Peace Highway project in Serbia, which is a part of, a neighboring country in the Western Balkans, which was affected by horrendous conflict very, very recently. And, those projects showing the people that actually these connections to their neighbors can be something that really help them in their livelihoods, these kind of interchanges are something positive. It's something that's very real, very concrete for us. And I think yesterday, listening to the chief minister, and today also listening to the former foreign minister in Bangladesh, this is part of the vision for India, for Bangladesh, for South Asia, but particularly for this part of the Northeast. I think it's the only way to go, actually, to return to this kind of former centrality of this part of the country. We need to build back those connections. So I see that really as kind of an example of shared values, right? Europe and also India and Bangladesh and the South Asian countries see that insularity is not the way forward, that we need to build these connections to be prosperous. So I think we're very keen to do more. We've been doing a lot. Of course, we're a key partner for the Global Gateway because as a long-term financier, we support a lot of infrastructure and connective infrastructure. And my colleagues tell me between 2000 and 2022 alone, we provided close to 420 billion of financing for connectivity projects, 40 billion outside the EU. And in South Asia, we've done around 5 billion. And that's been supporting initiatives under 3 of the 5 Global Gateway sectors, not just in India, where we've done a lot in transport, particularly in the urban space and in renewable energy, but also in Bangladesh. We've worked there a lot on railways. So, that's, the prime example of connection. And we're also now looking at renewable energy. In Nepal, also, we're involved in 4 energy projects, which are all drawing on hydropower. And the links to India and then potentially in future to Bangladesh are really kind of a crucial aspect of those projects of making them economically viable. Even in the Maldives, a small country, have supported their renewable energy. And of course, health is a sector which is also, it's not been so much mentioned today, but it's also a sector, during COVID we saw that health is also about connection. So that's somewhere where we're also active. And including linking between India and Africa. So we work with the Serum Institute of India, actually, to bring Indian expertise to bear on African issues. So I think we're doing a lot. We want to do more. And how we can get better at doing that, I think joining the dots is something that we've been talking a lot about. And I think that's something that can really help us to ramp up our support and really catalyze the regional benefits, the aspects of it. And how should that come about concretely? Firstly, I'm going to kind of throw back all the homework to Sandeep and to the government of India. Because when I was looking at what we've done in Europe and the approach that we've taken there, I realized actually how different it is here, right? So in Europe, we have a plan for transport, for example, and that plan is laid down by the EU together with the member states. And EIB plays a key role in kind of advising on that and, building the technical capacity to implement, right? So we're very closely working together there to build that plan. In South Asia, in India, we have a very different role, right? Because we are an outsider here. We're not ADB, where India is a member country, and we have to be a little bit humble. And we have to be very serious about the fact that we are a demand-driven institution. So we need to be responding to your priorities, and you need to be taking the lead. And that's why I think it's great to see that actually you very much are, right? So both yourself, Sandeep, and more broadly MEA, I see really stepping up, and also on the Bangladesh side. And I think that is something that really shows the potential for us to collaborate, for us to work together. Because that's what's going to drive it. These connectivity projects, they're not going to work just because they make sense economically. They're going to work because they make sense politically. And it's external affairs who have that role, working, of course, together with Ministry of Finance to make sure that the projects that are underlying are really going to be financially and fiscally sustainable. So I think we're on very good ground there. And what I would hope is that you see us also as a trusted partner, the EU and EIB, and that you come to us with those demands, and that you knock on our door and you say, look, we're really driving this agenda, but this is where we see you fitting in. This is where we want you. This is where we want your expertise. From the EU side, I think that the Global Gateway Initiative actually can be a really important driver, because EIB, we have a very specific role, which is to support projects. But we can't do that without the kind of support of the European Union, who work on the policy side, who work on the upstream side. And I think they can really be an important partner to the government of India, to the government of Bangladesh regionally, in helping with some of this upstream work and bringing some of that experience from Europe. Of course, we have to be humble and we have to say what worked in Europe can't necessarily work here, but some of the things will work. And some of the lessons that we've learned will be relevant. So I think, for example, the study that Stefania was talking about yesterday, this can be a really great contribution, to working together to find out what makes sense, what are the investments, and then some of the upstream work needed to bring those to a point where they're really bankable, and then they come to us. And then, of course, the spirit of Team Europe, right, really means that the Commission, the European Union, the delegation are really coming and saying, look, Team Europe is part of the offer. We have here EIB, we have here KfW, we have AfD. We would really be happy if you're going to draw on those resources as well as part of the Team Europe offer. And I think, the European Union's Global Gateway Initiative, it's also the correct spirit, right? It's a spirit of, putting an offer on the table to work in partnership as equal partners, to be demand-driven, and it's there for partners who recognize and acknowledge our shared values and are keen to work on them. And I heard, you know, when Sandeep was talking, and also Professor Chaturvedi, so many of those shared values coming up about protecting the unique environment here in the Northeast, about making sure that the local people are seeing the benefits, that they are included, as the former foreign minister was saying. You know, I think we have so much in common in that sense, that we are really obvious partners, and I very much hope that the Global Gateway will really catalyze that. And I think in concrete terms it is already, because it's allowing us to consider projects, step outside of the focus that we were taking before. And just one example, we've worked a lot on railways in Bangladesh. And recently the ministry has come to us and said, look, we've got a number of other projects that we'd like you to support. And some of those are connecting, you know, towards India, right? And it's really this Global Gateway initiative that it's given us the push to say, okay, actually, let's really take a serious look at that. I can't say, you know, will those projects in fact go ahead, but I think it's something that, you know, we know the EU is behind us, you know, because of those regional benefits. And then finally, of course, you know, bringing in the private sector. And I think the European Union under the Global Gateway is also pushing towards that. EIB partners a lot with the private sector. Outside the EU, about half of our work is with private sector, actually. But that's not been the case so far in India. And I think, you know, we're pushed to do that much more. They play a very important role. And I think the EU can support us to do that. For example, maybe not in India, which is a market-rated country, but in Bangladesh, in Nepal, elsewhere, you know, with guarantees from the European Union, we are able to extend attractive financing, including to the private sector. So I think there's a lot of potential. And finally, of course, I don't want to give all the homework to Sandeep and to Ministry of Finance, because there's a lot for us to do ourselves. You know, we work at project level, so we need to make sure that we're really bringing in the experiences we have at project level, right? Being clear about our role. The colleagues who work on the technical aspects of the projects have often worked inside the EU, so they're very aware of some of the ways that they have dealt with the challenges of connectivity inside Europe, both on the hard infrastructure side and the soft infrastructure side. So what really needs to happen to make these projects work? And I think we need to make sure we're bringing that in. We also need to do more to see the projects in a regional perspective. I think the EU delegation help us a lot with that, because they're able to take that view. But I see that a lot as my role, and I think that's why it's important that we have a regional representation here. And as Sandeep says, I really hope that in the future we'll be able to bulk that up. That's something that we're very focused on doing. And then, of course, you know, on every project, making sure that it's a quality project. Because at the end of the day, no matter how much sense these connections make, they're not going to work if the project is not well executed, if it doesn't include the local people, as former Foreign Secretary was saying. So I think there's a lot of homework for all of us, but there's a lot of potential, because I just see so much overlap in the vision and in the values, and so many opportunities. And at the end of the day, sometimes my head is really spinning, especially I think when Professor Chaturvedi was talking, because there's so much to do, so many sectors that are so important. But we just need one project, actually. For EIB, we are a project-focused institution. We need one project to really show what we can achieve. And I think that will really kick things off and unlock. So I'll stop there, but thank you very much for having me.
Thank you, Nina. With your presentation, one thing is very clear, that your heart is in the right place. And also thank you for giving in some ways the way ahead, you know, one project, you know, how should, you letting us know how EIB works. It should be, you know, demand driven. So where is that project from India or Bangladesh which improves connectivity between India and Bangladesh? So like a good bureaucrat, I'll now pass on the homework to my colleagues from MEA. We have Juhi, who looks after Bangladesh, and Rishikesh, responsible for you. So it is your task now to talk to the interlocutors, and to Professor Chaturvedi and Stefania to give us a menu of options where we can look at. And I think the next meeting in Delhi should be with the partners and actors, as Professor Haq was saying, and then come up with something, and then approach through DEA, the EIB, for support. So I think we are getting our way around, and everyone is looking very fresh, so we will steal 5 minutes from the coffee break and extend this session. And I open the floor for questions. The lady first, please identify yourself and please be brief, ask a question and tell us whom you want to answer.
Hi, I'm Shipra. I head the Delhi Science and Technology Cluster, which is seated by the Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India. My question is to Professor Chaturvedi. Because I, head the Science and Technology Cluster, so I, kind of got caught with your first liner on STI forms the critical pillar to inclusive growth. And you mentioned a few sectors, but what particularly caught my attention was green hydrogen and power, renewable energy. Is there any tangible project that you're aware? I've had many delegations come to me from Europe on green hydrogen, but I'm not aware of any tangible projects that are being planned. Are you aware of anything?
We'll take a few more questions. Yeah, yes.
Thank you so much, Chairman sir. This is Professor Bhagirathi Panda from the Department of Economics, Nehu, Northeastern Hill University, here itself in Shillong. I have a question which Professor Chaturvedi or Nina, any one of them can take or both of them can take. When it comes to entrepreneurship development, particularly in this part of the country, three things are very important: infrastructure, innovations, and institutions. On the past and the last, a lot of progress has been done during the last 10 years. The question is about innovation. And innovation primarily depends on R&D. And when you look at the figure of our own country on R&D, I mean, say it's almost like 0.7 to 0.8% of the GDP for the last 20 years. So can European Union and India work on this? I think or AIB can help us in improving our investment on particularly on R&D. That's one. And the second question, very briefly, is about, I think, recently what we are experiencing, the cyber crime, the cost of cyber crime is very, very phenomenal. It's the third largest economy in the world.
This one we'll take it in the next session on digital.
Okay.
We'll
Okay.
take it there.
Thank you.
Manfred?
Thank you, Sandeep. I just wanted to thank Dr. Fenton very, very much for highlighting also the history behind the EIB and the European integration in that sense, and that it is probably the largest and most successful peace movement that we have had. Part of it is also to work regionally, to overcome not only national boundaries, but to see that you cooperate on a regional basis across state borders without actually diminishing the role of the nation state there. We're speaking about the region here, and you mentioned, Sandeep, and also the other members of the panel mentioned partition as one of the crucial moments in history that actually cut links and connectivities. But what I haven't heard, besides the general wish to overcome that, I haven't heard too much about the actual next steps on that way. What can be done politically? How far are Bangladesh and India in that regard to really reconnect, perhaps not yet in a way that we have already achieved in our integration process, but connecting in transport, connecting in the energy sector, things that we're going to discuss in the working groups in the afternoon as well. But that is something that we should very concretely look at, and I would be very interested in hearing that. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. I think I'll ask Professor Chaturvedi to respond to Ms. Mishra and to Professor Panda first, and then Nina. And the last question of Manfred, I will ask Professor Shahidul Haq to respond. Please.
Very good. Thank you. Thanks a lot. I think the STI cluster issue is important, and as I said, there are several illustrations that are possible. Green hydrogen is something where, of course, no tangible project has come up, but these are the priorities for future, and that's what I listed in my slide. Since you come from PSA's office, you would be aware of the project that PSA got done on STI for SDG, which is extremely important for us, even for simpler things like what Dr. Panda was mentioning, in terms of providing support to R&D, to provide support to entrepreneurship development. We don't have to have such breakthroughs like green hydrogen. Simple technologies are important, and for that enough R&D leads are available.
even if PS's office provide that lead in terms of how that cluster can come up between India and Bangladesh. Like the Chief Minister yesterday mentioned, if we have that cluster approach of coupling, say, Meghalaya and some region of Bangladesh, cross-district cooperation, cross-state province cooperation, and if we do that in R&D, and if we do only for 3 goals, the goal 2, the nutrition, goal 3, health, and goal 6, water and sanitation. So just one step at a time, be brief, and just be focused. As Sandeepji very rightly said, one single thing and you're done. That for Nina may be a big South Asia energy grid, but for PS's office, it would be just how we can achieve SDGs together with clean water, nutrition, and good health. That's it. We are done. And those technologies are there. Coming to Professor Panda's point on R&D priority, I think, Professor Panda, you're absolutely right. And that's what I was trying to suggest, that some joint cooperation is possible. EIB may not be the right agency to approach because they give loans, credits, and we are not sure what direction R&D would go and who would repay those loans. So that may be an issue, but I think something building up on our experience with Startup India or Skill India, 2 provinces again coming together, and we can explore that opportunity. Thank you.
Yeah, and just very briefly, I think Professor Chaturvedi is right that we're probably not the correct partner to finance R&D, but I would mention that actually the European Union, at the delegation, they have a colleague who focuses very much on research and development side, so maybe you can speak to the colleagues and maybe connect there. I don't know, there could be something. Just briefly to pick up the point on green hydrogen, because this is an area that we've very publicly expressed our interest in supporting. I think there are some projects that are starting. It's very nascent. It's not a new technology, actually. Hundreds of years ago, people were working on green hydrogen, actually. But now, it's starting almost from nothing because we took a wrong turn with coal and oil. There are some projects. I think there are some large corporates, including some, I think, in partnership with European countries who are looking very seriously. The green hydrogen mission of the government is very ambitious, and I think it's really setting out a vision for India to become a leader. And I believe that a lot of companies in Europe, also PSUs in India, have sat up and taken notice. I think a lot of them are waiting for more certainty because some of the implementation guidelines haven't yet come out. Also on the EU side, some of the incentives, could become clearer in future. But I think a lot of people are showing an interest, and when the certainty is there, it will move. At the moment, it's the large corporates that are maybe willing to put a large balance sheet behind it, so that they can attract either internal financing or from externals, because they have that balance sheet there as a guarantee. But I think when more certainty comes in, it will start to take off. Also, I would say that carbon pricing could be something very catalytic to drive it forward. So I think there's a lot of potential.
Thank you. Professor Huck, would you take the question of where we are going in terms of connectivity in this region?
Thank you very much, Sandeep Bhai, for directing the question towards me. Now, but in terms of, I assume the question was is the Bangladesh-India relationship solid enough to take it forward in terms of gateway common projects? Absolutely, I have no doubt whatsoever, and I'll tell you why. Bangladesh-India relationship, despite dip here and there, is eternal and very special. Our father of the nation mentioned back in 1972 that relationship is eternal between India and very special, and we have, I think, both the countries realized it in many ways. Number one. Number two, the partnership is strategic. 2015, both the Prime Minister Modi and Prime Minister Hasina decided that it is beyond strategic. So that's the second marker. The third marker that I will take, there has been a lot of discussion about the common value system. I think Bangladesh and India, in many sense, enjoys the common value system, both in its traditional sense and in the contemporary sense. So that's the third marker. In terms of field level, because we are a bordering state, there are 17 districts of Bangladesh which borders India, and you'll be happy to know that currently there is a mechanism set up where the district commissioner who heads the districts from both sides meet on a regular basis to 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 solve the common issues, going beyond the capital to capital level discussion, which is very good, which is working extremely well. So these are some of the things that I think you need to take into consideration. And the relationship is multi layered and multi partner. It's not only government to government, but also people to people, business, health. Just mention one, you know, and that will show you how neatly integrated these two countries are. In particular, the northeast region and Bangladesh. I think hats off to our distinguished chief minister, who has also very passionately spoken in earlier occasions. I've heard that how he strongly feels the links both with Bangladesh, and he sees that a new sort of a generation of people would look at these links in a different way. Absolutely, I think our relationship is much more than whatever we can call it the term integration. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Huck. I don't think we have time for any more questions, so I'll be bringing this session to a close. And just small points to make. On the STI, we have this TTC with the EU, which first meeting was held, and PSA leads one of the clean energy and SNT pillar of the TTC. So you will find some material there. On R&D, we have the Horizon Europe 2020 program, where India is a big partner of the EU. So a lot of projects on R&D are being financed jointly by EU and India. And to your question, I think, if I'm not wrong, the pre-partition railway links have almost been restored. I think there were 5 interconnections, and I think all 5 are now restored. And the last project is the Agartala-Khora railway. So on railway, we have 5 or 6. On electricity, we have 2, one in Tripura, one in West Bengal, and maybe more are in the planning. We have a diesel pipeline, and we have bus route. So slowly and slowly, I think the pre-partition links are being restored, and it is connectivity and beyond.
Also
so
the shipping links.
Shipping links, and inland waterway, port access, ICP. So it's a big menu, I think. Yeah, please.
On 4th of May 2023, and pre-partition railings also one is remaining, which is the Assam Kulaura Shahbazpur link, and 5 out of the Haldibari Chilahati has already been inaugurated, and it's operational as well. So ICP also we are working on that.
Good. Thank you very much. I would like to thank Professor Huck firstly for joining. I know it's a difficult task joining online, because you are not seeing the happy faces around in the room, so it's a tall task to be engaged in such a discussion. Thank you, sir, for joining us, and we look forward to engaging with you on this agenda. And thank you to the panelists in person, Professor Chaturvedi and Nina, and we hope to have your presence throughout the day and your inputs. And thanks to all of you for joining us online and in person. And I think we had a fantastic session with very, very eminent personalities who are working in this field. And I think I am feeling a bit burdened, because Nina has given me a lot of homework, and I hope to finish my homework and show up in class very soon. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the chair and the panelists. We're going to break now for tea and coffee. We will start at 11:15, but you're very much welcome to bring the coffee to the conference table to start the technical discussions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
My apologies. We didn't know.
Well, it was on my bio, which I sent. So,
Check, check. Check. Hello, check.
Thank you very much. May I invite you to enter the room? We're starting in 1 minute. Thank you very much. Welcome back to the conference, both for you here inside the room and those on the streamline. So we're going to start with the technical panels. But before we do that, before we do the first one, I would like to give the floor to Mrs. Stefania Benaglia, which is the head of Global Connectivity in the Center for European Policy Studies, CEPS, and who is leading this activity for us, to give you a view on what is going to happen in the panels, technically. Stefania, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Just 5 minutes of your time, not more, to explain what is going to happen in the second part of the discussion, because it's actually the one that we're also very much looking forward to. It's going to be very interactive, this part. So we will have 3 discussions, as you've seen from the program, broadly digital, energy, and transport. Each discussion will be 45 minutes and 45 minutes. The first 45 will be speakers on the stage, very knowledgeable, that will share their perspective, moderated by extremely knowledgeable experts. And then the second part will be actually moderated by our team of experts. So I would actually invite the moderator. So the first panel will be moderated by Lakshmi Devi Rao, and I invite them to please take note of the moderator, because if you do have any question or comment that you would like to make in that session, I invite you to refer to the moderators and to flag yourself so that we can see if we can squeeze your participation and contribution in the discussion. The second panel is going to be on climate, moderated by Flo Hoberofer, so please refer to him. And the third one to Ruchika Kutari on transport. So if you do have anything to say in these topics, please refer to these three experts to be part of the discussion. Another reminder is to please share your questions and impression on the QR and also on the boxes outside, and that there is a space in the room adjacent there for displaying any material that you might have with you. So that is a space also for networking. So I invite you also to check out the other room. And as a final, but maybe the most important part, yesterday I mentioned that we already pre-identified three main stream of flow of projects that we would like to discuss and go dig deeper in these days. So the three projects where we see and I pre-identified the added value of the EU are waste management and resource recovery. Here the objective is to minimize the environmental impact, identify the potential innovation and initiative that can help recover from waste, either waste to fuel or waste to energy. The second one is creating economic corridors and integrated trade zones. So focusing on identifying the existing high-impact development zones and projects in multimodal trade corridors, for example, the Agartala and Bangladesh corridor, which needs to boost up and top up impetus in terms of digitization and mobilization of resources to build scaled and usage, for example, involving health education and consumption. And the third one is water body remediation. So the Northeast terrain is based on strong forest and river channels, and a lot of the water bodies have deteriorated over time and have impacted the biodiversity and ecosystem negatively. All developments need to come with act of preservation and not at the cost of environment. So these water bodies and channels are home to endangered species headed towards the decline and are in urgent need of bioremediation. So the preservation and restoration of these water bodies are like the nerve roots of the region and that are critical and need attention. And this is, of course, also with an eye to the SDG, because at the end, meeting global goals is in the interest and is the priority for all of us. So these are the three pre-identified areas that we would like to focus and further develop and will most likely guide our work in the next phase. So please keep them in mind that all our intervention and discussion today should ideally feed you into one of these three major trends. As last thought that I would like to leave you with, as it has been said also in the panel just before us, we need to also identify one project to kick things forward. And sometimes actually progress above perfection is actually the best approach. So if a major structured project takes too long to see the light, perhaps we should keep complementarity in mind, where a singular project, which may be smaller in scale, but if it is complementing another one, or even better, a cluster of others, and enable a greater project, that's actually what we're looking for. So it's not necessarily the biggest project to put in place, but the one that is going to be the key to enchain the change and create the impact. And I stop here, and I invite actually John to invite the speakers and the moderators to the next session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Stefania. So then we will start our first panel, Digital Connectivity in Energy, Transport, Health, Education and Research. And for that, I would like to invite the chair of the panel, Mr. Osama Mansar, Executive Director, Digital Empowerment Foundation. Mr. Osama, welcome. The moderator, team expert from the team, Ms. Lakshmi Devi Rao, Advisor, Innovation and Entrepreneurship, Government of Meghalaya, and the panel participants, Dr. Julie Riviere, Country Director, GIZ, Mr. Mohammed Ariful Islam, Country Head, Nokia Bangladesh, welcome. Dr. Samudrakupta Kashyap, State Information Commissioner, Assam, very much welcome, please join us. Dr. Syed Farad Anwar, Professor, IBA, University of Dhaka, and President, Asia Marketing Federation, very much welcome. And finally, Mr. Subimal Bhattacharya, expert, digital, cybersecurity, defense, and high-end technology policies. Welcome. Mr. Osama Mansar, this is your panel. Floor is yours.
No, we will have a meditative session so that you only hear from inner voice, not the outer voice. Okay, thank you very much. We have about 1.5 hours, and I am just, delighted that, I am, with my neighbors, Julie on the left and, Lakshmi on right. I am in the right company, in the middle of it. So very safe hands, and we are going to manage and give a lot of inputs to EU-India Gateway Conference. I'm not going to introduce any of those, pleasantries which has been happening for the last 2 days, because we have a huge panel and we have to talk a lot and you have to take a lot of inputs from here. I will just say a few decorum of the things that all our panels, we would request us to be very brief in whatever we are saying so that we can speak again and again and they can get maximum inputs. We have divided the panel in 2 parts. One part is about 45 minutes, about 40 minutes would be, the panel would be speaking and they will be contributing on the topic. And the second half, which Lakshmi would take over and try to listen to all of you to get it. So please use the writing pads around you to write your questions, write your comments, so that we collect them and we have them included after about half an hour or so. Here in this panel, I'm not going to take very huge responsibility of introducing all of you. I would come to all of you where you can take your first 3 minutes in introducing yourself. But most importantly, since you might have been already Googled a lot, you might have been virtually introduced to all of them, we will concentrate on giving inputs with thoughts in the first round. And as we all know, the main topic is digital connectivity in energy, transport, health, education, and research for northeastern region of India and its immediate neighbors. Just to give you 2 headlines, I was going through some data. There is a study that is lying here. You can pick it up. It must be all around. It clearly says that more than 60% average population and villages are unconnected in northeastern region, but this is almost the situation all over the country also. And there is this word called meaningful connectivity. It's not only to have a tower on your mobile, but also all the 5 towers, and it should allow you to do transaction or meaningful connectivity. So that's also very important, that we all panel would like to take responsibility that when we talk about digital infrastructure, digital connectivity, from the perspective of health and energy and education and everything, it should translate into, like a superhighway, like, access which is, not really questionable. With that note, as you know, I have on my left Dr. Julie Rivera, and on my right Lakshmi, and then followed up. I will start with Julie to introduce yourself and give your first thought on the topic.
Thank you very much for giving me the mic. Yes, I am Julie Riviere and I'm heading up the GIZ here in India. It is one of the biggest portfolios worldwide. I have about 550 people constantly working with me, and we're working in 31 states, including 4 states here in the Northeast, with over 20 ministries, and it is quite a challenge. and the portfolio deals with all of the topics that we have been talking about, from energy to health to education, so the whole thing. I'm an educator by profession. I used to work as an educator. I got my PhD also in the education field, so I'm very passionate about education, about the social sector, so health and education are really my sectors. The rest I leave to the others because we have so many specialists around that can talk about those topics. But as a woman and as a woman in the position I'm in, to work here in India is not that easy. I manage quite well, but yeah, that's why I'm going to bring in some of my thoughts later on.
No, so why don't you give your first thought itself? Like, I remember that when we were on the turbil, you said about, I'm going to concentrate on giving, you know, a stress on women, entrepreneurship, education. Please speak your first.
Okay, so I think that even though we all talk about integration and inclusion, and that we have to have a bigger eye on gender and including women and girls, I don't really think it's happening all the way. It is not really happening in schools. It's not really happening in the universities. In some sectors, yes. In the technology sectors, not happening at all. It is really difficult to even hire women. I'm trying to hire women. It is all around not really where it should be. So if we talk about digitalization and if we talk about access, if we don't close that gap to really get women into the digital world and get them digitally literate, I think we're really making a huge mistake. So I think altogether we need to focus not only on the technology part, but we really also have to focus on digital literacy and closing the gap, and also on inclusiveness. We have so many people that are being left behind because they are not the youngest ones anymore, sitting with 3 smartphones and computers and having been raised that way. But they also are losing the plot, and they are also not anywhere. So it's not only women, it's also a generation that has not had access, and therefore will have even less access at the end of the day. And if we really go and try and get this digital era pushed further and further with all the technology, if we lose that segment of society and the female segment of society, we are really going to head for not very good times, because we cannot really leverage as much as we should. And to my mind, there are not enough programs around. There is not enough focus around that. We all talk about it, but at the end of the day, there is still quite a bit to be done. So I really wanted to make that point, because I think it is important to raise it over and over and over, and just having a couple of women that always speak out is fine, but we need to have many, many more, and the acceptance also needs to be there. So this is my plea, that we have to have that as a priority, and have as a priority in order to move forward, because literacy is important, digital literacy is important, access is important. And if you don't have the literacy, then you don't have access. You are not moving. And we all are really not moving as much as we should.
Thanks. You really took away my emotional attachment to how women are more useful than men on the ground. We have a study. I just want to share that we have a study done. We have 2,000 locations all across the country where rural women entrepreneurs, digitally trained, run as a small entrepreneur. And it has been proven with the study that their accountability, responsibility, and ownership is much higher than anyone else. So when you have that kind of stakeholder, your impact is, several, notches higher than anything else. And after all, if you talk about digital infrastructure, even if you look at the population, 50%, 50%, I mean, if they are 50% user, why aren't they 50% participant in creating it and policy, making it as a policy? So with that note, I will also now go to Mr. Muhammad Ariful Islam, who is country head of Nokia Bangladesh. He also told me that he has some very strong points to mention, especially related to health education, access and research. So Arif, please introduce yourself and give your first thoughts.
Thank you very much. Very privileged to be here. I'm Mohammad Ariful Islam, CEO and country manager for Nokia Bangladesh, responsible for Nokia's operation in Bangladesh. Our focus is now on transport, telcos, utility, and also defense. We are very delighted to share with you that we have acquired Alcatel-Lucent. It's been a couple of years, and we have now a very extensive portfolio of connectivity, end-to-end networking solutions, and also IP. We also developing our mobile phone as well. Doing us not so well on that ground, but others are going really well. Sorry, I have to tell the truth. So with that, in Bangladesh, particularly when I moved in, which was just 8 months ago, my first focus was how this country with so much opportunities, and the opportunities can be only transferred with an aid of technologies and innovations. So my thoughts for the day is, I always start with the question, so why this connectivity didn't happen to the underserved people? Why women in the villages are still not empowered and not connected and do not have access to all the technologies, even the knowledge that can be easily accessed through YouTube? I think the question is the demand is not there. So demand creates commercial incentive, and commercial incentive makes connectivity for the private organizations. So what really needs to happen now? We have to make the investment here to make the demand. And that is the solution to the problem that we're looking for. So that's my thought. And I would like to do my little contribution to the world is, I'm an engineer by trade. So I want to solve problems through innovation, logical thinking, facts-based approach, and don't try to tackle world's problem at once. Take small steps, look at the low-hanging fruits. And I think one of the solutions is connecting the seven sisters in a more economically viable manner. And I'm sure we'll talk about these more towards the session. Thank you.
Thanks, Arif. Lovely questions and very hard-hitting questions that today, if you calculate from 15th of August 1995, internet in India is 28-year-old. The person who had been born on 15th of August or after is now 27 or 28-year-old, right? We have graduated in making policies to make sure that if you are not connected, you cannot withdraw your money. If you are not connected, you cannot have your ration. If you are not connected, you cannot have blah, blah, many things, DBT and all those things. But even after 27 years, we don't have 100% infrastructure that actually enables you. So I actually like to counter you that we have made a policy which is naturally demand-driven, but we have not created that requirement. But we will again come to that one. And we are in great situation to listen to this question harshly to ourselves and create those kind of thing. I will go to Mr. Samudragupta Kashyap. He had been a practicing journalist for a very long time, so I'm sure he must have an eye to details in the many lack of rural infrastructure and so on and so forth. But he's also Chief Commissioner, Information Commissioner, Government of Assam. So please introduce yourself and your first thought.
Good morning. My name is Samudragupta Kashyap. I'm a state information editor. I'm a state information commissioner in Assam, but that's only my temporary identity. I've been a journalist for nearly 40 years, and I had the opportunity and the privilege to travel to almost the entire nook and corner of the Northeast, where there are roads and where there are no roads too. And two things that come to my mind, and I'm also a development communicator. One is that there has been a huge exodus of people from the border areas, particularly on our northern border with China, in Arunachal Pradesh and others, primarily because of lack of connectivity, lack of facilities, lack of services. Number one. Number two, even in the interstate borders, the same situation prevails, leading to a situation where the young people have to travel out of their places to Guwahati to seek opportunities. And even to get, 3 days ago, there was a letters to the editor in one of the leading newspapers that people in the Northeast have to go all the way to Kolkata to even get a visa. And to travel to any other country to spend 25,000 in travel, they have to spend another 25,000 to travel to Kolkata just because there is no connectivity, no facility online. And that's one. Number two is the new education policy which is now in place, which has reorganized the entire education system, which talks about digital education from the digital platform. We have seen in our experience during the pandemic that all families, nearly the UNICEF study says that 60% of the families, particularly rural and poor families across the globe in the third world countries, including India, do not have access to the internet. Number two is now that teachers who are supposed to be teaching through digital facilities, there is no facility in the Northeast, I'm not talking about the other states, to train these teachers and make them up to date. At the moment, I've read that there are only 90% or more than 90% of the primary school teachers in Assam are not trained to handle children, forget about handling technology. And same is, it's also true with the teachers at the middle and high school level. So these are the three things that come to my mind. Thank you so much.
Wonderful, and just to add a little number to what Samudra is saying is that Arunachal, 32% schools do not have internet or digital connectivity. Assam, more than 20%. Manipur, 36%, and so on and so forth. So you can already know that the educational infrastructure doesn't have a necessary digital infrastructure or a skill infrastructure which could have been there. And before I go to somebody else, I would also like to just quickly give you Arunachal Pradesh, 49% villages are uncovered by mobile connectivity. Assam, 11%, Manipur, 24%, Meghalaya, 37%, Mizoram, 29%, Nagaland, 28%, Sikkim, 66%, and Tripura, 35% are uncovered. Official figure, and I'm not, and the ground reality I would translate into a phrase: meaningful connectivity. Those who have, are they still buffering, or are they downloading, or are they paying online or not, or have they been able to fill the form online? These are practical examples of it's something like creating a road, and you can't drive. You can only either cycle or walk or jump. Or something like that, like Samudra was saying to me at the time of tea, that, we used to go from Shillong to Guwahati, and the gate on the other side and the gate on this side used to wait that there is a middle point where the gadi will be coming and stop, and then this side will go and then go. It used to take 6-7 hours to go one way to the one city to the other city. There used to be a time. But just read digital as road and think it's not there. Can you move? Exactly. So it's very important that, thanks to you, to bring to that level of necessity of digital infrastructure to discuss all of us. I will now go to Professor Syed Farhat Anwar, University of Dhaka, Bangladesh, to enlighten us with his thoughts, but introduce yourself as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm, of course, professor at IBA, but I'm also presently the current president of Asia Marketing Federation. I also sit in the advisory board of Day-2-EU, which is part of the ICT ministry, of course, a project of UNDP. And I'm also part of the statutory board of WION Banglalink in Bangladesh. So this is basically what I do. As technology is my focus. My focus is primarily sustainable technology and more towards technology for human well-being with focus on SDGs. And therefore, what we are actually working on is more moving from 4 IR to 5 IR, fifth industrial revolution. So that is what the focus has been. And of course, when we say that, when we talk even in terms of infrastructure for digital, reducing digital divide, we at times we forget that smart devices, if we talk in terms of Bangladesh and even India, the availability of smart devices are quite substantive, but we don't use them. We ignore them. We primarily focus on something that we call mobile device, but forget that mobile device and smart devices are entirely two different things. So that is one area which we've been working on, how to reach out to the grassroots level using smart devices rather than only mobile devices. The other issue that I was thinking of, in fact, when I was invited by my friend Soboshachi, particularly with regard to EU, is that EU's major success has been what? Major success, the way I look into it, has been on how connectivity can ensure lifetime conflicting nations sitting together and deciding not only regarding themselves but the world. My question, obviously, I've been asking myself is that in all its policies, the strength of EU, is that translated to its partners? For example, when we talk about Bangladesh, India, or even this particular region relationships, I guess this is one big lesson which should be part of whatever policies we devise, or EU should come out in terms of developing partnership, is how can we actually also learn from EU to be together, to be able to exchange not only ideas, but also human-to-human interaction, how we can strengthen that. That is one. And therefore, I personally believe that we should focus on land-linked rather than landlocked. Because at the end of the day, we are emotionally linked. So there's no reason why we should divide ourselves by coming up and saying that someone is landlocked. We are land-linked, and that should be the strategy that we take forward. The others, therefore, automatically comes up from there is that should we have this third country approach or an integrated approach? If we have a third country approach, you're actually, again, creating an emotional divide, which will never result in a digitalized connectivity taking place effectively. So my personal humble request would be not to look in the lens of a third country approach, rather, not even a regional approach, but more of a humane approach. Whatever we are doing is for the betterment of the humankind, for the mankind as a whole. That particular focus can only make whatever connectivity approach that we are talking about substantive and logical. Thank you so much.
Thank you for bringing, heart to the soul and, some meaning to the connectivity. When we are connected, emojis should not be the only one that we should share, but we could also walk to the person who is sending those emojis. Before I come to Subimal, I am remembering that 20 years back when we had started our organization, used to do digital literacy and used to do just digital literacy. But now digital literacy doesn't mean anything if you don't know how to be safe. Because as soon as you get connected, you get a SMS, click here to identify yourself or something, and the person who is the first time user clicks and the money is withdrawn from the bank. So cyber security, cyber hygiene, be secure on the new landscape of digital with those infrastructure. I think Mr. Subimal Bhattacharya, who is expert on cyber security, can introduce yourself, and please give your first thought when we are doing this digital infrastructure connectivity to all, how do we secure?
Thank you, Osama. Thank you, EU and MEA and Asian Conference for this great event. Being someone from the Northeast, I can visualize the importance of this event. Now, let me tell you, as part of an introduction about myself. I'm just 1 year younger than Bangladesh. I grew up in the hills between the two valleys of Assam. If you go straight from Shillong, it is 90 kilometers. It's a place called Haflong. People in Shillong would say beauty-wise it is half of Shillong, but I always say it is the other way. Now that particular hills, the Dima Hasao hills of Assam, is a very crucial connector for almost 4 states of the northeastern region. So Assam, the southern Assam part, Tripura, Manipur, and Mizoram. The rail connectivity that the British built in 1901, the meter gauge, continued till just a few years back. So in 1996, a gauge conversion project was taken up by the Railway Ministry. It got completed in 2016 after Mr. Modi became the Prime Minister and tried to clean all the bottlenecks that was delaying a project which was envisaged to be completed in 6 years at a cost of 3,600 crores of rupees. And when the project was completed, it was 48,151 crores. When that conversion happened, all those states in the region got railway connectivity. Now, it's very, very significant for people who work on connectivity in the Northeast region. A road via Meghalaya from Assam going to those states exists. It faces the vagaries of the weather. But the road going from Assam or through Assam to those places, through Dima Hasao, is still, as part of when Prime Minister Vajpayee was there, it was conceived and it's still not completed. But the railways have come up. Now I tried to tell this to just complement, what Osama mentioned about that connectivity between Shillong and Guwahati, which are by far or were the most advanced places in this region. In those places where we come from, and where I want to connect the next part on energy, transportation, health and all, I studied a lot of time under the lamp, not the electric light. I had troubles coming to Guwahati. 355-kilometer journey would take nothing less than 15, 16 hours. Health facilities, the least said the better, but because it was hills, we walked, we played and everything, so we were fit. Education and research, well, we got value-based education. We got very good English education because of the missionaries, not only the British, but Irish and so many others who contributed for education in the region. So now today, when I look back, after working across in the corporate sector in the various parts of the world, having led a large American defense corporation also in India, and now working specifically on all the policy aspects around cyber defense and everything. And I go back and try to connect, because the topic around this is digital connectivity around the sectors of energy, transportation, health, and education. These are all critical infrastructures, whoever would follow a definition from a perspective of cybersecurity. These are critical information infrastructures today which we are talking vehemently at national levels to look and protect. And in that digital transformation and the security and all of that aspects, Osama also mentioned about cyber hygiene, which I also spoke to a few students yesterday. Now, that whole concept is something that is what, if I use the term from Mr. Conrad Sagma's statement yesterday, capacity building. And that's that space that this effort can pick up. That's where my excitement comes from, that the capacity building around so many sectors. All the distinguished panelists mentioned about some of the shortcomings that have been there, whether it's point from gender, whether it's a point of view of some sections that have not been able to come to this digital ecosystem. But let me also tell you that the digital public infrastructure, which was also a facet of the recent India-EU Trade and Technology Council First Ministerial meeting, one of the aspects of the digital stack, the UPI, you go to so many remote villages in the Northeast, you'll see a vegetable vendor, you'll see a rickshaw puller today using UPI. If you thought that was only his, initiation into a certain kind of a digital transaction or some kind of a digital emancipation that has happened, no. It is a great sense of his empowerment. I see it, I feel it, and I feel very proud when I see, a rickshaw puller doing that in various parts of this northeastern region, because that's where his empowerment is. And when I spoke to him, I communicate and they express that. So there is a larger happiness that can be built up when we are able to take the citizens, whether they are students, whether they are, anything, any sector, you are in a position to improve lives here. And that supplements what the government of India has been doing in terms of building the infrastructure in the region. There are so many special schemes, the Northeast Special Infrastructural Development Scheme, the Prime Minister Divine Scheme, all of them have wide allocations for infrastructure development in the region in all these sectors, energy, transportation. I can quote figures and all. I know there is a time barrier. So this is where that when we are trying to connect the digital aspects and all, and we look at the elements of security, we looked at the element of making it far much more compact, I think there is an opportunity to build up, and we can speak more about it in future. Thank you.
We have another 20 minutes in our quota, and it is our quota. We can use it the way we want to use it. But I would like to at least do quick two rounds. We have about 4 major things to contribute. One is that when we talk about access to energy, transport, health, education, research through digital infrastructure, what kind of technology and methodology or policy do we need? Whether it's skill-oriented, woman-oriented, or pure technology-oriented, what is lacking? I would like to highlight, all of you or some of you. And the second is that, is there any example that some of you can give that can be used? And the third is in terms of cross-border and the whole region, not region as Indian region and Bangladesh, but the whole collective region, what kind of innovative policies or, approach that we need that we can work collectively in an inclusion manner, not in an exclusion manner. These are the few things that we would like to highlight in the next round, and I'd like to start with you, Julie.
It was super interesting to listen to you, because you are really speaking from my heart, and it's very easy for me to come up with a couple of ideas. About 15, 20 years ago, around the world, it was decided that we don't really have to big time invest into basic education anymore. We should invest maybe in secondary education, and all of the other topics like energy and climate and all of that, they came really to the forefront. Now we have almost no basic education projects in the whole country. 90% of teachers not being trained. And since I worked myself in the field around the world, training those teachers and training those school directors and working with ministries and advising ministers of education, I really know what I'm talking about. Namely, you have ghost teachers, you just take somebody, and basic education, easy peasy, everybody can do it. So this is really a big, big problem. If those teachers aren't trained, they don't really speak good English, they have no idea about digitalization, the whole infrastructure doesn't do anything. They can't use it. They're scared of the computer. They don't know how to do it. So if we really want to move, we need to move, number one, by focusing more on education and on teacher training, and really trying to have the ones who work with the children, with the next generation, to work with them, for all of us to have the basis, to have a profile of person that I can train further. If we had that, if the children had better teachers, they could pick up more and they could utilize the infrastructure, they would go home and would be able to help their parents, because studies have shown that if children are trained on the environment, on climate, and on all of that, they go home and tell their parents, what are you doing? Don't use too much water. You are throwing things away. Try to work with the, segregate the waste, etc., etc. We know that, and still we are not doing it. We're still allowed to have 90% untrained teachers dealing with these children. So if you then have the parents at home and the mothers at home who are also not trained and have no idea, that multiplies the problem. So therefore, unless we really have a bigger focus on education and on the mothers, and there are many, many education programs for adults that could be coupled with digital literacy, that would already help. Because if that is not happening, that infrastructure and all those technologies cannot be utilized. The next problem is that we do have to have, or the key really is to have a basis in order to create the demand. You were talking about the demand. If the basis for the demand is not there, no infrastructure, no technology is going to help. So that, I think, is super important, to put a bigger lens on education, because if that's not happening, then the next generation will be far behind, and only the ones that are in a privileged position right now will be able to talk, about technology and implement technology. But what about all those who need to maintain that technology? What about all these workers? That is the next problem. We do not really have enough skilled people that are able to utilize the digital applications, not enough skilled workers that are able to move a just transition in this country. We don't really have it. We have skills councils, they have super nice curricula, but you know what? The seats are empty. People are not there. They are not coming. We have something on solar panel installations. Can I tell you, not a single woman has applied to be part of that training, and half of the seats are empty. So here we are talking about just transition. How is it going to happen? Technology, fine. I mean, we have enough smart people around, but everything underneath is not there. The basis isn't there. Not with the children, not with the teachers, not with the women, not with the communities. So what do we need? We need to have a holistic approach to it all. Yeah? We are focusing here on technology. We are focusing here on digitalization. We are focusing here on health. Where do we all sit together, all these ministries, and really talk about it? Do we have any more projects on regional development? No, not really. Yeah? So unless we involve the communities and ask them what they want and try and really move them from A to B, again, the technologies are not going to do anything, because they cannot be utilized since they don't know how. Plus, it's not like these people feel very confident. They know that they are underprivileged and they can't do it. So a lot really needs to be done. India has many, many, many super good prospects and a lot of comparative advantages. So many 1 million people getting onto the job market every single month. If that is not being taken care of, anyway, so many, many, many good things, but I think we have to focus a bit more on the human side. Somebody was saying that, to bring everybody along. So the inclusivity is important.
Thank you, Julie. She's really very attached to the skilling of at a grassroots level is very important. And just to tell you what number that Julie is talking about, there are 1.4 million schools in India, which is 14 lakh. There are about 7 million teachers and 320 million children. That's like US in population. And they all, today and tomorrow, if I ask you as a parent or anybody, do you think that the future will be without digital? No. Then why are we not enabling it in a holistic manner? And this itself requires the whole education ministry or Department of Education to think differently how digital infrastructure can be enabled. Because every teacher is a home, every child is a home and a village. So yeah, I mean, just giving you a scale of demand, what you're talking about. And with that, can I go to Arif? And may I again just stress that we have only about 10 minutes left, so be precise in contributing in the area of the topics that I told you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll go straight to the point and facts. So I believe, and I strongly believe, that the improvement in northeast side of India can be achieved by connecting to Bangladesh network. Why? It has to be led by the private. And how it can be done is done through incentivized private organization with soft loan from EU or other commercial institutions. I will give you another facts. So if you look at Benapole border at present, where we have connectivity with Tata, Airtel, Reliance, with Bangladesh private operators. So we don't have to look very far. The precedents are already there. We just need to repeat it here in Shillong. So because you give me less time, so I'll go right to the point. 2 projects can happen immediately, which can be time from anywhere between 3 to 6 months, where Shillong can be connected to Sylhet and Sylhet to Dhaka. And then a second project of internal ring of India can be done, where all 30 data center of the Indian, like Indian country, can be connected and through these links. And that straight away give the privilege to the people access to health, education, and empowering women. And empowering women, I grew up under a very strict mom, correct? So I know how important it is. So that's why I think with these smaller, initiative and very quick initiatives, things can change drastically. And I also believe that, digital service experience has to be the key. We talked about having the service available, but people not accessing it. So we have to understand the root cause analysis of where's the fear. So that's why we definitely need to do something in that as well. So with these 2 things, I think, we can do really good improvement on a very short term and with a very small money spent. And factually, commercially, it is more viable when you have private, the right mix of private and the government, initiative. Obviously, it has to be led by private. The framework and things can be done between private and the EU. Government can be, just providing the support the private entity needs. And I think that's the solution. Cheers.
I just want to bring to your notice that there is a case study in G20 Indonesia which did a case study on PM Vani, which is a scheme of India. Sandeep, you might be knowing about last mile connectivity. And our experimentation, Digital Empowerment Foundation experimentation, I can share this with you copy, is that now there is no licensing regime in India in terms of last mile internet provisioning. It is totally entrepreneurialized. No licensing fees. You can buy internet, sell internet, but you need internet to buy and sell your last mile infrastructure, and therefore these kind of ideas are very, very important. Let's hear your thought, Samudra, in this area of innovative technology, which can make us, access to health and education and energy and so on and so forth.
Thank you once again. I was listening to Madam Julie. You're talking about the demand is one area, but then you're also talking about the demand coming from there. But there needs to be an awareness also among the people that this is there for this particular purpose. This makes me recall about 20 years ago when the present Chief Minister of Assam was the Education Minister. He had come up with very interesting two innovative ideas. One was taking the computer to the school, the primary school. And number two was all these students who score more than 70% in the class 10 final, board finals, and girls 60% plus, then they would be given a computer. As a journalist, I was doing there's a report also by the Assam Electronic Development Corporation on the impact of this computer in the school and the impact of the computers being gifted to the students who make it 60% plus in the high school board examination. And there was a very interesting thing because the study focused on the girl, the impact on the girl child who had touched the computer and got as a gift a computer from the government. I went to a particular village and I found an illiterate grandmother who had asked this girl who had won a computer that, can I also touch it? And she touched it and she felt it. So there lies the thing, that they have to be aware that this is going to happen when this comes to me. We saw in the pandemic situation how the DBT came in, and the housemaid who works in my house, she now gets sitting at home, everything, because she has access to one is the information, two is the demand, and three is the technology in her hand. She's illiterate. So there is this need for creating a massive awareness also that this will bring you this particular benefit, A. Number two, sharing of information at the international level or the transborder level. Assam particularly has been struggling, particularly when these months of June, July, August come, to get information, rainfall data and other climate change information from Bhutan and Tibet, China, because most of the rivers come in from the Himalayas and they play havoc on the people of Assam, particularly in the Brahmaputra Valley, but now it's spreading to other areas also. Now, where is that data sharing mechanism? That demand is international demand, but then the need is for the security of the people, not just general security. It affects agriculture, it affects infrastructure. Every year in floods, of the say 100 rupees spent in creating infrastructure, 80 rupees is washed away by the flood. So every year we only retain 20% out of 20 rupees out of 100 rupees. So there also there's a need to look at these areas, how these things, these gaps can be met. Third and last point is the PRI institution, the Panchayati Raj. They are the ultimate which connects with the people. Are these people really literate as far as connectivity, digital, computers, internet are concerned? I'm sure it is not, because people still in the villages go to a nearest center to get a printout of a certificate or to fill in a form. So these are the things I think which need to be looked at, and I hope there was somebody from the Education Department or this goes to the Education Ministry. Thank you once again, Asian Confluence and MEA for organizing this. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And just to give the number of intensity, what Samudra said is that PRI Institute, these are like local, small level, governments. They elect their own member. To tell you, 250,000 PRIs in India, they elect 3 million people. Out of that, 1 million are women. But do we have a policy where we can say that these 1 million PRI women, we will have a special digital literacy program so that they at least participate in PRI and not be a proxy for their husbands and all that and so on and so forth. So, you know, it's very interesting that how do we deal with the numbers and the institutions in terms of enabling digital, and these PRIs, are they a public access point for all the services? Because India, 1.4 billion people cannot be given connectivity of, you know, 10 Mbps or 100 Mbps in their houses. So public transport system, the way we envisage, we need to have a public digital infrastructure system for various public institutions, which is accessible by the people. And that's the way we need to design our policy and infrastructure. And we usually don't do that. And I will go to Farhad Bhai once again to take your generous 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. I'll straight away go to the point. You see, when we are talking in terms of health, let us remind all of us that India, one of their major strengths is health, but extremely underutilized. Every year, more than 10 lakh patients travel from Bangladesh to India. This is increasing. That is the status. So, can we move into telehealth or e-health? That is an opportunity which is absolutely open. Imagine what we can do out there. Now, on top of that, we do have border huts. Why can't we have border hut health facilities? All these facilities should be linked. And why can't we use technologies such as blockchain and all? These are something which we have to do fairly fast. So health, this is one area we can easily, this is low-hanging fruit for India and Bangladesh and the entire region that we should get into. The second is more in terms of, as Shahidul Haq was saying, food security for Bangladesh and this particular region. Now imagine this entire Northeast, we are talking in terms of what bamboo can do, but not what other crops can do. We are not looking at the agri-processing as a whole. And also we need to look into the enhancement of land productivity through use of technologies. Bangladesh is a land scarce area. That is our major challenge. We are not going to give out our land for building roads, rest assured on that. Railway, yes, but we need to ensure that agriculture is strengthened so that we do not fall into the typical food politics trap that we'll have to avoid. So if we want to do that, again, technology will come into force. Third, and very, very importantly, is water. As flood, I mean, it's like water everywhere, but not a drop to drink. That is where we are moving into. So what do? This is where substantive research on the entire blue economy dimension needs to be undertaken immediately. And we have to do it jointly. We cannot do it separately. Because when we talk in terms of confluence, this is where the heart and the crux of the matter is, and we need to focus on that particular area. Now, saying so, let me also highlight certain points that we are doing. We have, in every single union, we have what we call union digital centers. And do you know what has happened out of that? This started off 5 years back. Now we have more than 600,000 entrepreneurs, we call them freelancers, operating from their home. Number one. Number two, and this is again very interesting, particularly in the e-commerce platform, 70% are women. And they are not necessarily using only this particular device. They use even smart TV. Imagine. This is how innovative they are. They're using that. So this is one particular area that we need to understand, that we actually ensure, even through unions, even through administrative bodies, avail certain smart devices, and of course training, as you were talking about, it is possible to do certain things which are really good. The other success story which I feel in Bangladesh is, particularly when we talk about Bikash, they've done absolutely fantastic. They were minded, they were a startup. They are now a unicorn. And it happened because not just they were innovative definitely, but the government gave them the opportunity to do anything and everything using that particular device. payment of fees, even right now, we are even getting, it's even a gateway for foreign currency earning. Name it, everything. So these are some of the things that we can learn from each other and take it forward. But I strongly feel that in the health sector, you guys are not doing much and we should do a lot. This will be good for all of us. And in terms of education, we have to again build the resources together. And if we can do that together, sky's the limit.
Thank you very much. And I remember an example at the time of COVID when we were spread in our organization about 2,000 locations, and most of the doctors were not visiting public health centers or community health centers. All our rural entrepreneurs, digital rural entrepreneurs, saying that please give us a device which has got a video conferencing, proper video conferencing facility so that we can actually talk to doctor for our villagers and citizens. And that is a very simple technology. And incidentally, in India's health system is dependent on 2 million women who are last mile health workers, you know, frontline health workers. So women and health and villages and population, if we digitally enable them rather than asking them to drop the data every month of what they are doing, also enable them to provide as a service provider, it will strengthen our health system much more. And so I'll now finally go to, in this round, we have overtime now, and I'm sure Lakshmi is very upset with me. Subimal, please quickly in 2 minutes, if you can conclude your suggestions and recommendations in those 4 sectors.
Yeah, so I think picking from what Dr. Julie has said, education, mothers, all of that sectors, I think as much as we orient them digitally, I think we should also look at orienting them towards some basic cybersecurity practices. Parallelly, we don't waste our time in trying to think again that would be another exercise as it has been. So I think a total cyber hygiene package is something that we should work on, and that will be a fantastic capacity building opportunity. The other thing is that, about sharing of data and all, Samudra Gupta just mentioned about the trouble with Bhutan and Nepal not sharing and all. Now, just outside of Shillong, there is the Northeastern Space Application Center, which is a venture of our Indian Space Research Organization, and NESAC is chaired by none other than the Home Minister of the country, and he personally takes a lot of interest in trying to see how the data is utilized, remote sensing data is utilized for understanding a lot of things in the region, including the weather patterns, the land forest management, etc. And I am aware that the Ministry for the Development of Northeast Donor as well as Northeastern Council are now engaging NESAC in a far much bigger way. In fact, just about I think a couple of months back, a technical report was provided to the ministry about what could be the patterns of the forest holdings and everything, so that the interstate border disputes and everything also could be settled. I think there is data that is now being picked up in a scientific way. There is a way to share. I think if parallelly we build the capacity in Bhutan, Bangladesh, and Nepal and all, so in this whole Himalayan neighborhood, we could have a repository of quality data which we can use. And then how do we use the data? What we could do, I'll keep it for Lakshmi. I don't want to deprive her for this. And the other point I just want to make here, that the digital public infrastructure, particularly since the UPI has been a very successful story across the country, and how with Singapore we have already had this agreement about how we'll share both our digital payment infrastructure and could do the transaction. I think Bangladesh is a great example where we should take this forward, because there are many ways in which we could do those transactions that could also help in all the telehealth facilities and all, where payments and everything can be seamlessly made rather than everyone all the time coming and all. So these are the things, Osama, I wanted to leave it. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. I would now like to hand over the mic to Lakshmi to manage the next 40 minutes, about 35 minutes. But have you all made some comments on your piece of paper that we can collect? Now my job is of the steward who will go around and collect those papers from all of you and give it to you. But Lakshmi, here you are.
Thank you so much. And it's been very interesting and enlightening hearing all the thoughts expressed by all the panelists. Normally when we begin with the panel discussion, we always find the audience asking the questions and the panelists answering it. But here we have a panelist. We have Professor Anwar, who raised a very important question, and that centered on healthcare. And I would like to connect it with the whole concept of how can we build these kind of digital connectivity investments in the area of healthcare. And over here, I'd like to invite Dr. Palan. Dr. Palan is doing some work. He's working in Manipur. And maybe we can request you to take up the challenge of answering Professor Anwar's question and tell him that we are doing and we can do it.
Thank you, ma'am, and all the delegates. I'm Dr. Palin Kundongbam. I'm a plastic surgeon by profession and a managing director of Caesar Hospitals. And my background is from a monopractice to a super specialty. In the last 2 years, we have been able to establish the first homegrown private medical college in northern India. And now we can enter into affordable healthcare to the mass. Regarding this northern India, Honorable Prime Minister already said northern India is the heart of the country. That is the importance given to this region. And it is surrounded by 4 countries. We can partner with Bhutan, Bangladesh, and Myanmar. Already, I think Bangladesh, the advantage with Tripura and Meghalaya, and and Assam with Bhutan, and for the air connectivity, there is no barrier. We are doing some work in Manipur because of the proximity with Myanmar. We have gone to there, we have conducted 3 mission Myanmar, Caesar mission Myanmar, where we have done 339 free surgery, cleft lip and palate, eye cataract surgery, and keyhole surgery. We have trained 2 surgeons and 6 nurses for critical care and this keyhole surgery. They have started, and we have conducted some medical camp. We have done in Mongya General Hospital under the guidance of this Indian Consul General and Union of Myanmar and our hospital. And after that, they come to know that there is a place in Manipur where they can undergo the treatment, because most of them were going to Singapore and Thailand, this is Bangkok, and where the cost of treatment is more than 10 times. And we have done we have treated more than 5,000 up to this mission Myanmar, because they come to know about our place. And 1% of kidney transplant, the budget was 60 lakhs in Bangkok. And after hearing our place, he came here, and we have done with 6 lakhs only. So that is 1/10 of the cost. And recently also we have done another, during this border sealing, this is hardly 3 months, the patient from Mandalay came all the way from Mandalay to Yangon, Yangon to Calcutta, Calcutta to Imphal, because the border is sealed because of the law and order following the COVID. So, and this is happening in the corner of the country. The medical tourism is happening. Regarding this medical tourism in India, the current market is $9 billion, and it is expected to rise to 13 billion by 2026. And recently, following this Ukraine and this Russian war, a lot of medical tourists flock in India. And India has surpassed Bangkok and Singapore, number 1 for the cost, number 2 the quality, and another is less waiting time and the cultural heritage. So India is emerging as number 1 medical tourism hub in Asia. Why not Northern India? We have all the opportunities, because Northern India is known for hospitality. Manipur is producing nurses next to Kerala. Most of the metros, hospitals, they have 30 to 40% nurses from Manipur. And not only that, Japan wanted 35 nurses and paramedics from India, especially from Northern India, because of their connection in Second World War, Battle of Imphal and Battle of Kohima. And we have started sending 8 because they have so many aged population without any care. And they need more nurses and paramedics. They are trained for culture and language for 1 year, and there is a sending organization, and our organization is the training center. So this is one area we can harvest, not only that, paramedics. And in the last 2 decades before that, thousands of patients were going to other places, other metros. In the last 2 decades, I think we have been able to stop some of the, because infrastructures are being developed in Northern India. And with this connection and the air connection, Manipur is advantage because of the surface connection. They have come initially without any visa, but after 2018, with a visa from Mandalay. That also is another challenge, because they could get the visa from this Tamil. This is one area. Another area is education. We have a nursing college in Northern India, paramedical institute, so many medical colleges. We can be the supplier of, global supplier of paramedical and doctors. And last thing I would like to mention about wellness, because we are talking about medical tourism, and World Health Organization has already warned India that 63% of your death are due to non-communicable diseases. That means our lifestyle is wrong. And our contribution to wellness industry is 0.25 only, 0.25 only. Our target is to reach 3 to 4% by 2015. That's why I use BISA and Heal in India. So many other schemes are being produced by the central government. And North America is the capital of this wellness center, and Asia Pacific is fast developing, because we cannot continue to treat the disease burden. So we have to combine the traditional treatment along with the modern treatment. We have to prevent by changing the lifestyle. Yoga, meditation alone can prevent the healthcare expenditure too by 43%. This has been proved by Massachusetts Hospital. So we need to develop this wellness center. Northern India can be the capital of wellness industry globally because of our scenic beauty and the hospitality nature and all the support from allopathy. So this is one area we can groom. And all the turmoil in Northern India.
Dr. Palan, may I just interject?
I'll conclude.
Yes, thank you.
So once we have this infrastructure, massive infrastructure required, exponential infrastructure, so that we can be part of we are not exceptional to the medical and wellness tourism in the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and thank you for sharing all the questions. I think at this point of time, there is an interesting question, and we'll directly go to Mr. Bhattacharya, and the question again enters into another arena, a little bit away from data hygiene, and it's cyber hygiene. How can we prioritize access to public data and proactive data sharing, not just among the government, but with the citizens at large? There is a huge potential of harnessing public data for evidence-based participatory governance.
Right. I think definitely, data is the new oil, everyone knows. Today, so much of techniques are there to take intelligence out of the data, and then, of course, it has to be shared among the meaningful premises to be able to generate optimal, participation, optimal maybe encapsulation of any, project, and finally find the solutions. But I think, the data sharing ecosystem, that is something that also has to evolve in a more practical format. Now, any kind of data being thrown across, or you know, somewhere today we are all through, we are, pushed through fake data, all those kind of stories that's already happening. So I think when we are looking at a kind of a scenario of data protection regulations, regimes everywhere, particularly in this country that is sitting on a bill that has to be cleared by Parliament very soon, and the European Union has demonstrated over the last few years about how the GDPR has been implemented, and how it is one of the strongest data protection laws, and how that regulates, or how that allows data flows in jurisdictions, or even within a single jurisdictions among the various entities and all. I think that's also something that definitely is of interest, and that's something that's definitely going to evolve, and possibly that's also a project that comes in a much larger cycle. But what I can say is, Lakshmi, relating to the northeastern region, and even as a idea of how do you take the data available and do something meaningful. For example, let me take one area, flood management. Flood is a big issue in the region every monsoon. Now today, remote sensing data you are getting, you have weather data, you have the artificial intelligence based modeling capacity that can do such quality predictions that you can utilize them and be able to devise how do you do your disaster management and flood management. And this is something that possibly is a project that comes up where we harness the strength of the projects that have been actually successfully done in Europe, possibly even as a part of the India-EU TTC that has been just signed. Yeah, as part of the TTC that has been signed, where we have looked at high performance computing, where we have looked at related aspects, whether it goes to quantum computing or anything below. I think HPC today is one area that, if applied to one project in the Northeast around flood management, it is going to not only save a lot of resources, it is actually going to bring a lot of positive turn to many of the other projects that are being done, which gets impacted because floods come and take away everything, and again you start from ground zero. So this is a project that could be done. We have data available. We not only, today we have data fusion technology that we can pick up, and Europe has no dearth of such kind of projects and capacities. So that's what, Lakshmi, I think we utilize the data for something good in the region.
Thank you so much. And over here, I would also invite the audience if they would like to share any of the thoughts or the experiences.
My name is Atul Dev Sharma. I represent a non-profit media management group, works in the Northeast based in Delhi.
how do you measure, because what should be the return on investment that should be looked into? That is very, very critical, because in front of our eyes and experiences, we have seen a lot of investments have already happened. For example, smart cities, we had a lot of investment we had done. And also recently in Assam, there is a smart metering in the energy sector has been a lot of done. But in terms of a lot of issues has also come up in that process. So investment is one thing, but what is the return on investment, not only from the economic revenue generation or the service thing, but also the other aspects could be looked into probably as a holistic way of considering such investment processes maybe. So this is one observation.
Yeah, thank you so much. I know there are lots of hands up coming up. Okay, so if we could just request you to keep it to about 2 to 3 minutes, and then we can have very quickly.
So thank you, and I would just like to add on Mr. Subimal's comment. I think there are some solutions which are being cultivated here, harnessing several data sets available. So one such example I would like to give is the work we are doing as part of Civic Data Lab with Assam State Disaster Management Authority to build an intelligent data ecosystem connecting all these data sets from several line departments, several ministries, to use AI and machine learning models to create flood proneness as well as flood preparedness of all the 180 revenue circles of Assam. So looking beyond state, beyond district, going to the revenue circle level. But all of these experiments can be scaled and accelerated, and that knowledge sharing can happen if we see more commitment towards open data, if we see more commitment towards open source technology. Because when it comes to digital connectivity, it would be just a meansake if we are not able to have openness being core of it. So how can we prioritize that when we talk about policy making, when we talk about implementations?
Yes. So at this point of time, I think we'll have to quickly wrap up the discussion. I know there are lots of thoughts. We would recommend that if you could just write it out on a paper and share it with us. We have other important insights which have been shared. We'll keep it in mind. And as we come to the close of the discussion, I'd like to invite each of the panelists to quickly give their final comments and thoughts based on what they've heard and discussed, and as has been shared by the audience. So I think this time we'll begin with, so Dr. Julie, we have to give you the pride of place. It's women.
Thank you very much. One word comes to my mind, which is inclusiveness. So everything needs to be looked at from start to finish. So just building something, I'm talking to the gentleman in the yellow shirt, thinking about investment and building something, be it a railway or anything else. If you don't do capacity development at the same time to make sure that railway is going to stay in good shape, money is there. If you haven't talked to the ministries for the budgets to be there, to maintain that railway, to have people in line that can work on that railway, if you don't plan the impact from the beginning of that project, because once that project is over, somebody has to take over. So unless you include anybody in a project from the beginning and think about all of the ones that need to be included, it's very difficult. Be it digital literacy, be it education, be it technology, anything. Start from the beginning and think about all the way, like a value chain, till the end, and who is needed, and include the communities, the women, the older generation, because otherwise we will leave people behind, and we cannot afford that.
Thank you so much. Since we are talking about partnership with EU, just 3 specific agenda. Number 1, we do not have right now e-waste recycling hub. That is one particular area that we can work on. And this is essential, because the moment we move into technology, we need that. Second, I feel that we should move into what we call nature technologies. Example, we are talking about floating community across here as well as across this entire subcontinent. And this floating community can only be addressed if we have proper technology intervention, otherwise it's not possible. And third is, of course, the entire blue economy as a whole. And particularly when you talk in terms of data sharing, data is already there. We have to decide which particular type of data should be shared through which particular means, through blockchain. Blockchain is not something that we are talking about currency. One of the major issues of blockchain is traceability. And if we can do that, there shouldn't be any problem, but we need to work on these three areas with EU, I feel, is good for the region as a whole.
Thank you. I think in the larger context of India-EU cooperation, particularly on digital technology, I think we have a lovely framework, very recent framework, India-EU TTC. Let's conceive a project under that. Let's pick up something from there and even show that there is a project out of that in the Northeast. So let it be one of them. As a suggestion could be, a larger cyber hygiene awareness program that is built, where we look at the small and medium enterprises, people who do business on their own, not are very much staffed, can't afford in terms of continuously spending and building up their security infrastructure. And two, as I just mentioned, and the gentleman also said that a semblance of a project is already happening in Assam. I think there is a larger scope for looking at high performance computing, picking up, modeling and all the efforts and build a project that fits into this. So something for the masses and something for the infrastructure. Thank you.
All right, so I'll keep it short and sharp. 3 points. Technology-driven change is inevitable. It's going to change our life. AI came, it is real, so we have to adapt it. And we shouldn't trade our long-term peace for a short-term gain. So what I mean by that is, when you look at technology, when you look at implementation, when you look at project, think about sustainability. And think about companies which can run past its life. Nokia is a 150-year-old company. We always focus on sustainability. A lot of people say we didn't adapt Android quick enough, but we didn't adapt because of the security. We didn't put the profit before our people, correct? So I would like to request that please consider all projects, all initiatives with a sustainable manner. Include private, because they have the knowledge, include them as part of your planning, and think of a long-term sustainable model. Once you give people access to good health, good education through connectivity, you shouldn't take it away. You should make it sustainable, and you make sure it's there for years to come. Thank you.
Thank you. It is said that we should avoid I, me, myself, and look at we and us. I got so many I's. All these I's become we and us. So I put it like this, that there are 4 basic I's. One is infrastructure. Second is information, so that the demand is created. Third is inclusiveness, as you said. 4 is innovation, as Patricia said, innovation, which are eye on local needs. And fifth, there's a 5th I, that is finally influencing everything. So we go from Asian confluence to Asian influence. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we now leave it to Osama to give us the last words and to conclude it.
Thank you very much. I think I'm the only one between your food plate and the mind game. I think we had a very good discussion. You have been lovely listeners and contributors. I would just like to end by 3 observations. One is digital as an integral infrastructure, but thinking that all digital infrastructure is going to create data, which should be approached from citizen perspective and policy-wise, and the methodology that we are going to use it AI. So therefore, all this should be part of policy, which should write one line, technology is for me. I am not for technology. I'm not going to be a consumer of technology, but I should be a citizen of technology. and because so far, most of the planning, conception, implementation treats us as consumers and not as citizen. And that's what the 30 years of technological development and internet has converted us into. The most democratic tool has become the, only 5 channels, and we all are consumer of that. So how do we actually create that policy and infrastructural investment and everything from the perspective that citizen remain a citizen, and we certainly ask them before using their data, or them, because they are the data. Their presence is a data, their use is the data, their being there is a data, and have we taken permission from them? And then all the AIs and policy, because I know all the state departments are making policies, or AI policy. Are we making that way? So with that note, I would like to conclude. Thank you very much, and I would also like to give a shout out to Laura here, who is a very good friend, and he really pushed me strongly, before you come here, please prepare this, prepare that, and really discussed a lot about how do we curate this so that we can have a maximum input. Thank you very much. What is called Bon Appetit. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much to all of you for this wonderful session. Now we're going to now go for the lunch break. We're going to start at 4. But before you take your food, there is a photo booth outside. Yeah? Oh, apologies. You hear me? So what I was saying is we have a photo booth in the patio besides the food corner. I would be very happy if you, before you collect your food, we can all go there and take a couple of photos of all of us together. Okay? We come back at 2 o'clock. Thank you so much. just as a kind reminder to move to the photo booth in the patio besides the food corner. Thank you so much.
making this world 100% renewable. And I think I can very well connect with the two panelists here about climate change and how we can have a sustainable energy in the world. So there we are helping all the organizations and governments to develop a solution which is sustainable. So during the discussion, I'll be talking about how this can be done. Of course, energy is a very important part of any connectivity topic which we will be discussing, whether it is mobility or power generation or any other means. That's very important ingredient of any connectivity which we talk about. Unless you have this energy as a, I would say, component of any economy, it's very difficult to then talk about connectivity and certainly more on those topics.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is B.S. Barwa. I am working in Central Electricity Authority and handling the works of cross-border electricity trade and power system planning of eastern and northeastern region of India. So in this discussion, we will further discuss that today our thrust is on renewable energy for sustainable development. So our interconnections with the neighboring countries and our one of very big initiative that is also One Sun, One World, One Grid. That initiative we will also discuss. That in this initiative, what we are taking up with our other countries. So I think during discussion we will be discussing more.
Dr. Beda?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Joram Beda, and I'm Commissioner and Secretary to the Government of Meghalaya. And for this particular panel discussion, the departments that are relevant, which I think I should mention, is Soil and Water Conservation and the Meghalaya New and Renewable Development Agency. And also I am with the Planning and Investment Promotion Department. So that also is relevant to this panel discussion. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Siddharth Vashisht, and I'm representing Chempolis, which is a Finnish company. It is an associate company of Fortum, which is a Finnish utility company in producing one of the largest CO2 producing one of the largest producers of CO2-free electricity in Europe. And Chempolis is into biorefining, and we are in Northeast for quite some time now. We are setting up one biorefinery based on bamboo as a feedstock, and we are doing it in a joint venture with Numaligarh Refineries Limited in Numaligarh. We have great plans for the regions. We have started exploring more and more projects, again based on bamboo and other feedstock available in the region. We are in talks with the state utility company, and we are exploring feasibility of another project in Bongaigaon, Assam. So we'll be talking more about what our technology and how has been our experience. And the thought about sustainability which I wanted to leave was, when we talk about sustainability, energy, there's abundant energy available. When you talk about solar and wind, they are at a stage where they are commercially ready. They just need to be, the plants are very much doable day in, day out. But when we talk about materials, they are not so abundant as energy. So the bio-based materials should be taken as one of the key focus areas of sustainability, because which can replace fossil-based materials. So that is one thought I would like this panel to take along.
Thank you. Moving on to our digital participants, may I invite Mr. Fazlul Haq to share a quick word of introduction and thought. Do we have him online? I don't think he's joined. Ms. Ansuya Pasu? May I invite you for a quick word of introduction? I think you're on mute, ma'am. Yeah. I can hear you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Chair. And it's my pleasure to take part in this discussion. I think I'm representing one of the lead think tank of India, which is Observer Research Foundation, and I am from Kolkata chapter. I am the lead senior researcher working on neighborhood studies. And I think in this panel discussion, I would like to flag some points on disaster risk reduction and management, and how community can play important role in across border initiatives on these particular segments. Thank you so much.
Thank you. My pleasure. So moving on to the first question of the panel. We have been talking about these twin revolutions, right? So sustainability, transition, and digital transition. So riding the wave of these two transitions, what are the tangible connectivity projects do you think we can actually start working on in the northeastern region? Starting with you, sir.
As I said, first of all, we need to understand the need of this area, northeast area. If you look at it, if you just go the spectrum of all northeastern states, development is something which is lacking, and what we see, the connectivity from the road mobility point of view is not there. Employment is also very limited. So to encourage this, what we have to do is, first of all, infrastructure which is required needs to be done. But if I talk about the company which I represent, as I said again in the beginning of my discussion, energy is very important part of any development. I mean, if you don't have energy, if you have super highways, but if you don't have any source of your own means of generation and having capacity to basically take care of your people within the state, it becomes very difficult to then rely something which is coming from outside. But what I would rather look at it, the digital transition in fact has happened in this state, and in fact in our company very well. So if you want to basically strengthen the northeastern region, you need to basically talk about very specific area where the developments can happen. And this can be then an integrated, I would say, effort by donor or whoever is driving this side of development. They can take that initiative. And I'm in already discussion with a couple of states where we think that the energy sustainability and security is must. And without that, it becomes a situation, unfortunately, what we are seeing in Meghalaya. Sorry, sir, this is a bad time in Meghalaya, where we had a reliance on a particular source of energy, and that is now dwindling because of climate change, because of a lot of things which is happening. So let's have something which is climate sustainable, which is also carbon neutral, and which basically provides employment to the community. So what we have to do, not just a concentrated effort, or I would say source of energy at one point and then push it into the states, but we should have something very near to the community. Something I could correlate it, I shouldn't say a microgrid, but something which is, say a district level sort of, or a few district level together sort of approach. So that what will happen, despite having hilly terrain, most of the northeastern is enriched in hilly terrain and forest, and it's very difficult to find suitable land. So I think having these small sort of pockets of energy, which are again climate neutral, should be the idea.
So to paraphrase you, you're talking about decentralized microgrids.
Exactly.
Power generation.
Exactly, ma'am.
Right?
Yeah.
And what kind of power, primary source of power?
So it will be mixed. As I said, there is always opportunities available to look at it. Renewable, we have impetus on renewable. So renewable should be the primary source of generation, but we simply can't rely on renewable forever. You have to have something which is also a balancing act between renewable and something which is, say, not really fossil, but something which is in between. We have to look at it. So as we are also, as a country, we are transiting. We started with I would say 0% renewable composition in the country to almost about 25%, and our ambition is to go up to 50%, and certainly beyond that. While having said this ambition of higher renewable, we have to also see how we can basically absorb this renewable, because deploying renewable is one act, kind of a capex. You can do a capex, but then ultimately the benefit of that renewable will only come when you absorb that. It should not go into curtailment route. I would rather suggest that let's not go into a route where we put a lot of renewable and then we are not able to absorb that. We are not able to transmit that. So something I think we have to look at it very carefully.
Yeah. So just breaking the sequence, because you raised a very important point, may I ask Dr. Veda, so what are your views on both these aspects, so decentralized power grids as well as downstream absorption of renewable?
A very pertinent point you have raised. Well, you're very correct. You are bang on the point so far as the off-grid solar technology that you are talking about. Well, that is something which Government of India, when they are also conceptualizing or framing a particular scheme, they do not take these things into consideration. The habitations in most of the northeastern and hilly states are very vast and very sparse. And when we talk about a connectivity in the sense of a power grid connectivity, it becomes very difficult. So what you said very correctly, it's the solution is off-grid, which are not connected with any of these grid connections. And the government of Meghalaya is also currently working in that direction. How to provide off-grid standalone power units, renewable energy power units to the households. Maybe you are aware, we are collaborating with many organizations, namely CELCO and GHE, and through which we have provided electricity to many of substantial number of, about, I can say 90% of our primary health centers. And the cold chain, which requires constant electricity, this has been addressed. And not just address the power scenario, we have also tailored the machines, the equipments in such a way that they are in line with the solar technology. So just to, in a nutshell, this off-grid standalone power units, as you rightly pointed out, is the solution for the near future.
So just added to that, is there any other renewable technology you're considering other than solar?
See, that has been the million-dollar question. What are the alternative sources of energy? So the most abundant is sunlight. So naturally, it's the solar, renewable energy technology which we're talking about mostly. Wind, it's like a one-off game. Once in a while, in a season, you might have a very windy condition. But if you see overall throughout the year, it's not a very dependable kind of a source of energy. So currently, it's solar. Hydro, again, as he rightly pointed out, currently 99% of our electricity is hydroelectricity. So that way we meet the RPO trajectory, good for us, we pat on our backs. But again, as he pointed out, we are at the receiving end of the climate change cataclysm. And this has, over the time, become a very, not a dependable source of electricity. When peak, we have abundant electricity and we are searching for, in the power grid, where to sell this power. And there are times during the lean season, we are buying more electricity from the power grid. So in the end, we end up being in debt. So that's the problem.
Okay, thank you so much. Coming back to you, Mr. Barwa, would like to hear your thoughts on the question.
Yeah, so we are talking about energy transition and sustainability. So in India, if you can see that most of the solar and wind potential is towards western side and in extreme north side, that is Ladakh. So we have to take that power to our load centers And we have hydro potential in much of the hydro potential in northeastern region, which is untapped. We have around 53 gigawatt of hydro potential, but presently around 2 gigawatt power plants are in operation, and around 5,000 gigawatts are under implementation. So still we have a huge potential of hydro in northeastern region. We know that solar is available only at daytime, and wind is also not available regularly. So we need to combine solar, wind, and hydro potential for sustainability. So we have to put lot of more transmission lines, connectivity lines, so that we can be sustainable in future. Further, our neighbors, Nepal, Bhutan, they are also rich in hydro potential. So if we are connecting their grid also, then we can say that combining solar, wind, and hydro will be beneficial for the entire region. And if you see the Bangladesh connectivity, Bangladesh is also highly dependent on fossil fuels. So interconnection with Bangladesh from our northeastern side and eastern side, this will be very, it will be future ready.
Coming back to one tangible outcome, because this panel is more focused on tangible projects that can be picked up. From your perspective, what are the immediate projects that can be picked up and worked upon?
Yeah, one of the project is connecting Bangladesh grid synchronously with Indian grid, and for that one line also has been identified, that is a high capacity 765 kV Katihar, Parvatipur, Bornagar line. The Katihar in eastern region, Parvatipur in Bangladesh, and then Bornagar in Assam, northeastern region. So that line will be useful to both the countries. Bangladesh can be synchronized. If synchronized, that their reliability will improve, and their grid will be connected from two sides. And they can get power if it is not available to our eastern side, they will get from northeastern side or vice versa. So I think this is the project which we can take up.
Thank you.
Just want to make a point. Since Mr. Bhairava is a very senior officer in Ministry of Power, and he is currently in the CEA, I would like to make a point that when we talk about hydroelectricity potential, we should understand that is theoretical. Now that way, even Meghalaya has a significant potential. But you should understand that there are larger factors, bigger factors involving how to translate this potential into reality. Now our rivers here depend on rain and the spring sheds. Rain during the rainy season, spring sheds during the lean season. Now because of the anthropogenic activities in the ridge line, we are facing a very grave, dire situation in which significant number, there was one research by Institute of Natural Resource, and 40,000 springs are drying off or disappearing. Which means, imagine the situation in the near future. Unlike the rivers originating from Himalayan mountains, they are fed by the snow during lean season. So they are more of a reliable source of water, and the water volume is more or less assured even in the lean season. So hydroelectricity depending entirely on one is not the solution. I always will insist that we should diversify. We should diversify. And we have people from European Union here, and I would suggest to all the governments that research on nuclear fusion, not the fission. Fission is one of the worst kind of source of electricity. Fusion, we should really work upon. Many research centers they have demonstrated successful fusion, but the energy gain is zero. Rather, it's negative. So that way, it's not even a fuel for, in the physics parlance, it's not even a fuel as of now.
Thank you, Dr. Beda. I would like to add here that I think very often we forget talking about energy storage solutions when you talk about renewable energy, because if we have technologically sound solutions working, then these variations in weather will not matter that much in harnessing natural sources of energy. Coming back to you, Mr. Vashish, so can you tell us what tangible projects your company would be looking to work?
So when we are talking about twin transition, so I'll come more from a requirement point of view. When an industry like us, what we are trying to set up, wants to scale up, so we need to access the resources available. So when I'm setting up a plant, I am able to source the raw material from a specific area where digital connectivity is there, road connectivity is there, or energy connectivity is there. But if I have to scale up 10 times, I need to reach out to the areas where the biomass or the feedstock is available. So that is where, and when we are talking about these off-grid and storage solutions, these would be the right solutions for even at a local level, where people who can provide us the biomass. So that is my thought.
Yeah, very pertinent point. Coming back to you, had a comment.
The storage part. So Wärtsilä is into, we are the OEM, we build power plants, but we are also market leader in battery storage. We are the largest, I would say, stake of being a EPC company who deploy storage. We have big share in US, Europe, Australia is big time, Africa. And in India also, all these tenders, storage tenders, we are participating. So yeah, storage is a technology, and since we are again from the sector, we can say there are pluses and minuses of storage technology. You can look at storage not just in the form of, say, lithium ion at the moment, which is 96% market share, but let's also dwell on some more chemistries. And I think hydrogen is also one of the richest form of storing energy. And I think when we say about carbon neutrality, in reality, I don't want to now create a conflict here that how the lithium is produced, how much energy it sucks, and how much is basically it becomes a carbon neutral. But nevertheless, going forward, storage is one of the solution, not the only solution. We can have a pump storage also as one of the, I would say, means of storing the energy. But the point here is, when you have all sort of, I would say, portfolio with you, many a times you need to have a balancing act. Something which is always there, which is to balance between the demand and supply, is something which Wärtsilä is expert into. And we are in discussion with the current government in Meghalaya. We are also discussing, in Tripura. We have already deployed some projects in Assam. We'll be in discussion with them. So our focus is Northeast, and we'll be doing, this sort of projects here in Northeastern area. And I think that's something which is very good. So I'll be also discussing about battery storage with the secretary very soon. And I think that's very important. So if you're relying on, say, a couple of sources of generation to balance it out, you need to have something as a mechanism to store it and use it when it is required. Yeah.
Absolutely. And to your point about lithium, I completely agree with you. I mean, we should not be completely relying on lithium, especially rare earth metals. Now, several lab scale research work is going on where they're looking at replacing it with sodium and more abundantly applicable material, also looking at capacitors for storage. So I think those kind of projects which currently exist at lab scale need to be scaled up and commercialized, and we should be seriously thinking about scaling them up. On that note, maybe I come to my second question, which is, given the local challenges, land ownership and fragmented geography, what are the practical projects that can be picked up, that can be executed in a reasonable time frame? Otherwise, things tend to keep dragging on.
Yeah, maybe I'll take the initiative here because exactly on the similar line we are discussing. We have already started discussion. So there was an idea of about some numbers I don't want to share here, but that was a large number. I said, let's not look at large number at one location, because then eventually what will happen if that is down, I would say our source of energy is down, your complete area is again in dark. So that reliability issue will again come, and you are into hilitarian. So transmitting this power to the hilly areas, stormy season, bad weather can create problem for you. So why don't you look at it distributed generation? That's what, the point is. And then to find out a very large land parcel is difficult in this area, rather than to go, small pockets of land, where then you can involve the community also. You can basically, get engagement from them. And in fact, at least I'm proud to say that wherever we have done development, we have done it with the help of community. We are doing CSR along with the development. So whichever places we have done in, at least in India, it is also connected with CSR. And I think there are some witnesses also about our CSR activity, which we have done. Osama is here, so I think he can raise his hand and then object to my assessment. But nevertheless, so I think that's how we can engage community as well as have energy security.
Very nice. Comment.
Yeah, on this, basically this is last mile connectivity we are discussing. So from Government of India side, realizing that there are issues in transmission and distribution networks. So Government of India is implementing two schemes. One is North Eastern Region System Improvement Program, and another is comprehensive scheme for transmission and distribution development in Arunachal and Sikkim. So basically covering all the 8 states of NER. And here we have seen that after implementing this scheme also, there will be reliability and security issues will be there. Security of energy supply. Yeah, as my fellow panelists told that during the stormy weather or some wind season, lines got tripped and the supply is gone. And the time to restore the supply is sometime in days, not an hour. So we are again doing the studies that what can be done further and what system to be implemented. We are now discussing on technology front also with different stakeholders, so that this type of situations can be improved.
Thank you. Dr. Beda.
Before I go into this topic that you initiated, I'd like to make a comment on the previous topic about the storage. Let me make a prediction here today that, the future, the winner will be decided by the invention and progress so far as data storage and electricity storage is concerned. Electricity storage is very important because you know that this is one of the biggest limiting factors for even electric vehicles. Lithium ion has been the most advanced. There are more advanced technologies, but not in the market. But what you mentioned about capacitors, the ultra capacitors, is one area of research which people must, and maybe this can be included in renewable energy technology in the near future. That's one. And now, coming to the topic that you raised, I can't agree more with Zakir that, because of the land regime, we have a very primordial land revenue system here, and being a sixth schedule state, the land is owned by the community. So it becomes very difficult whenever we bring a big project, big ticket project. And currently, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy has the scheme of solar parks, which are about 20,000 megawatts. Now, who and where can I get that kind of a land? And the way this scheme, this project has been structured is that government facilitates providing land, and a private developer has to invest and set up the whole installation. The capex, opex, everything depends on the private developer, and he or she, the entity, has to regain that investment through the power purchasing agreement, which again becomes a limitation because it's the DISCOM on one side who wants to profit, who has to, because many times DISCOMs are also financially in a very difficult position. So these kind of projects are very, very unviable in Northeast. So what Zakir has been emphasizing time and again about standalone off-grid units, that the way I see it is the only solution so far as electricity connectivity, you are, as you may call it. You mentioned about internet connectivity, and that is, I believe, was discussed in the previous session, but I am not sure whether it was ever mentioned that Assam Amitron is going to extend a cable from Cox's Bazar for the speed will be 10 gigabytes per second. Was it mentioned? Okay. So that particular cable we are extending to Assam in Borgaon, and that will be passing through Shillong. And in Shillong, we'll be having a network center, and this will basically enter Meghalaya in Tamabil, near Dauki. So this is going to really initiate the next level of IT revolution. We already have one IT park. We are coming up with a second one, and phase 3 and 4 are in a conceptual stage. And we have garnered a lot of interest on part of private investors. So if there are anyone here, you might want to approach the IT department. Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Vashisht.
Yeah. So the model which our company has followed so far for entering into this area has been a joint venture model, because we need a local partner. Because as has been pointed out, accessing land and other resources, and doing getting administration support, you need someone locally present. So for now, the first project we have Numaligarh refineries. In the second one, we are in talks with NTPC. The third, we are in talks with many other public sector companies who are locally present here. So that is there. But when we talk about biorefinery projects, in that biomass is actually fractionated into different components, the basic components, and each of these fractions can then later be converted into high-value products. So valorization of these fractions is important when we realize the true value of a biomass. So many R&D companies are there in Europe as well as in India. A lot of R&D projects are there which are at a small scale, but they need to be scaled up to support commercial projects like biorefineries. So some sort of small projects for valorizing lignin or hemicellulose or cellulose, which we are doing, can be taken up. From biomass point of view, there are very advanced harvesting techniques, which is followed in Nordics because they have been using wood for so many years. So for bamboo, some skilling projects can be taken up for the farmers, where these advanced techniques can be used. That can be a small project. Yeah, that's what I can think as of now. And then when we scale up and when we bring in more and more technologies to valorize these products, those projects are very well, we are very open to work along with various partners onto that.
Thank you.
I'll just respond. For your information, Siddharth, in the current financial year, Government of India has sanctioned 30 crores for Northeast region for under the National Bamboo Mission. So you might want to connect with your Assam Bamboo Mission, and you're very welcome to coordinate with us as well, because I'm heading the Meghalaya Bamboo Mission, and we will be coming up with about 20 plus nurseries. So I believe this will be able to provide planting material so that there is an assured biomass for your plant. It's one thing to set up a plant, but to get an assured biomass, that is the real challenge. You just have to put enzyme, rest, nature will take care of itself, but then how are you going to be assured about the feedstock? And I'm also told that you can have a tie-up with FCI so that the waste food grain, rice and paddy and wheat can also be diverted to, that is under the industrial policy. You might want to look into the Assam industrial policy. And we are also soon coming up with our own industrial policy. The reason why we are holding it back, we want to align it with the Northeastern Industrial Development Scheme, which is coming up anytime soon. And the ethanol policy will also be part of that. So I believe this will help in stimulating growth in the industrial sector.
Thank you. Apologies, Ms. Ansoya, you got completely dropped off.
I understand.
Coming back to you, what are your thoughts on tangible projects related to climate change and digital transformation?
Well, thank you so much. I'm thoroughly enjoying the entire discussion. But I think I'll pick up two important words. One, of course, digital transition. And the second one is community. Well, as a researcher based in Kolkata, one of the important research mandates is India's northeastern region. And we have been working extensively on different aspects related to connectivity, keeping the fact in mind that these geostrategic region with these sharing borders, international borders with India's neighbors like Bangladesh, Nepal, Bhutan, Myanmar, China. And my focus will be on the BBIN region, as we all know that it's a connected space. That's Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, and Nepal. And against the backdrop of this session's discussion, I would like to flag certain points related to disaster risk management and importance of cross-border community-based disaster risk resilience, considering India's Northeast as a connected state. Because I'm always thinking disconnected maze from international relations perspective because I belong to the discipline of international relations. And I intend to see disaster management through the lens of international relations cooperative mechanism. In fact, when we look at disaster, then it's very important to understand the notion of disaster, which actually occurs repeatedly, instantaneously, and indiscriminately, and wipe out years of development in a fraction of time. In fact, a cross-country index of loss and damages has found India to be the seventh most affected country by climate change. And in the year, exclusively in 2019 alone, economic losses from extreme weather events were worth USD 68, roughly around 69 million USD. Well, repeated experiences have shown that people, the community, the society, and of course the government can reduce the risk by preparedness. And the northeastern region of India, comprising of 8 states with a combined population of over 45 million, is characterized by the proximity to the eastern Himalayas, the region's geoecological, fragility, the presence of large riverine areas, river basins, and the rapidly depleting, green cover makes it, make it especially vulnerable to a broad spectrum of climate risk. Among the primary manifestations of climate change in the region are the increasing volatility of annual and seasonal rainfall, and also the rise in annual mean temperature. And we all know that we can divide all these kind of disasters into several categories like hydrometeorological disasters, physical disasters, social issues induced, disasters cutting across frequent floods, you know, and and also the landslides, the earthquake vulnerability, forest fires, and also health hazards, and so on. So, considering the regular periodicity and gravity of such disasters, like I have already specified, floods, landslides, cyclones, storms, earthquakes, and so on. I think in these northeastern region, appropriate measures need to be adopted and continually refined for management and mitigation of consequences. Observer Research Foundation, my institution, in collaboration with PwC, we have studied, one project, and it has been published in this year, entitled Climate Community Cooperation, an Indian approach to adoption or adaptation in the global south. It shows that of all states, actually, within northeastern region, specifically Assam and Meghalaya, they attract our attention most, as both states are part of the Indian Himalayan region and also lie squarely within the Brahmaputra and Barak River basin. Notwithstanding the difference in their sizes and the numbers of numbers and density of their populations, both states actually share similar climate and disaster risk profiles, and are equally at threat from externalities such as deforestation. You know, according to some other reports, it has been clear that so far as disaster index is concerned, Assam it indicates Assam ranks like seventh, I think, and Meghalaya is in the 12th rank in this particular indexing. So while we are dealing with flood, landslides, and of course soil erosion, I actually have forgotten this soil erosion. These three are very, very important and prevalent matters while we are dealing with disaster management. So now, in this situation, recovery needs assessments, which would be focused, and it should be focused on three key areas. First, assessment of damages and disruptions to critical issues, critical assets. Second, external assistance needs for early recovery, and third, ongoing emergency, response and assistance needs. While against this backdrop, what I would like to portray at this point is the need for across-border community management, and in this context, we must analyze the geo-environmental and geostrategic situation of India's northeast, as I have already specified that the region is within, at its central position within the within the BBIN setup, and if we zoom into this BBIN region, we see that there is a need to strengthen cross-border cooperation in the segment of disaster risk reduction, as all these discussed factors are transboundary in its nature. In this context, I feel community has a big role to play, and we have to also keep it in our mind that all these countries have already adopted the Sunday framework and the policy of engaging communities in disaster risk reduction. In fact, in recent times, we can cite several examples where we have seen increasing engagement among the communities across borders uh, to share early warning.
Sorry to interrupt
Yeah.
you, ma'am. I think we are running out of
Just,
time. Thank you so
yes,
much
just
for your
one.
thoughts on risk management and disaster management. Really point taken. And I think my session here ends, and I pass the baton to Flo.
Thank you so much, Shipra. So going into this more interactive and Q&A part of the session, again, we would like to invite all of you, like it is in the first session, has been done in the first session. If there's any questions, if there's any, anything you'd like to query the panel with, please note it down. We're going to have our volunteers walking around with the basket. They're going to bring it up to us. To start with, we have one representative from the Ministry of Environment and Forests, Mr. Nava Bhattacharjee. He's the chairman of the State Expert Appraisal Committee, Government of Meghalaya. Sir, if we could hear briefly your thoughts on, projects that can be done in the connectivity space.
Yeah, thank you for providing this opportunity. Welcome to our state and the region. You see, I would not go into the technical aspect. I would just like to highlight, number one, that climate change, which was considered as a variation in climate, that change is a reality. And when we talk of this phenomenon, we have heard all these jargons, these semantics of the developed nations not paying to the developing nations and that things of that sort. Now you see, when we talk of Northeast, Northeast has a very intrinsic environmental status which is different from the rest of the country. I'm not talking of the international parameters. And when we talk of Northeast, we need to include the Eastern Himalayas. You cannot, Northeast as an entity, yes, intrinsic, but it extends to the Eastern Himalayas, where the situation and the environment, the forest class, the forest status, everything is similar. And this dawned on me more so after the 2013 tragedy. I was in the Government of India committee to study, the 21-member committee to study the impact of the Uttarakhand disaster. And that opened my eyes. I've worked in Arunachal, I've worked in Mizoram. Meghalaya is my home state, born and brought up. And we were seeing that the rest of the country and the Northeast and the Eastern Himalayas, like the developed nations, the developed states in our country is talking in terms of restitution, revival, and reclaiming. Whereas in the Northeast, which is virtually acting like the oxygen cylinder for the rest of the country, and COVID also has proved it, we now are talking of conserving what is there, our veritable treasure turf, the biodiversity hotspots. Now we come to the European Union can play a very pivotal role in this aspect, in having an holistic approach, Northeast up to Uttarakhand, how, like there are many other aspects. Today we are talking about the renewable energy. So this is one of the many factors. The footprints, now we have the afforestation, the mining, the salvaging of forest, fossil fuels, all these also has to be taken care of. So adaptation we have to get our Northeast, both mitigation and adaptation to climate change has to go hand in hand. And in this aspect, we need to have this synergy between the northeastern states and the Himalayan states. And here, renewables can play a very important role. Now, taking a cue from Mr. Beda, under my monitoring in 2005, I think many of you might have been in college and all.
Sir, I just request you to please
Yeah.
come to the point. And
Yeah,
come
the
to
point is that we evolve and develop a project, maybe on the pilot mode, how to have an integrated approach, even maybe include Bangladesh, because environment has no boundaries. So if we can take up this project, keeping even your renewables and other aspects in mind and come out, actually do something on the ground instead of having many seminars and discussions and remaining confined within the meeting room. We need to move out to the field and start working in this aspect. So European Union can help us. We can formulate, we can prepare the model, how to approach it. We have a society for the Eastern Himalayan region. We have done a lot of research work on this, so we can take it forward and share, and so that some funding can come up for a pilot project.
Thank you, sir. I think this is why we are all here today. Before I'm taking a question, I'd also like to call up on, someone who is actually already implementing projects. Neil Kamat, the founder of Saramandala Foundation, is with us here today. And they are working in the connectivity space related to climate, renewable energy. Neil, if you can just, in 2-3 minutes, let us know, what are you doing with renewables, microgrids? How does it work on the ground, actually? 2-3 minutes.
Thanks, Flo. Just to introduce myself, I'm Neil and I'm representing Saramandala Foundation. We're a non-profit that's been working in Meghalaya now for about 2.5 years. And continuing from what Dr. Beda said, we are one of the implementation partners working with GHE and CELCO on the DRE implementation and energy efficient medical device installations across the health centers in Meghalaya. And continuing from what I think the sir said here, there needs to be a focus on demonstration of pilots. Any solutions that we are trying to implement or influence policy change should be a community-driven and citizen-first approach, and keeping in mind your long-term sustainability. Just to go over some of the projects that are in different stages of implementation across Meghalaya. One of them is the focus on micro and mini grids that are in our pilot stages right now. And our approach has been that government has the largest installed flat roofs across Meghalaya. And what we are trying to do is basically use them as large rooftop solar installations and trying to pilot peer-to-peer electricity trading, sort of setting up mini or microgrids. And we are in a 6-month test phase right now, and at some point we will approach the system and see how we can, implement this across Meghalaya. We're sort of learning from the EU smart grid network, where you have country-to-country electricity trading that happens. And if there is surplus produced in one country, it is sort of transmitted across the other countries. That way, there are no load pools, as we call it, or bottlenecks. That way, there's a continuous distribution of electricity across the region. And we see the Northeast as a very similar interconnected network of similar terrain, difficult geographies. And I think also from what Mr. Zakir said, if we are able to set up a good network of interconnected micro or nano grids across the state, it would go a long way in terms of addressing the electricity connectivity challenges that the state is currently facing. And another point I wanted to bring up is how the EU Commission can support states in the Northeast region in setting up long-term debt instruments for this critical capex investments that we need, in helping the states transition to a more renewable energy-driven electricity future, because that is something that is lacking. Working in the region now for 2 to 3 years now, we've seen that a lot of the funding goes towards mainland India, and a very small fraction of it is coming towards the Northeast region. And we are trying to actively advocate different donors to invest in the region. So yeah, thank you.
Thanks a lot, Neil.
Okay, this is Vikramjit Maiti. I'm the CEO of the company called Spec Kankoya Energetic Fuel One. You can call us as Fuel One. And I know we have talked about a lot of problems we have in Northeast region. I'm being an engineer. I'm just going to talk about the solutions which I've been talking about. To start with, I think so. Mr. Barwa will substantiate what I'm going to tell it, because as you said, hydro power plant, we only harnessed 7%. As far as natural gas is concerned, we have already harnessed only 14% what we have potential in Northeast. In bioenergy, we have only harnessed 5%, including when your plant comes to full operation. And now you will ask me what's the solutions. I'll talk about the storage also. There is a solution for storage, but I'll tell you differently. First of all, I would like to inform you all that our company has got the patent for converting the waste, that is municipal solid waste, to biomethanol, not ethanol, methanol. So we are substantiating it, and if you go to waste to energy website, you will see our company's name there, because we are the patent holder. Now, we have been talking to as much as 16 municipal corporations, including the Shillong biorefinery. I've talked to Honorable Chief Minister, so they have been encouraging. So we're going to do it, and the good news is that we can arrange the funding for it also. Now, coming back to the storage issues which you have said, sir, because our company is into green hydrogen, biomethanol, which is bioenergy, ammonia, and many other products. We have a lot of other verticals. Apart from that, we have other vertical which do on the sewage treatment plant. We can recover as much as 90% of the water used in one time back to your system. So that will solve your problem. As far the storage is concerned, coming from the hydrocarbon background, the LNG is one of the best things, because to tell you the potential, Northeast has got almost 18% of the total natural gas what we have in India. And we have only harnessed 14% of it. So we have a lot of potential that hydrocarbons I can give you because we have two belts of natural gas called Assam belt, other is Assam Ankara fold belt. So both are having a potential. We are looking for investors, of course, from the central and state, and from the European Union if you can. So there is a lot of potential to take out this natural gas, which can be converted to the LNG, and it can be stored, and that it can be exported anywhere else. Number two, as you know, hydrogen also can be compressed and kept in the cylinders. And we have tied up with one of the company in Korea. They have innovative ideas of how to store the hydrogen for a longer period into cylinders. That's the storage problem in terms of, because we are talking about energy. As far as the water hydro plant, sir, I would request you to go think on the micro turbines and portable micro turbines. There are micro turbines, hydro micro turbines, which is portable. So you can move it around, because now what is happening is, as you said correctly, a lot of our streams are drying up. So we can always, because nowadays everything is portable. Even our biomethanol plant is going to be a portable. If tomorrow there is a shortage of feedstock, it can be changed. You can change the location. As far as Assam biorefinery is concerned, I'm a bit worried because coming from my career started from Numaligarh refinery. In 1994, I was there for 6 years. So basically 3,000 crores, putting a project with 3,000 crores plus investment, I don't know what is the break-even point when you get. Because your 13 clusters of for the bamboos, I think it's not right. The whole calculation went wrong somewhere, which I don't support. Other part is putting up the bamboos to come to Shillong or Meghalaya. You have 13 clusters, and the maturity time for the bamboo is 4 years. So I'm not sure that how you're going to get other biomass, because we, as a biomethanol producer and technology providers, we can use your biomass much better way than effective way, because it is 1:10. Means 1,000 kg, 100 kg of biomass, we can convert it to 10 metric tons of biomethanol. So I think so we can give a solutions. In fact, I'll tell you, yesterday we have signed an MOU.
Please come to an end. I know
it's
important to celebrate closures of contracts, but
no,
it's
just
equally important to hear
I'm
voices.
telling you, this is because the patent is with us. So we encourage the whole world. In fact, yesterday we have signed a MOU with West Australia also. So we are opening up. So we can give, being a son of the soil from Northeast, I think so we have a lot of a bigger way to play the role, to make sure that we have a sustainable energy rather than going for fusion and nuclear energy. Please don't think about it, because we know what will happen. Yeah. Now, yes, sir, even that is not economically viable. It's not commercially viable. So we have done on that. So we have to switch into green energy, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can we have the mic? Your voice is loud enough.
No, but I don't want to jump the queue. I mean, there's someone else on the list before.
Go ahead.
Right. Well, thank you. Manfred Auster again from Kolkata. I was wondering a little bit. We heard about a number of alternatives to classical carbon-based fuels. And I would also like to remind you that at the last COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh, India and the European Union together tried to get into the final agreement a pledge to phase out all fossil fuels. I mean, in the previous years, it was about oil and gas, and or oil first, and then gas and coal. But India and the EU tried that together. Unfortunately, we failed. So the majority of states did not go along with that. Nevertheless, it seems that there is a willingness on the side of those two big entities to do that. With that in mind, I was wondering whether we really are looking forward to the future when we're discussing the possibility to invest in opening more fossil fuel pits in that case. So we heard from the Honorable Chief Minister yesterday that there is finally the go-ahead in Meghalaya. So I put a question mark, would like to put a question mark to that. I would also think that, Dr. Beda, you have a point with nuclear fusion. If we really would come to that point, that is certainly the form of energy that we are all striving for. It is a long way, though. I mean, we have been doing the research into that for more than 40, 50 years, and we will need something as a bridging technology. And so I hope that there are other things that we can use which are renewable and sustainable in both cases. And I would certainly make my pledge and my plea to say that is something where the EU and India and Meghalaya in particular should work together in finding those solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. We've briefly heard about hydrogen, green hydrogen. So now we have a hidden gem on our panel, which has been acting as a moderator, but actually has been doing a lot of work along the topic. So Shipra, do you feel that can be a game changer in the Northeast, the topic?
Thanks, Flo. Particularly with regards to green hydrogen, there's a lot of impetus, from very senior level to get it going. However, where things stand, there's still a lot of technological hurdle we need to cross. Although, corporate partners are very upbeat that in the next 5 years, we will see green hydrogen vehicles plying the road. I still feel there's a lot of hurdle to be crossed in terms of development stage, right? Not just in terms of production of hydrogen, but also storage, safety standards, transportation. It will come, but it's not the silver bullet we are all hoping for. So what we require is a mix of renewable energy. So for example, if you take mobility, transitioning to EVs, but then the primary source of energy should not be coal-generated power. It should be something else. Could be solar, could be hydrogen, could be something else. So, and looking at other hard-to-abate sectors also, where currently a lot of gray hydrogen is being used. That is a sector where immediately gray hydrogen can be replaced with green hydrogen, provided we are able to generate that level of capacity. And for that, however much I would like to believe that yes, in 5 years' time, we'll be there, but it will take us a few more years to get there.
Thanks a lot, Chipra. Do we have any more questions from the audience? Oh, we have a full, empty basket of questions. Okay, I'll take that up in a second. So in the meanwhile, I'd like to pose one more question to Dr. Beda, actually. We've heard from the Honorable Chief Minister, and I've also been living here for 3 years. Meghalaya has been a real champion in the implementation of externally aided projects. So we have, excuse the acronyms, but I think that's something, we have a lot here. We have MLAMP, we have CLAMP, we have MagLife here. So which are, can I say that, have a strong focus on agriculture, right? So how can connectivity play a role in this, specifically around renewable energies as well? Obviously there's a lot of connectivity already in there. There's market linkages, there's entrepreneurship. So can you shed a little bit light, how can connectivity, how can other topics, health, education, research, come into play? Just for us to understand, okay, what is working, what can be done better? Where's some, scope for us to come in?
So to answer that, I'll take the help of pineapple. Meghalaya is one of the largest producers of pineapple, and the problem, the issue in agriculture is not productivity. It's about a sustained supply of the goods. Now there are so many food processing industries across Meghalaya in and around, but one of the major problems they face is this, that during season, they have the problem of plenty. So much so that they will have to say no. And the farmers might have to throw it, feed it to the pigs. That's the case here. In the lean season, the prices go very high, which becomes economically unviable for many of the entrepreneurs. Now, this is where solar, and again, we have the problem of electricity. We need warehouses, we need cold storages. How do we address that? We need a source of electricity. Again, we have the problem of hydroelectricity here. That's an unreliable source of energy. Again, it comes back to renewable energy. So under the schemes that Brother Flo has mentioned, we have, the government has supplied a significant number of solar cold storages to the farmer producing companies, FPOs, so as to ensure a good supply chain. That's one. Number two is road connectivity. Now, I come from Punjab, Khadar, and I've seen Atari border several times. Less of an officer, more of a protocol officer. Whenever friends come, take me to Atari, take me to Atari. So IAS, IPS officers, everybody's demand is take me to Wagah border. And coming from Northeast, I was amazed that we have fought so many wars with Pakistan, but thousands of trucks are waiting in Wagah border to cross over to do trade, So war is something, trade is entirely different. Back here, we have a very friendly nation, has advanced economically like anything. Bangladesh has for your kind of information, is done pretty well economically. And we have Chittagong port, which was traditionally even, as big as Kolkata in the undivided India. As a crow flies, it's not even maybe 3 hours, maybe nearer to any of the ports in India. Why we have not been able to capitalize on that? We have a friendly neighbor right across. We have such a long international boundary. 11 integrated checkposts are coming up. In Dauki, we have the Land Ports Authority is constructing one of the largest ICPs. But how is that going to be operationalized in the true sense? That is the million-dollar question that we need to ask ourselves.
Thanks a lot. To our corporate friends, we had a brief chat before this panel, and I tried to tickle some of your corporate secrets out of you. Both of them were saying, no, we can't give anything. But whatever you can give us, we would like to understand, what is your perspectives in the region? Not only, we do the first project now, we do the second project, but what is the long-term vision? Where do you see a lot of potential that you might not be able to access it now, but sometime down the line, and what do you need to be able to access it? And Sakir, we had a brief discussion also. You were telling, you'd be able to tell us a little bit about, the different states. You see the different states in the Northeast and around, and some states have more potential in a specific sector. Some other states might have other potential. So if you can shed a little bit of a light in this, giving us concrete insights to get an understanding, what projects could be done where on a preferential basis.
Sure, I think maybe to begin with where Mr. Beda talked about, the warehouses or storage which is required, cold storage which is required, it can be integrated, so with the solution which I'm talking about, the distributed generation storage. It can be combined with a cold storage because the waste heat, we call it a CHP sort of model where the waste heat of this can be used for chilling the cold storage, and then you can very well use it power as well as chilling to serve the purpose. But yeah, there are states which we are working and we're keenly following up with them. One is Assam. Assam is much, I would say, developed out of the all 7 sisters. Rich in, I would say, again, hydrocarbon. Assam is, I would say, having large finds of gas. But there are exploration going on, Flo, in this region, and we know some of these states, or rather the companies which are doing the exploration of natural gas. There is a potential available, and I think soon we will hear that the gas is natural gas. I'm still talking about the fossil fuel, but yes, it has to be mixed with future fuel, which I was talking about, hydrogen. And ma'am spoke about the limitation of technology. But I think a couple of things which have been done by the government of India is about removing the hurdle. And one of them is to transfer the energy from any part of the India to other part to basically generate hydrogen. So if you have a solar in Rajasthan, you can use electrolyzers in Meghalaya to produce hydrogen. So that's one part. I think on state-wise, we are looking at Mizoram, Meghalaya, Tripura, Assam. And I think these states where we had in past some bit of, I would say, projects, but those were not being fully utilized. So we are again coming back to these states to really see how they can, repurpose with the requirement of the area. Like in case of Meghalaya, it is the food processing, because large produce is, or rather the economy depends on the farming. So how we can, best repurpose, I would say, the main energy initiative, combining with the requirement of the area. I think that is something which we are looking at. So these are the states where we are, keenly working, and there are some dialogues already happening. One way to also remove a hurdle of doing projects is about PPP model. And I think now the mandate of Government of India is to go with PPP model. Earlier there was hesitation by the state governments or the public sector companies to basically get investment from the private companies. But I see now there is a sea change whenever I go, they talk about investment, and I think which is a very welcome, I would say, movement by these companies.
Thanks a lot. Siddharth?
Hello. Yeah, hi. So when we look at biorefinery projects, so I want to make a point to everyone that you need not look at it as a ethanol project or a product project. It should be looked at from the biomass point of view. So the philosophy which we follow is we look at the biomass and try and convert it into as many products as possible. So with our technology, we have been developing this for almost 25, 30 years now. We have been able to convert now more than 95% of the biomass into useful products. So ethanol is just one byproduct. So we have other products which can come out. Fuel is a product which India is net importer of, and mainly from China. Then acetic acid is a platform chemical, but when you think from a green acetic acid point of view, it has many more sustainable benefits. Lignin is one product which many companies, even including in India, have been working for years. Lignin is a byproduct of mainly a pulp industry. But with our lignin, it is sulfur free. It is now usable for many advanced applications, including batteries as a battery material. And then we have been, the kind of research we have been able to do in EU, we get a lot of support and grants from the government, and we test these products out with the industry. Like the lignin has been tested as a replacement of carbon black in Michelin tires, in BMW plastics which they use in their cars. So those sort of ecosystem, R&D ecosystem, is something which I feel that it needs to be improved in India. There has to be a lot of support which needs to be given for these sort of projects. Solar, it took almost more than 15 years from where the price per unit were 15-20 rupees. Now they are 3 rupees, and it is still viable. Biorefining has just started. It will take its own time. We have a long way to go, so we need support, and that's why I feel that we have to work in a collaboration way, and collaboration has to be coming from government, academia, and industry together.
Very quickly, Flo, and based on your point and your point on PPP model, right? So all the funding agencies, DST, DBT, etc. So they kind of now demand that 50% of funding for research R&D projects should come from the industry, and 50% they will, fund based on practical applications of projects, not just the lab scale research, and which is why these clusters have been seeded. So I'm heading the Delhi cluster. So I invite you, if you have any practical use cases, please get in touch and we can take it forward.
I'll just add here one. I've been to the office of PSA. We have used your Manthan platform, and we have put up a project. But when I got the responses from various universities, we put up a project for development of bioenzymes, because for our project we need to basically import enzymes. So the problem with these universities were lack of funding. So we can provide our part, but they have to be supported from the government.
Thanks a lot. So we've heard now a lot about energy generation. What is the right energy mix? What is the right source of energy? Sir, any more comments on the distribution network, on the on the whole topic that gets the electricity to people actually?
Yes. So regarding distribution network, especially in northeastern region, is we can say it's weak, and from Government of India side, we are providing assistance, several type of assistance in the form of different schemes like Uday or RDSS, or also funding from this Ministry of Donor, and many things. There one special type of problem also we face, that road connectivity hampers our electricity connectivity. We have planned something, some substations in particular area, but roads are not proper to take our transformers to that place. So then again, several times we have to revise the rating of transformers, or revise the rating of even substations. So I think this one type of connectivity hampering another type of connectivity.
So now this issue also need to be handled.
Thanks. So I think Ruchika will solve this problem in panel 3 for you. And now, drawing to an end for this panel, I'd request everyone to, in 1 minute, to just give us a short summary of what you take out of this panel. You know, what is the key messages? And in the end, you know, if you can link it again to this connectivity aspect, you know, that's very important. You know, the other topics that we had mentioned, health, digital, research, transportation. I mean, you just did that. So 1 minute, key takeaways, key message that you'd like to bring across. And this time I would like to start with Ms. Anasua online, if she's still there.
Yes, thank you so much. My key takeaways are basically focusing again on community-based approach. I think in order to in order to address all the concerns related to disaster risk management, risk reduction, I think it's very important to have keeping the strategic geo-environmental situation of northeastern states in consideration. We need to have cross-border water and climate governance in managing its climate risk. And of course, community is playing important role. In fact, there are plenty of examples where the communities across borders sharing early warning systems through their social media network. So we can use this network. So what we need to have is to decentralize the notion of information sharing, where the grassroots level communities can also play important roles. So in terms of research and in terms of engagement, I think it's very important to understand their perspective and what's the gap between their perception and realities. And we can also engage community-based approach. We can also engage community networks. And also, while we are talking in terms of corporate social responsibilities, I think private sector can also play an important role in engaging communities in these segments. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Zakir?
I think development can happen when we engage, the government, the people, and the corporate. I think that's the formula which we will be promoting here. And from the connectivity point of view, I think deployment of such cluster should be such that it shouldn't be. So all these states, specifically northern states, are, small. They're connected. So try to deploy the asset, in an area where you can still connect 2-3 states together with the transmission line. Not very, I would say, high voltage transmission line coming from, very far area. But that can be done at a 33 kV level or 11 kV level. That still can be possible. And put up a asset where the feasibility of feedstock is there. Don't put the asset where there is no feedstock, where there is no accessibility. You can transmit the power with transmission line, but laying a road on that, I would say, path is difficult. But still you can put, transmission lines. I think that's how we should, look at it, this challenge of Northeast.
Thanks a lot. Mr. Berwa?
Here, we should not only focus on Northeast. Because Northeast, again, if we see in isolation, it will be not sufficient. So this is well connected with the interstate system with rest of the country. And we have a strong transmission network. That's not an issue. Every state has at least one 400 kV level substation. So it is well connected. But for the sustainability, we need to connect to our neighboring countries, Nepal, Bhutan, Bangladesh, which we are connected. But we have to strengthen our system so that the whole of the area is sustainable. And in fact, NER is the gateway to Southeast Asia. We have recently planned one high capacity transmission line with Myanmar. and it has been agreed, implementation modalities are being finalized. So then this area will become an energy hub. Bhutan, Northeastern Power itself, and other region, and if the line from Bangladesh is also connected, then this will be a better connected system and also connected to Southeast Asia.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks. Very quickly, as I think most of the other people have also said before me, decentralized solutions are the key of grid decentralized solution. Second is we should look at a mixed bag of renewables, not just solar, but also utilizing biomass, MSW, second generation feedstock for production. And we should have plants that are able to use multi-feedstock capacity so that they don't run into issues of feed availability and seasonality. And third, most important point is wherever we have these plants, we should have an engagement with academia as well to improve the efficiency and bring the cost down.
Thank you. Dr. Beda?
Well, I've said whatever I wanted to say. From the global geopolitical perspective, the Northeast India, in the existing changing order of the world geopolitics and new players, Northeast region will become a focus for geopolitics in the coming years. And I will urge upon EU to invest as much as possible, engage the region, and try to improve the socioeconomic conditions here, which will be a very strategic investment for you in the years to come. Thanks.
Thank you. Siddharth?
So the good thing about this program is that we are all very forward-looking to all the solutions. We are flexible and everyone is open. So the thing is, I would like to add that these projects which we are doing are very good for, create a lot of impact. For example, almost 25 million euros of sourcing is done for the biomass annually. And in terms of climate change, almost 150,000 tons of carbon dioxide equivalent can be saved with these sort of plans. So I would request, whatever EU member states have plans, they can think about biorefining investments into this region. We have been very happy so far. Our experience has been really good, and we look forward to create more and more investments into this region.
Thanks a lot. So closing this session, I think has become very clear, and it's nothing new that this region has its very own challenges, obstacles, but also opportunities. And connecting to what Kong Mukim from the Shillong Times said this morning, and I think that also became clear from this panel discussion, we need very tailor-made solutions for a very unique but wonderful region. Thank you so much, everyone who has been in this panel with me. Kublai Shibun, Mitela, thank you.
Thank you very much to you all for your contributions. We have now a tea coffee break. We will reconvene at 4 o'clock. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest. Thank you. Just a short announcement. We will start the next panel in 1 minute. So please use those 60 seconds well to come to your seats. Thank you very much. Time's up. Okay. Please bring your coffees in, but we need to start with the last third panel, transport connectivity for trade and sustainable value chains. Just a reminder that we want to capture as many comments and ideas as possible. So don't hesitate to use the QR code, the link to the feedback, to express your ideas, or if you want to write them down and hand it over to the team, that is also an option. So for our last panel, I would like to welcome and invite to the panel the chair, Mr. Rajak Nag, former Managing Director, Asian Development Bank. Thank you very much. Welcome. Also, our team member, moderator, Ms. Ruchika Kuthari, advisor, JAAP Enterprises. Very much welcome. And then the members of the panel, starting with Mr. Moses Chalai, IAS Secretary, North-Eastern Council, Ministry of Donor, Government of India. Very much welcome. Mr. Selva Kumar, Director, Inland Water Authority of India. Welcome very much. Mr. Dushinath Thakur, Deputy Executive Director. Very much welcome. And finally, Mr. Jay Nishat, Chairman, AIDIA Nepal. Very much welcome. Mr. Nag, the panel and the floor is yours.
Thanks very much. Thanks, Lawrence. Ruchika and I will co-moderate this session. And Ruchika, we of course have a challenge. This is the last panel in a rather hectic, intense, and very interesting discussion we've had yesterday and today. So it'll be a challenge to keep everybody engaged. And if they're not engaged, it's because we, the co-moderators, have failed, okay? So we'll try our best. Okay. Well, thanks very much, everybody. This is a great opportunity to talk about the third pillar of the connectivity triangle. First being the digital, which we talked about this morning, then the last session on climate change and renewables, and the third pillar being transport. So what we think we'll do, considering we have such an eminent panel, I will introduce them as we go along, briefly, because you can read their details elsewhere. We decided to take, first of all, obviously, a Northeast perspective. And who better than having Mr. Moses Chalai to talk about it. From that northeast perspective, we will move to the region as a whole. India, Nepal, Bangladesh, how that all fits in. And we'll have Jay talk about that. But that's still at a relatively macro level, and important as it is, ultimately what matters, particularly for transport, is what happens on the ground, i.e. roads and railways, etc. And we will have our good friend, Mr. Selva Kumar. He will talk about some of the specific projects and the challenges and all of that. But all of this is fine too, but ultimately somebody has to bring in the money. And therefore, we have the great pleasure of being able to get Dushyant to talk about it. So we'll go from the region, from the northeast to the region, down to the projects, up to where it really matters, which is money. And then Ruchika will sort of, weave it together, particularly from the perspective from EU. What would EU sort of expect? They're very keen to come in here. What is it they need for that to happen? And we'll try to do it all within 45 minutes, rather interactive. And we'll leave 45 minutes for our audience, because that's where we'll get good feedback. And Ruchika will take it on from there. Okay? So let's start without any further ado. Mr. Moses Chalai, thank you very much. Thank you very much for joining us. And we couldn't think of a better person than the Secretary of the Northeastern Council to talk to us about his perspective from the Northeastern point of view of the transport connectivity. And of course, anything else that you think you should include. So I pass it on to you.
Thank you, Rajatji. And my other co-panelist here, Dushyant. I see him in another avatar. Selva Kumar, Mr. the Director, and then Ruchika and Jay. And also, of course, Sabia is always there. So, and all the esteemed participants. Today we are looking at this transport connectivity for trade and sustainable value chains, yeah. So as I'm expected to, I can go on and on, but I'm expected to, give the broad, connectivity that that's happening in the region. So a lot is happening. In fact, a lot is very, very modest. Huge infrastructure development is taking place in the region. Whether it's connectivity, whether it's railways, whether it's roads, whether it's the aviation, the telecom, the banking, all other related infrastructure. So it's coming into and of course telecom, yeah, and in a big way. So right now, in the recent past, in 9-10 years, all the railway gauge has been converted into broad gauge. That's a big achievement. 15 projects, railway projects have been completed, costing about 36,000 crores. So it's there on the ground. And then right now, 100 tunnels of 146 kilometers of railways are under construction. And 25 tunnels of about 18 kilometers already operational. And like I never thought that we will see railways in Manipur. It's almost reaching Imphal, and then it's almost reaching Aizawl. So these are the dramatic connectivity in terms of railways that is coming up, and also it is reached, Agartala and beyond to Sabrum side. Roads are happening every way. When the four-way lane started appearing, we said, wow, absolutely impressed. But now it's almost becoming a commonplace in many important routes of the region. And the two-way lanes are all over. In fact, in the last this many years, the exact figure I can get it, but it's more than 1 lakh plus crores are are even happening right now. So huge investment is happening there. Aviation has come a long way, and about 17 airports are operational, and they're very actively operating. Many of us may be knowing that about 81 flights are operating out of Guwahati daily. And maybe even Shillong might have reached double digit in a week. In fact, Shillong also has come a long way, Umroi Airport. About 19 years back, or 18 years back, I joined a few of us passengers and some of us who came to see of some guests. We joined in chasing a cow from the runway because a cow had sneaked into the Shillong that airstrip, because the flight comes only thrice a week or so. So in those 2 days, don't know how this cow slipped in, and someone said, Gaya, beach. And I also joined in chasing that and then flight. So from there, we have come a long way. So huge developments is happening in these things. Now, let's bring about these things. You see the changes that is coming. I was amused and pleasantly surprised to hear that someone can reach from Guwahati to Tura in 3 hours. We used to take 5 to 6 hours in those good old days, 10 years back. Recently, we drove from Tawang to Shillong in 1 day. This was unthinkable even a few years back. Because Tawang means, Bomdila is a mandatory stopover. It's possible. So, but that day, had we started at 5:30, and had we not done some inspections of some of our works happening on the way, I went to see some of our projects, we could have reached here by 9 o'clock. And that's the kind of the connectivity that is happening. And that's one side. But now I think a lot of people have spoken, and Sabia and we all have been into that. And in April, we had a conference in middle of April in Agartala, that how that now they look east and act east has to be by south. So we will go east still, but through south. In foreseeable future, that's how I see. Because the surface is going to have a lot of challenges. Physical challenges. I don't know, sorry, I should have kept that up. Physical challenges, and also the political instability and quite a few other things are there. So we need to get out from northeast and jump into Bay of Bengal through south. Till we have a good sea exit route, I think we all have this. Limitations will be always there. Northeast, we cannot right now compete with the conventional industry because of this transportation bottlenecks. Unfortunately, this I have to repeat, and every time I repeat, I feel bad. 1947, when we were suddenly cut off because of the partition, the shock happened in 75 years back, and the shock is felt even this day, every single day in the Northeast. And this is the disadvantage that we are. However, everything is not lost. Things are really looking up, and I'm quite upbeat. And this is some of the things that we can, do. And so the transportation sector has really coming up. Much more needs to be done. Yes, we can always agree that. But I want to say that yes, much is happening. A lot needs to be done. But I think we are coming to the threshold from where, yes, we have enough, at least basic connectivity from where we can do now business. That's where I would like to say it. And maybe as we move on, of course, I'll be very happy if I'm given about 2-3 minutes to talk one of my favorite topic, that is the 4.0 industry and why it should come to Northeast. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chalai. Your point about this region still feeling the shocks of partition 75 years back is actually very gripping, and that's the reality. But that's what we're getting there, and this point came up in all the discussions we've had so far. Moving to the region, one of the paradoxes that I've observed on my work on regional integration and connection all over Asia is that regional projects are generally win-win propositions for both countries or all countries. The challenge is that there is what I call asymmetry of benefits and costs. Each country doesn't gain equally, and the costs are not equally borne. And this is why regional cooperation projects sometimes, from an individual country's point of view, gets into a situation, but what's in it for the other country? And my advice always has been, why don't you let them worry about themselves and you worry about what's in it for you? And I thought it will be extremely interesting and exciting to hear you, Jay. Given your background, he has a very exciting set of portfolios, chairman of the Asian Institute of Diplomacy on International Affairs. He has worked in international development. He has worked in democracy, propagation practitioner, political analyst, broadcaster, and university lecturer. So he combines academics and public sphere very eloquently. So Jay, if you could kindly talk to us about the regional connectivity, India, Nepal, India, Bangladesh, etc., from your perspective, and the challenge of this costs and benefits, unequal sharing. Jay.
Yeah. Thank you, Rajatji. My fellow panelists and everybody present over here today. I think I'm the only one who comes from Nepal. In this entire hall, I didn't find the second person. And also when I interacted with a few natives over here and I explored if they have been to Nepal, there were more no's than yes. But if I had been to Delhi or Mumbai or in some other big cities, if I meet 10 people, maybe 4 or 5 say that yes, they have been to Nepal. Whereas this is so close to Nepal. We just go to that chicken neck, the Siliguri corridor, and there is the Nepalese border. And Nepal practically shares its border with 4 different states in India: Uttarakhand, Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, West Bengal, and then Sikkim. So I think a couple of words from Nepal or about Nepal or on Nepal may be a bit relevant. Nepal and India shares, I think, this most unique border, and I can go to an extent of saying that perhaps in the world. It's an entirely open border to an extent of about 1,750 kilometers. No Indian or no Nepalese need to have any document if they cross the border overland. But of course, when you take a flight, then you may have to take, let's say, your passport or your Aadhaar card with you. So it's entirely a free border. And since it's a free border, you can practically cross the border almost from any point, because there are the fields running between the borders. I come from a bordering town of Janakpur, and Janakpur is the place where Ram and Sita got married. And there are sections of borders where you can find the pillars over there in the middle, but really don't knowing which part of the territory belongs to Nepal and which to India. So having a border like that and then talking about the trade, transit, and connectivity, I think creates some challenges. But having said that, overland, you can go through, let's say, at least 7 proper checking points. Then there are 14 or 15 choti bansar, as they say it, and then you cross the field and you come in India. One interesting aspect that I may like to recall is when Mr. Modi became the Prime Minister, within his 3 months in office, he visited Nepal. Nepal was his second destination. The first one was Bhutan. And he addressed the parliament over there, and he gave a formula. He said that Nepal and India can progress together if there is a hit. And by hit, he meant high wage, I wage, that means information technology, and then trans wage. Perhaps he was talking about the transmission infrastructure. And just yesterday, as there was the Nepalese Prime Minister coming to Delhi, and Mr. Modi and Nepalese Prime Minister Mr. Prachanda, they had a joint press statement, and also they addressed media over there. And one more time, Mr. Modi said, that 9 years back in Nepal's parliament, I gave you a formula of heat. And this time, I repeat this formula heat, but I would like to call it superheat. As Mr. Modi loves to play with the words and he loves the acronyms, it suited him. But just yesterday when I heard Mr. Datta Sabya, he also said that this event is on the 3 pillars: energy, transportation, and then digital. So the very thing was said by your Prime Minister 9 years back in Nepalese Parliament, and you said it yesterday as well. So if that was the hit, and yesterday was a super hit for him, then what I should call your pillars, maybe a blockbuster. But from there, I don't know if it is just a coincidence or Sabya did some trick. Yesterday, Nepal and India inked 7 agreements, and barring one, the 6 were based on this heat formula. So there are the agreements that have taken place yesterday, and that covers the area of, let's say, a couple of ICPs. Then there is a talk about India buying electricity from Nepal to a tune of about 10,000 megawatt in next about 10 years, if Nepal can produce, and if Nepal and India have a proper arrangement to purchase that power. But one remarkable thing that I must talk about in this very August gathering is that arguably Nepal and India are the only 2 countries that have signed an agreement, and it took place yesterday, whereby a Nepalese coming to India or a Nepalese going to India can make their payments by, what do you call it, sharing the barcode? Yeah. And I asked a couple of IT experts over here in this hall, and they said that they don't remember if any 2 countries have such an arrangement. So I would like to say that when it comes to digital connectivity, Nepal and India have taken a step forward. And now, a Nepalese, when they come to India, don't need to worry. They can just use their phone and make a payment. So I think there are several such developments that are taking place between Nepal and India. And if I bring the regional twist, then recently there is the addition of Bangladesh. As you know, Bangladesh has this compelling obligation to get rid of fossil fuel. And they have a plan in place that by 2050, they would like to get rid of at least 40% of their fossil fuel. And they would like to replace it with clean energy or green energy. And they are eyeing Nepal for that. Nepal has a capacity of producing about 200,000 megawatt of hydropower electricity. Earlier, it used to be about 83,000 megawatt as it used to be put in the academic papers. But with the advent of new technologies, and now the same river can have, let's say, 3 or 4 hydropower generation dams. So that capacity has now gone up to about 200,000 megawatt. And Bangladesh has this plan to buy electricity from Nepal. They're already in some kind of understanding to develop a hydropower project in Nepal of about 680 megawatt, that is called Sunkosi Power Project. But the most challenging thing is how they would like to evacuate that power from Nepal to Bangladesh. Because there is this chicken neck or narrow stripe of about 22 kilometers between Nepal and Bangladesh. So they are looking for, and also the Nepalese are looking for, a tri-party agreement so that Nepal, Bangladesh, and India can sit together, can form an arrangement, and then Nepal would be able to sell electricity to Bangladesh through Indian territory and infrastructures. But yesterday there was an agreement, and India has agreed to let Nepal and Bangladesh trade to a tune of about 50 megawatt of electricity. And they want to do it at an experimental basis. And an excuse that India is having on that is that their infrastructure is running to full capacity. They don't have any more space to carry the Nepalese power to Bangladesh, but hope they try to build some more infrastructure in the future. So I would like to stop over there at that point, and then I can add value maybe later on.
Thanks very much, Jay. your last point is extremely encouraging, and I wouldn't worry too much about it's only 50 megawatts. It's the beginning. And once that's done, 50 can be expanded to 100, 200 at any point. But and as you know, this has been long in the making. So these are all very encouraging. And though you didn't touch much on Bangladesh, but I'm very glad you brought in Nepal, because Bangladesh connectivity issues we've discussed quite a bit. So this supplements very well our discussions. As I said, from the northeast to the macro, let's now get to the projects themselves. And very much along the lines of what Mr. Chalai mentioned, the undivided peninsula really depended tremendously on inter-riverine connectivity. And unfortunately, of course, partition snapped all of those. And fortunately, we're all coming back again to using the waterways to restore that connectivity and therefore opening up the potential. And I'm delighted that we have Mr. Selva Kumar, who is he's a director at the Inland Water Resource Authority. And he has a very significant experience having worked on the, was it the Haldia port, the multimodal that you started with? No, I know, but you started with having worked on Haldia many years back. And then, of course, the more important and more recent and in a way more dramatic, the Kaladan port. And Mr. Selva Kumar mentioned that he was actually with the project on day one back in 2008. And here we are. He was a witness to the opening of it last month or so. So, Mr. Selva Kumar, if you would kindly tell us about the, not the details, but the lessons learned in implementing such projects, challenges, opportunities, success lessons, etc. So, we depend on you to pull us back to ground. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, the session moderator and co-panelist, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening to everybody. Here in this session, I like to express my point and all in three ways. First of all, I like to say about the connectivity, because this session is about the connectivity. I like to tell about the connectivity, that is mostly waterway connectivity. What are all the connectivities existing in state or with other countries, what are all going on there, that I will, first of all, I will tell. And for connectivity, for this promoting and the publicity, what are all the effects we have done, what are the waterway conclaves, seminars we are conducting for making public awareness programs, what are all we have done, that I will tell in the next this thing. And lastly, that output of this session, that is the new project connectivity, what are all be there, how we can, the new proposal can come up, those things I will cover in this one. It's as a first, that connectivity, what are all existing, I'll first from basic onward, from the background, I'll touch background. 1986, this IWA was declared as by an act of parliament. IWA was set up in 1986. From 1986 to 2014, there were only 5 national waterways there. When this new government, under the leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister Modi sir, 106 new national waterways were identified and it was declared in 2016. As our Mr. Jayaprakash was expressing that one, our Modi ji was giving more importance about this Nepal and all. He has given more importance for waterway development also. His first view is that vision of the Honorable Prime Minister is that this waterway is the alternate mode of transportation for passenger and cargo movement. That was the priority what he was giving. Based on this only, 106 new national waterways were declared in 2016. Total now we are having 111 national waterways spread across India. In this 111 waterways, we have done, IWA had done feasibility study. We have done all feasibility studies, and all feasibility studies report are available in website also. Anybody can go through from our website and they can download that report also. In that 111 national waterways, our department IWA, we have categorized these waterways in 3 categories, category A, B, C. Category A is mainly for cargo movement, because cargo is the main mode of transportation for these waterways. This passenger and all will be secondary only, because anybody want to travel by around 100 kilometers, road will be the giving first preference, because it is very easy, 1.5 hours you can reach, whereas waterway it will take 8 to 10 hours. If you see cargo movement, There, if you move around some 600 ton cargo, we can reduce around 50 truck load from road. That can be reduced with this, with economic and other benefits like pollution, environmental pollution, all these things can be avoided. Lot of benefits are there when we move cargo through waterway. That is why government is giving more importance for waterway movement. This cargo, when we move through waterway, it will be cheap also. For that purpose only, we are categorizing this waterway, category A. Around 23 waterway is category A, which is identified and it will be developed for cargo movement. Next is category B will be coming around 25 waterways, which will be having a less cargo, around 25 to 50 ton cargo will be moved, and with passenger movement will be taking place. That will be category B. Another around 58 waterways will be category C. This category ABC we have identified, and we are making the priority wise, we are developing that one. But when we make this priority, and if you see the category C and all, it will take long time to come for that project. That is why our government of India, our IW also, we are taking a stand that one. We have requested all state government also to go through the DPR. Whatever waterway coming in their area, in their state, they can come up with a proposal for developing that one, which will be 100% financial support will be given by Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways. That guidelines, everything is available in IW website also, in Ministry website also it is there. All state can come. If you see this 111 national waterways, 20 national waterways in Northeast state, 20 in the 12 in Assam, 5 national waterways in Mizoram, Meghalaya, and Mizoram, Tripura, and Arunachal Pradesh having one each. See, if you see the states and all, Tripura, Mizoram, and Manipur and all, they have come up with a proposal for developing their waterway with their project report and all, which was approved by Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways, and they are developing also. Now this, from this Meghalaya, we have not got any proposal for development where 5 national waterway is there. That I will come later on also about that one. And this is the first importance how the government is giving for developing this in national waterways. This next step is that one, that connectivity, existing connectivity. See, national waterway 1, river Ganga is a national waterway 1, and Brahmaputra is a national waterway number 2. This Ganga is 1,620 kilometer length of waterway, whereas Brahmaputra is 891 kilometer. These two waterways having a connectivity through Indo-Bangladesh protocol. We are having a protocol route connecting this Indo-Bangladesh protocol route by National Waterway 1 and National Waterway 2. Now recently you might have seen that one, longest river cruise, MV Ganga Vilas, which was flagged off by our Honorable Prime Minister at Varanasi, reached Dibrugarh safely by around 50 days travel. They have reached Dibrugarh, which was received by our Honorable Union Minister for Port, Shipping and Waterways, Sri Sarvananda Sonowal on 28th February, which was flagged off in Varanasi on 13th January this year only. That is a great achievement, which shows also, because it has made wide publicity, all the things, people are very much aware that one passenger or cargo can be moved from Varanasi to Dibrugarh. This waterway is already active, and this has given a promotion, which has given a public awareness. This waterway can be used for passenger and cargo movement. This is the one route connectivity. Another one connectivity what we are having to the northeast region is through Myanmar. We are having, there is one project, that is the MEA project only, Ministry of External Affairs project, where they have requested this Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways for assisting for developing this waterway. Kaladan River is the river which starts from that Seamouth Seaway and reaches up to Palava, that is 160 kilometer in Kaladan River, that is a waterway portion. And from there, Palava to Zorinpui, that is a border of Indo-Myanmar border, that is Zorinpui, that connects that Mizoram, that 110 kilometer road component. There are two components are there. Whereas we have already completed the development of waterway component, and 9th May, our Honorable Union Minister Sarvananda Sonowal has inaugurated the port, Situay port also. It became functional, and one ship also, first trial run ship from Calcutta port test. It has reached this city also safely within 2 days. This is the second connectivity what we are having through this other country to northeast region. Third, this with Bhutan also we are having a lot of requirement also. They want to move stone chips from Bhutan through our national waterway number 2 Brahmaputra to Bangladesh. This lot of stone chips movement is already taking place because there is a need of stone chips for Bangladesh, and which can be brought from Bhutan through this national waterway to from Dhubri, otherwise from Jogopa. We are having a permanent terminal at Pandu and Dhubri. Now one terminal under construction at Jogopa. Jogopa is still near to this Bhutan border. That will be developed by this December end. We are trying to complete the project. Our Minister Sonal Saab also this month on 4th May, he had a surprise visit also. Because that much importance in the top level, high level, they are taking interest to see that this waterway projects have been completed, and that too before time. By compressing the time, yes, we have already made all arrangement, everything to mobilize more manpower as well as machinery. And he has told also even to do the work for 3 shifts and try to complete by this December end. That much we are giving priority for developing this one. Once the Jogopa is developed, means this cargo from Bhutan also can come. These are all the 3 ongoing projects with other countries, I'm telling, going on. Other than also, there are a lot of projects is there. After this, our leadership and guidance of our Honorable Minister, Sonawal Sir, we have started a construction of ship repair facility at Pandu only, which was a very dream for so many years. There was no ship repair facility. Whenever any vessel comes for movement, cargo movement and all, they have fear that if anything happens to the vessel or some repair and all, they have to travel to Calcutta for getting it repaired. Again, it will come back sail. It will take more than 1.5 months, and a lot of expenditure will happen. For that, a ship repair facility was a dream for this Northeast region. That already has been approved by this DIB, the Delegated Investment Board, which was with our Honorable Minister, this thing. We have completed that also. Now one more road project. Like that, many project is coming up, and we are making this waterway conclave. We have made a Dibrugarh also 2 days waterway conclave, and so many other seminars, and also we are making it, and we are giving the publicity and for awareness to all other stakeholders also, so that they can come and use this waterway. These are all we are making. Then further new project that I will come in the next this thing. Thank you, sir.
My God, that's very impressive, and reflects the importance of waterways. And of course, I'm looking forward very much to this cruise on the Ganga sometime. One thing that I found in my work at the Asian Development Bank, and actually confirmed very much in the discussions yesterday, Chalia, EU essentially was saying, we're very interested in this region. There is this global gateway proposal and commitment, very strong commitment. But the bottom line is, where are the projects? It has to be done in a way which is bankable, which is sustainable, meets all the guidelines and the requirements. And what I heard the Chief Minister and the other side saying is, where is the money? So I think the challenge on any infrastructure development is to bring these two together. There is enough money in the ecosystem, primarily the private sector, who are looking for good projects to invest. There are enough projects, and we heard a very impressive list that Selva just outlined. And that is where I bring in good friend Dushant Kaur. He is the Deputy Executive Director of the World Association of Investment Promotion. It's a Geneva-based NGO, 110 member countries, many multilaterals involved. But very impressively, he is one of the masterminds behind Invest India in setting it up and then taking it where it did. So he is the right man with the background and the perspective and the vision. So Dushant, tell us about what investors look for when they're looking for projects such as what we're talking about here.
Thank you so much, sir. I'd like to make 6 specific points here. The first is, you've got DFIs here from Europe who are already directly talking to you, and they've been loud enough in expressing that there is an interest from their end. So that's sort of taken, that if you put some good things in front of them, they would be ready to consider it. Number 2, there is one more segment which I did want to touch upon. It's not an easy segment, but this segment is what really represents, big money. And something once unlocked can actually help countries meet their SDG goals and, talk about all of these sectors that we've talked about, and that's the space of institutional investments or financial investments. Institutional investors manage $120 trillion. They have assets under management of $120 trillion. Now, what are we really talking about? We are talking about limited partners, organizations such as LIC. We all know LIC, Temasek, ADIA, CPPIB. From Europe, there are a number of them. Swedish APs are there, quite a few of them. APG, Norges Bank, just as examples. But these are the limited partners, the guys with the deep pockets. The second is the general partners who manage the money for limited partners. Again, NIF, everybody knows about it. KKR, Brookfield, from Europe, again, some of them would be like 3i, Antem, Arcus, and there's a number of them. So that was the first point. Now, within this, infrastructure is the space where their interest has been rising crazily. That's what we've observed it was not really there earlier, but in these last 4-5 years, we've seen them now move a lot into the infrastructure space to the extent 3 to 7% of these really big pockets of money are moving towards infrastructure. So there is an appetite there. The second point is what is required. Where do they put in? So their money would go into either corporates, companies, which are listed, or it will go into projects. And when we are talking about transport infrastructure here, and there's a list which also Ruchika had shared. So what were the sort of areas which were mentioned there? They were mentioned like tunnels, metros, waterways, bus modernization projects. But also interestingly, I've been associated with the Northeast region, and we interestingly saw the Northeast come together, and Moses sir has played a very important role. Dubai Expo is one place where all of them came in together. They had prepared a booklet on investable projects. Now, end August, that's the tentative date, there's a big Northeast Summit which is going to take place. And again, there's a deep booklet on investable projects. More than 100 projects are listed there. I have some names, but I won't, because of paucity of time, like to go in there. Now, that's the second point, that there is very clearly, and if you have seen session by session today, the clear message which was coming out, all discussions were leading to projects taking place. The third point here is I did want to reflect on one area which I've been very passionate about, and Moses sir will also sort of, second me in that. That is the space of industrial infrastructure. I was involved, sir, when Make in India was being conceptualized, and very clearly Northeast is where we need more stuff to happen, Northeast and, this entire region. So clearly industrial infrastructure, there are 125 industrial parks, SEZs, special economic zones and all of that. Almost half of them are in Assam and the rest of them are in the remaining state. But there's a clear need of investments going in here. And this is a message to the EU, Team EU here, that this could be one potential area, because they'll need a specific ticket size. You talk to a particular state, they can bring together all of their industrial parks and give it to you as a specific item in which you can invest. ADB has been doing a lot of investments also in Tripura, just as an example. The second area I again wanted to mention again is border centers. Since we're talking about, the whole connectivity thing, Doki, Sabroom and More were three of the areas identified in the ADB report. And it's a brilliant document, more than 1,000 pages, a lot of knowledge out there. So that was the third point, which is essentially more about projects and then projects as an example in these areas. The fourth point is why would they invest? What is it that they're going to look at? You give them a project, it's not that they're just going to come out there. This is money, money which they want to very carefully put in. So the projects need to be bankable. And, especially when we're talking about to GPs, the general partners, for them being bankable is important. That is the sort of experience which I wanted to tell Team EU, that please, if these projects are going to land up in your lap, and when you're going to evaluate, it's great if you guys want to do a little bit of capacity building now, when these projects are being conceptualized. So that's again a clear area, and I've seen a lot of demand. And we as VIPA will be very happy to come in and partner, with Team EU for this initiative. So that's the fourth point. Fifth point, very quickly, and sorry if I'm taking a little more time here, but digitization and technology, and I know we had a specific panel on that, but that can play a very, very big and important role. Three very quick examples here. One, the India, and this is from my previous role as the Senior Vice President at Invest India, where we had set up the India Investment Grid, the National Infrastructure Pipeline, and we're talking about 9,000 projects being there. That's a menu of projects, So that's one thing. Obviously, it requires more going in, sitting, talking, discussing these projects. That's one space, but that's an online platform, and there's been good amount of interest. Second example, Gujarat has just done its Gati Shakti, portal, and that's where if you're making for example, a road from a point A to point B, it'll clearly tell you what all clearances, licenses are required. I was responsible for the national single window system, but that was more manufacturing. Infrastructure, Gujarat's an example which I wanted to give. And third is the project monitoring group. You're talking about 500 crore projects which are facing any bottlenecks. PMG, the project monitoring group, runs on a beautiful tech platform. Any issue which is coming up, the specific DC and the guys underneath. So it is going to a sub-district level in those cases. Minus of technology, it is not going to really happen. So those were three examples. My final point, who is going to do this? Who's going to get the money for you? Who's going to do the facilitation? That's the space of investment promotion agencies. I've spent the last almost 4 or 5 years working on Indian state investment promotion agencies. Now, we're talking about what? Organizations such as Invest India in India, BIDA, Board of Investment Nepal, and a lot of these agencies are very powerful. They work very closely with the prime ministers, the president's offices in respective countries. And then we have the subnationals, which work very closely with the chief ministers. If it's UP, then Invest UP would be backed up by, CM Yogi being there. So again, these are the guys, so they're the ones who are going to go out there. They may not directly prepare projects, but they'll be, those real guys who will help in preparation of the projects. And let's train those teams along with the different departments within states. And I can tell you, we are really having right solutions. Going beyond transport infrastructure, meeting up with the SDG challenges is going to become critical as time goes by and as we are nearing 2030. Institutional investors have the money. Let's go out there and get this money. I'll just stop here.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Dushant. And you are the right person for us to tap into to get that money. You have to tell us the homework we'll have to do. That was very, very encouraging and very helpful. Mr. Chalai, you had mentioned that you want to spend a bit of time talking about something which is also very important for you, the digital connectivity. And though we had a session on it, I think we'll all benefit very much from getting your thoughts and views on that. Please.
The digital space on the possibilities is something that has really gripped me. And any talk that it tends to finally drop in there from my side. So anyway, see, we all know what the digital thing, I think we should not even get into that. But when the internet came and began to appear in a much more visible way, 20, 25 years back, 20 years back, one of the things that used to be there is that, how is this internet? How good it is? So one of the frequent answer that used to come and people used to react, and people have even spoken here and there, is that internet does not discriminate. That's one of the biggest thing. Because from the third and second world countries, sometimes you feel that, if they go elsewhere, it may not be exactly, the kind of response that they get. So the internet which does not discriminate today is absolutely a level playing, force. Sorry. So now coming to the things that the first wave of industrial revolution, second, third, and then we are in the fourth. So therefore, we are at 4.0 industry. I would really urge the EU
and the gateway, which we have come together, to seriously consider to bring something that they can onboard for the Northeast under 4.0 industry. Because this will not entail physical barriers and physical challenges that we have with every other industry. And as we said that the GPT chat, incidentally, I'm still resisting to look at it. Maybe in the next 1 week I'll do that. Just reading about it. But I think GPT is what we call the acronym has been kind of, I won't use the word stolen, but they said generative pre-trained transformer. But actually, the real GPT is the general purpose technology. So the human history has these waves. I mean, we have not had many GPTs in human history. But I would say discovery of wheel was one of the GPT. Because there was a technology that could be used across. Electricity is one of the GPT. Everyone thought it was light, but then it went just beyond light, and it begins to cool and hot and heat and move and everything else, including education, health. I mean, talk about it, all of us know. And then another GPT that came and that hit the world was the steam engine. The steam engine, everyone thought, okay, can for some karkhana, this, that, but suddenly this use, that use, across, and finally they said, it's good for Navy also. And they came to India. And that's how the British arrived. Otherwise, I think they would have been happily there, we would have been happily here. So now the latest, the GPT that is coming and going to hit and storm the world is this 4.0 industry. The Internet of Things. And artificial intelligence, very scary actually. I'm genuinely scared about this. Machine learning, 3D printing, and and the 5G and 5G applications. So these are here, and we cannot run away. That is the reality. That is the truth. And can Northeast take advantage of this thing? I would urge that, Dushan, if some of the investors can seriously think to tap this 4.0 industries, which is the new GPT, which will sweep our world in the next 10 years and will change our world like we have never seen. It's only God knows where we are going now. But this is one where, whether you're in Shillong or Haflong or Tamenglong or Namphaalong, all these are real names, okay? They do exist, no? The young people can be in these locations, and they can be as competitive and as creative and as productive anywhere else in this world, And I think the 5G we're talking about, it's, I think, a matter of them, that things like Starlinks are going to just, change disrupt, everything that we know again. So with this, the point that I would like to drive is that our youths are very creative. If it really interests, they can really dedicate it. And they are also very good. The attrition is very low with our people because they don't want to go out of Northeast. So you can get a very, very dedicated group of creative young people, and also very, very easily adapting to this technology. And in fact, this can become a kind of a real hub for the digital world to do, and then get into design of everything else. Maybe our youths can design for all the aircrafts of this world, the industry.
Yeah, it's a real pity that your busy schedule didn't permit you, Mr. Mshalia, to come this morning, because you would have been a very, very significant value added to that. And just for the interest of time, I'll just sort of, wrap up this particular point with one. I'll just come to you in a moment. Yeah, sure. I'll come to a moment. No. It was very useful, and as I said, I wish, and I'm sure the other sessions will take note of this. The only thing that is important, which came out in our morning, in the discussion on the digital in the morning, is that while what you have said is very true, and certainly something that policymakers have to aim for, it is also important to realize that though digital technology does not discriminate, it discriminates in access to begin with. So you have to be very, very clear that the basic enablers, i.e. basic education, basic facilities, basic infrastructure are all there. Otherwise, the danger is, as we have seen in many cases, particularly during COVID, that the digital divide actually gets worse and the inequality gets exacerbated. So I certainly totally agree with you. The only caution I would say is that the burden on the policymakers is to make sure that the enabling environment is provided to all. Otherwise, you'll just make it worse in a way. Dushyant?
So just a small, lighter note, Ruchika sent us some very complicated questions for this panel at 11 o'clock at night for very difficult, industrial and crazy, complex projects. I spent 2 hours understanding the one which Sir just talked about. Now the rest 1:30 at night, and I was like really struggling a bit. I just actually put into ChatGPT the questions which she gave us. The responses were, oh my God, so it was mind-boggling. What these guys are creating is, a little scary. I just did want to tell you. It was, sort of pretty neat is what I just wanted to mention.
Oh, I wish I knew that. Then, I sort of, put it into the chat GTP and see what it says. But no, thanks very much. That's good. That's sort of, good. Okay. So what I'll do at this stage of our proceedings, since we're clicking time, bring in Ruchika. Ruchika, you take the floor. Extract the wisdom from the floor. But before that, please share some wisdom of your own very, very varied experience. She is an amazing person. She's a transport specialist. She's also an entrepreneur in her own right with a focus on trade and development. And she's working on design and developing simplified and responsive solutions for agriculture. So certainly a very wide range of interests, which I think you can all benefit from. And at this place, at this forum, she's assisting the EU as a resource person from which we're all benefiting, certainly this panel. So, Ruchika, over to you.
Thank you, Rajat sir. Very kind words. Thank you, Dushyant, point noted. Co-panelists, esteemed members in the room. Without risking repetition, I think I'm just going to connect. It's been a day of intense absorption for me. Mr. Sandeep said in the morning, seamless connectivity, much emphasized. Osama sir spoke about think digital as a road. I would say think digital as a trade route. Mr. Shahid ul Haq mentioned about geo-economic and geo-environment lens towards all initiatives. Dr. Syed, I'm going to steal much of your wisdom. Focus on being land-linked instead of being land-locked. And digital service experience is the key. On these lines, I think it is very important to build scale as a region and scale in terms of volume and utilization to make any investment in infrastructure and in asset viable and sustainable. Otherwise, it will be small spurts happening in small, less frequencies. So in order to support that, digital connectivity is the spine. It makes us seamless, it makes us borderless, and at the same time, it is very, very important to be to have that continued service by private service operators who would need a certain amount of bandwidth to make it regular in terms of whether it's passenger service or it's cargo service. Further, to explore how the strengths of EU can get translated, I think a lot has been spoken by Moses sir, by Dushyant, by Selvakumar sir, and also by Jay, very interestingly today on utilizing the fourth IR and also some of the inherent strengths like barge operations and waterways and connectivity, which is very inherent to EU when it comes to the inland waterway system and coastal connectivity. How can some of those inherent strengths get translated into the projects that are ongoing? A lot has been spoken on making capacity building and implementation plan clear which again becomes very essential for the success of the project. But what are the ways we can look from EU to paint a layer of green on these existing projects, especially with transport? And how do we look deeper into green fuels? We heard from the session with Shipra and Flo and all the climate and energy experts here. So how do alternative fuels work practically in designing all these projects? So while we are conceptualizing some of these projects, while we are at early stage of implementation of some of these projects, how do we transfer or translate the EU strengths on painting them green? And last but not the least, I think what is also important is the green hydrogen mission, which EU has a focus on, and also India is very closely working towards it. So with those thoughts in mind, I would request Rishikesh sir to make certain suggestions and comments and observations.
A microphone there, please.
In the meanwhile, if there's anyone in the audience who would like to send some questions to the panel here, please do pop them in the basket.
Thank you so much, sir. So it has been a very informative discussion. I would rather not delve into the aspects that you had chosen in mind, because largely for the fact that there were a lot more speakers before me, and there is going to be other experts who will be more informed and who would be giving a better picture as to where EU and India jut in. But I had a question in mind, if I would be allowed to ask that. And meanwhile, I am Rishikesh, Under Secretary in Ministry of External Affairs. And where Ministry of External Affairs comes in is when external partners come in. External partners, European partners or Japanese partners or any external partners come in. And since yesterday we have been hearing huge interest from the European partners. We have been hearing that European partners have been interested in doing a lot of projects in the northeastern states. And we have also been hearing some form of expectations from their side as to the infrastructure or capacity that these states or these regions should naturally have. Conversely, my question was, as states who are working with these institutions, do these states have any expectations from these financial institutions, from these external partners, if there are any? And are there any sensitivities that the states would like these institutions to be mindful of? That's something that would be very informative for MEA also, and for these who are listening from the European institutions as well.
Thank you. We'll just take some of the questions and then we'll request the panelists to answer them one after the other. Can I also request Mr. Sachin Gupte to speak about some of the top-ups on the infrastructure and asset development that's happening? What are the other industries that can come as a topping to it and build up further?
Thanks, Ruchika ji, for putting me in a spot, really. Well, I'll try and answer your question. Just to let everybody know, I represent PATH, an organization which is not-for-profit based out of Seattle, and we have a head office here in Delhi, and we have operations across 23 states in India, and our basic area of work is public health and healthcare services, working very, very closely with the government for health system strengthening. Our area of work remains vaccine, drugs, digital health, of course, health system strengthening, and medical devices and equipment as well. But since you spoke about how we can correlate with today's area of work, we are talking about connectivity. And when you say connectivity, it has two meanings. It's the physical connectivity and, of course, the digital highway. When you talk about physical connectivity, you have roadways and, of course, railways and other means of transportation. And everybody knows about digital. But I'm going to wear a hat of public health, and this has been a subject that hasn't been spoken yesterday or at length today as well. And I saw only 3 cards in the health basket. So I thought it is my duty to speak something about public health. So as I mentioned, that as an organization, I look after the operation for all my portfolios across the country for public health. But more importantly, I want to take everyone back to our experiences during the pandemic. And pandemic actually amplified a lot of gaps that were existing in public health. But also, the systems that were there were quite beautifully utilized and taken an advantage of to make sure that we actually move along. I'll give you a few examples. We talk about digital health. I think the whole world went digital during the pandemic. Everyone was online and work from home was a norm at that time. And there was hardly any physical movement. And I'm going to say with confidence that during this time, there were multiple online sessions that were held for healthcare providers, for the paramedical staff. And it's very important because every single day there used to be new guidelines on COVID. And it was essential that everybody in the system had uniform understanding of the guidelines for the quality of care that was supposed to be given to this kind of people. So all those guidelines were taken care of, and most of the healthcare professionals were capacitated through these digital pathways that we already existed. Most of the guidelines were then transferred through the microblogging site to the end users so that they are actually reading up and keeping abreast with the knowledge. But also another aspect that we really need to look at, which is very important, and nobody in this world did that, but India did it. We developed a vaccine, and we probably had the largest ever vaccination program in the world for COVID. And we developed an application called CoWIN. This CoWIN was able to reach each and every person only because of the digital connectivity that we had, and that has not happened anywhere else.
So would it be right to conclude that the digital connectivity along with the physical infrastructure development is essential to promote health,
Absolutely.
tourism, as well as education and capacity building?
Yeah, it's not just health tourism, it's promotive, preventive, curative aspect of public health as well. Right. And just to add to that, if you have seen, we had our oxygen railways, the trains. We could use and take our PSA plants, that is pressure absorption plants for oxygen production to different ends of the country. We have today oxygen generating plants at PHC, CSC, district hospital, only because we could transport these huge equipments to the end points and we could make this oxygen available. So supply chain, drugs, equipments, everything that is necessary for a strong public health system, you need that. And so I'm wondering if, apart from these investments, how we all can come together to invest in strengthening this system. And I might say just 30 seconds more. I know we are running out of time, but the bigger challenges are new emerging organisms that we are supposed to be taking care of. We look at antimicrobial resistance, we look at climate change, we look at One Health. These are huge challenges in public health in the next 5 years, and we really need to put all our brains together to see how we invest in these areas to the benefit of mankind. Well, if there is health, then all these investment work. Otherwise, it doesn't.
That's a very good thought to leave all of us with, especially when it comes to the public health sector, and connecting it to, I mean, as a voice of the region, I think it's very clear that digital and asset creation has to go hand in hand, especially in our region. With that, I would request if there are any questions in the basket. Dr. Syed, please.
All right, I was concentrating on the sort of waterways that you were talking about. One very serious question. Are you having anything to do, are you planning to do anything particularly in terms of sustainable dredging? Is that in place?
Yes. Now this National Waterway 2, that Brahmaputra, if you see that one, see every fortnightly, every 15 days, we are doing hydrographic survey. Okay, with that we will come to know what is the actual depth available, because the river Brahmaputra is a very dynamic river. Every time it will be changing its course, and siltation, deposition and erosion will be always taking place. That is why we do hydrographic survey every 15 days. That system is fully automated system connected with GPS and the echo sounder and with software and all. It is not a manual, it is a hydrographic survey with automatic system. That is already uploaded in our website also. Track also we are uploading. Actually, if you see the mandate of our waterway, it is only 32-meter bottom width of the channel with 2.5-meter depth only we need. Because river Brahmaputra, if you see that narrow place near Pandu and all, it is almost 2.5 to 3 kilometers. Whereas some places it is around more than 20 kilometers also. We are not going to dredge the entire width and all. We need only 32-meter bottom width. When we do hydrographic survey, then we found that when if any less depth is there, we are already having departmental dredges are there. In IWA itself, we are having 4 cutter section dredges and 2 hydraulic surface dredges are there. That we are already deploying and we are doing that dredging and all wherever required. If you see that last so many years the trend and all, 2.5 meter is the depth required from Bangladesh border to Nimati. See, the entire waterway is 891 kilometer. We are divided into 3 stretches, 3 beat. Up to Nimati, 2.5 meter is our mandate to be developed for waterway. Then from Nimati to Dibrugarh, it is only 2 meter we have to develop. From Nimati to Sadia or the Orium Ghat, 1.5 meter is our requirement. If you see the last, every this hydrographic survey depth and all, water will not go below 2.2 like that. If you, that too in lean season only. Now flood season starts from April to September. It will be flood season. Always there will be more depth, more than 2.5 meter. Lean season, that is October to March, it is the lowest water. That time only water level will go. That too not less than 2.1. As soon as we identify the depth 2.1, immediately our dredger will be mobilized for dredging. That portion, clear that shoal. If you see that overall, this around 88 shoals are there. From this Bangladesh border to Sadia, this 891 kilometer, 88 shoals are there. We are tackling this depth by dredger, as well as another one conventional method is there, that is called bandaling. We put, that is a natural way of diverting the water. When water is diverted to one particular direction, there will be current will be increased and automatically erosion will take place. But that is a little time taking process because natural process. That is why wherever we need immediately dredging, then our dredger will be deployed and we will be dredging. Now if you find that one Numaligarh expansion project is going on, that is 9 million metric ton their expansion project is going on. That for that we are deploying our dredger in Dhansiri river and doing dredging. Then in addition to that one, we have already given this work to our DC also, Dredging Corporation of India, to assist IWA for maintaining this waterways. Not only this Brahmaputra, Barak River is also there, National Waterway number 16, the Dhansiri River as well as Kopali River. We have requested assistance from DCI and they have floated also for dredging. That dredging will be done for that particular width only, not for entire. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think we have 2 more voice of the region in the room, which we'll request to give us their inputs in a very crisp manner because of paucity of time. And then we'll request the panelists to answer Mr. Rishikesh's question and also one question we have from the audience. So could I request Gaurav to give us in very short his comments, and then Mr. Datta from Mekong Institute to let us know a little bit about green corridors in very short. Thanks.
Thank you. So what we are seeing, how digital connectivity is actually impacting physical connectivity. There are examples coming now from Northeast region. One such is when Assam government start to publish their budget and public procurement data in open, what we have observed that this year they were able to come up with a green budget statement prioritizing transport as one of the key sector, and the electric vehicle policy where they are committing to bring in at least 2,200,000 vehicles, electric vehicles in the region. And so if we keep encouraging more and more government agencies to keep sharing data, what we are observing, there are ways they can harness in terms of improving public transport. And this is one example which is coming from the region. And with this policy, I think they are also encouraging citizens to have tax-free registration of the motor vehicle, and also reducing the overall motor vehicle tax subvention by 2%. So those kind of policies are, we are seeing northeastern states are able to implement if they keep sharing more data.
So EU is a perfect example where they have moved leaps ahead in terms of data sharing when it comes to other countries. How can we learn from those data sharing practices and harnessing those for transport sector? That's an opportunity for all of us to explore.
Thank you, Gaurav. Mr. Datta?
Thank you, Ruchira, and excellent panel. It was very interesting discussion. Well, I am from Assam, but living and working in Southeast Asian countries for nearly 23 years now. And currently I'm based in Thailand. And my organization is Mekong Institute. It is an intergovernmental organization with a mandate of sub-regional cooperation in the Greater Mekong sub-region. So when we say Mekong region, it comprises of 5 countries: Cambodia, Laos, Myanmar, Vietnam, and Thailand. When we call it Greater Mekong sub-region, it includes 2 southern provinces of China, Yunnan and Guangxi. So I'm working, and my role basically is on trade and investment facilitation in these countries. And as I said, our mandate is on sub-regional cooperation and integration. So this is being carried out through different regional projects. And today I have been listening since yesterday. So my idea was thought mostly on not a very country-centric approach, but on a regional approach. So we are talking, I think, about the BBIN countries or BIMSTEC countries. So any project intervention has to be regional in nature, because we share the same geographies, same climatic conditions, and our issues are more or less the same. And at Mekong Institute, as we work on certain regional issues related to agriculture or climate or even trade or migration, etc., etc., so these have regional dimensions and are looked into from the regional perspective. And with that basis, we design and implement projects along with stakeholders from this country. As Ruchira mentioned about the Green Corridor, it is one of the projects that was supported by the European Union, and we had an opportunity to work with GIZ, co-design the project, and it was implemented in 5 countries. And there was a series of capacity building activities, including training, workshops, forums, dialogues, and building partnership across institutions. And the focus is basically on greening the transport sector. As you know, similar to our northeastern region, Mekong region is also a land-linked region, particularly. It's not a maritime region. So 70% of the cargo movement is by road. And this cargo movement is emitting nearly 40% of CO2 emissions. So that was the crux of the issue. And with support from the European Union, we implemented this project with certain indicators to achieve, to reduce the CO2 emissions. So we targeted nearly 1,000 trucking companies. So each of these trucking companies are like, they have a cross-border transportation. They run around 50 to 100 trucks, a fleet for each of these companies. So we had a baseline. What are the rate of emissions from these trucks, and what are the impact in terms of their cost and operations?
Sorry,
Yeah.
in view of time, may I
Yeah.
request that we connect with
Sure.
Mr. Datta after the session, because we have a hard stop for
Yeah, I will leave you my business card. It's
Yes.
already there.
Yes.
So if anybody would like to contact, so please get in touch with us.
But
It
great
is- yeah, thank you.
inputs. Thank you for the input on having carbon neutral green corridors, and also, you brought up a very essential point of trucking and first mile, last mile connectivity, which is very key to our region. It's the most required aspect of our region. So thank you for bringing that up. Without losing much time, I think there are 2 questions which the panelists need to answer. So I'll look over to Mr. Jay, and then eventually Moses sir, if you could respond to from Mr. Rishikesh. Thank you.
Thank you. This question that has come my way, and it's talking about the situation of electric vehicles in Nepal. And the question goes like that: they're getting popular in Nepal, also by being a hilly country, and it reduces dependence on crude oil imports. So how this issue of electric vehicles has been dealt in Nepal? Just last week, we had our national budget that was brought by the present finance minister. and it made some very interesting newspaper headlines. The budget allocation, and more than that, the kind of taxations that were put on the electric vehicles created a kind of buzz. Let me just tell you, Nepal perhaps runs the most expensive vehicles in the whole world. Our cars are taxed as high as about 280%. So let's say the car, maybe a Honda City that you buy at about 10 lakhs in India, will cost us about 45 lakhs in Nepal. So a friend of mine once came to Kathmandu, and he said, after having a look of my car, I was driving a small Santro. He said, oh, I was thinking you might be driving an expensive car. Then I said, what car do you drive in India? He said, oh, I drive a Honda City. I said, my car is more expensive than yours. Because I'm paying 280% of taxes. The twist that electric vehicles has brought in Nepal is this. Nepal has a huge trade deficit with India, about 90%. So for every 100 rupees that we buy from India, we export only for about 10 rupees. And a larger portion of that import is in the form of this crude oil. That is also heavily taxed. The vehicles, as I said earlier, are heavily taxed to a tune of about 280%. So a major share of government's revenue is coming by taxing petroleum products and the automobile vehicles. Now, if you go to EV and put some subsidy over there in terms of taxations and everything, government is losing a lot of money. So government is in fix. It's in a catch-22 situation. If it stops, let's say, higher taxes on electric vehicles, it loses revenues. In return, it also consumes less petroleum product. Again, it loses further revenue. So government is trying to do some balancing act, because there is a lot of uproar that, hey, the government is taxing these electric vehicles very high. So the past government raised the taxes. This government again has brought down the taxes, but the cheaper electrical vehicles come more expensive than the expensive electric vehicles in Nepal. Again, that is a very paradoxical situation, but there is a reality. Let's also not forget, Nepal may have about 300,000 vehicles to max. It's a small country. More than that, since the vehicles are taxed very high, not too many people want to buy a car. And there is a higher concentration of those vehicles in Kathmandu Valley. That is about the size of Singapore Island. And Kathmandu at times gets very polluted. So we want to get rid of that pollution, and for that, there is a big ask that electrical vehicles should be reintroduced. So we are playing this hide and seek game with electrical vehicles in Nepal. I don't know what is the ideal situation, but hopefully there will be a situation someday. So there will be a solution someday. And in the same go, also what I would like to say is Nepal offers an excellent platform for building these, data centers or data warehouses. Because what you need for data warehouses are, first, a very high supply of quality energy. Nepal has this potential of producing that one, number one. It also works better when the temperatures are friendlier. In Kathmandu and around Kathmandu, temperature hardly goes down, let's say, 0 even in the peak winter, and it never climbs above 30 degrees Celsius. So it offers a very friendly climatic condition. And also Nepal has about 44% of its greenery maintained. So it has a lot of carbon credit. So putting all these conditions in place, Nepal offers this excellent opportunity for those international players who want to build these global data centers or data warehouses. And if you can support that in any way possible, I think that will be something very fruitful for Nepal.
Thank you. And Moses sir?
Yeah, this was a question about what do states expect from EU. I mean, we heard yesterday about what EU expects from the states. in terms of capacity, implementation, all that. But what is your expectation of them? What do you want them? Was that the tenor of your question? Yeah.
Of course, the standard expectations, I think I don't even need to go into that. But surely the states are likely to expect, some kind of value aid. Maybe, like for instance, I can see that in terms of capacity building, I think a lot can also happen that the states can expect. One is that when we are introducing a new technology, everything is getting smart and should be. So smart power management, for instance, in Meghalaya could be a big thing. Because it was not smartly managed today, they have got their, they're settled with about 2,000 crores deficit in terms of power. They have debt, they have outstanding of that. So I think capacity building, not only the capacity, but of course along with that the investment, if it can come, I think that's what the states can do a lot. So for instance, when it comes to capacity, I would say that it's not only the officials. You train a person like me, I get transferred, or I really don't have time to get down to do and start working on that. So it has to be the first layer and the second layer, always. The guys who will really carry it out and execute also should be touched. And now more and more, our friend was talking about that during COVID, the health workers were trained. That's okay, because they are government employees and they'll continue to first-hand operate. But many of the initiatives are now outsourced to private parties, to vendors. So unless their capacity is also taken care of, just training the officials will just get a kind of just go haywire here and there. So it's a matter of, I think, if from end to end, if this can be taken care of, I think this look, I think smart power management, smart water management, a whole lot of things that can come. But yes, I think the states can definitely spec about something in this digital space. Yeah, this is one thing. And because I don't know whether the EU will fund many of the infrastructure, but a lot is happening on the infrastructure thing. So they may like to come in, they may not like to come in. That's okay. ADB also comes. JICA is there. The other World Bank projects are there. The country itself is pushing in billions and billions of dollars, every year. So that, to a large extent, has been taken care of. But I think smartly and very, very tactfully, yes, they can come in some space.
Thank you, sir. With that, I think we'll bring a close to this session with a 1-minute remark from insight from the esteemed panelist and Raj sir. One key takeaway and one initiative that you think this sector should focus on.
Thank you. So maybe 2 quick points, and I'll try and do justice with time. One, very clearly, the world has changed in the last 36 months. When you talk to the guys with the money 3 years ago, they would not bother so much about sustainability, but today they do. There's a thing hanging by their thread. So if you guys can come out with very good, beautiful projects, they are really waiting for it. That's one. Second point, I just did want to pick up on the healthcare point and give an example of, blended finance. Again, everybody already knows about Samrid here, which essentially USAID did it and then all the banks and everybody's come in. But 16 million was leveraged to create a fund of 160 million, 60 innovative applications, 25,000 doctors, nurses trained, 25 people impacted. Blended is a beautiful solution which can also apply across, a number of areas. I'll just stop here.
Here, one thing, important thing I like to tell that one. See, as I told that one, National Waterway 1 Ganga and Brahmaputra National Waterway number 2. See, now what happened, we have taken this World Bank aid project, that is Jalmarg Vikas project, that is around 5,300 crore project. We are developing River Ganga. In that similar way, this River Brahmaputra was declared in 1988. That time we have made DPR also. Now the DPR is almost very old, more than 30, 40 years. Now we are revising the DPR through rights. Once the DPR is revised, then latest position for developing this Brahmaputra river with capital investment, because Ganga was needing around 5,300 crore. Then Brahmaputra also will come up like that. Whatever project now we are doing, that is for time being, whatever we feel that priority we are doing. In the similar case, when this DPR is finished, already inception report and traffic assessment report submitted, and final report they will be submitting within 3 to 6 months, right? That will be uploaded in website. Anybody can see that one, and like that more investment opportunities, because World Bank has aided Ganga. Like that, this investment also can be made for River Brahmaputra. Thank you.
Once a lot of this connectivity are in place, I think smart logistics management will be very, very important, because all of them are there, but how to smartly, very, very smartly manage them. Notice logistics is a big, big issue. It is easier for me to transport my goods to Delhi than to Imphal. Yeah, so there are some big issues there. So I think the smart logistics, and I think a lot, again, the digital technology can come again here. So if it needs to be somewhere, integrated into that. Yeah, thank you.
Since I'm here in Shillong and I come from Kathmandu, the aerial distance of Nepal to Shillong, I think, is minimal. It's not too much. But I think this region, northeast part of India and Nepal, need to build a better connectivity, at least in terms of flights. From Kathmandu, I went to Delhi. From Delhi, I came to Guwahati. From Guwahati, I took a drive of 3 hours, then I came to Shillong. And again tonight, I'm driving at 1 o'clock in the midnight, and then I'll be going to Guwahati airport. My flight is at 6 o'clock in the morning. Again, 2.5 hours flight to Delhi, and from there, 1.5 hour flight to Kathmandu, having a layover in Delhi for about 5 hours. I think this situation can be ameliorated. This can be made better. And that's the reason why when I walk in the street and I find people that have you been to Nepal or Kathmandu, most of them say no. So I think this region itself needs to have a better connectivity. And since connectivity is the buzzword, let's just start from this region and beyond the sub-region that includes Nepal as well. So that's the message I want to give to the organizers and everybody who is responsible for that. Thank you.
Sir, your viewpoints.
Well, we've all spoken. First of all, take this opportunity of thanking the organizers, the MEA, the EU, Asian Confluence. This has been an extremely well-organized conference, but more than that, really it's a very well-curated one. Each silo, each pillar was not a silo, so it's all fitted in very well. And as we saw, Mr. Chalai was sort of, very easily and seamlessly moving between transport and digital, because you can't sort of break the border. So thank you very much to the organizers. Very, very well done. Today's session, again, because of time, we couldn't get into one thing which was left unsaid, but I think is important I put it on the table. We seem to have talked more about hardware, building the roads, building the railways, building the dredging. Very, very important. But equally important, and sometimes even more difficult, is really what I would call the software. So it's one thing to build the road, which is relatively easy technically, but another thing to talk about the point that Datta was referring to, the protocol, the driving licenses, the behind the border barriers, customs clearances, etc. So this whole software development, in my experience, and I'm sure in everybody else's, sometimes is much more complex, takes much more time, but very much needed. So that's point number one. Point number two, we've talked again about what appeared to be physical infrastructure, digital connectivity, etc. But I think we have to remember, and I'm sure we do, that at the end of it, we're really talking about people. So we're talking about human sustainability. Otherwise, having a road or railways or whatever will just remain physical. So human sustainability is the key. So at that, my great pleasure to have been able to be on this panel with all of you. And Ruchika, thank you very much for co-moderating. Great pleasure, and thank you. And I look forward to the chat GPT, and take it away from him so that next time he doesn't sort of say, I don't have to come because chat GPT is there. But I know you won't, because no chat GPT can replace your wisdom and experience. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. With the thought that, like Moses sir said, much has happened and a lot is to be done. So over to John. Thank you.
Thank you very much to you all for, again, another very interesting, very valuable, very fruitful session. This has been, so far, a wonderful, wonderful day. Now, the next section will start immediately, but please allow us a couple of minutes to change the setting of the podium. And in 2 minutes, we're back. Thank you very much. I think it's been less than the 2 minutes that we needed, but I think it's time we start the wrapping up session. So in order to guide us through what are the main takeaway and the next steps, I would like to invite to the podium again my colleague Stefania Benaglia, Head of Global Connectivity in the Center for European Policy Studies, CEPS. Stefania, welcome again. And again, my friend Sabia Dutta, Executive Director of ASEAN Confluent. Please, welcome to the podium. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I think I have now the very difficult task of concluding what has been an extremely rich day. So I start actually by showing my appreciation for having the opportunity of coming here physically in the region, because it's my first time, but I hope is my first out of many times. And this actually gave me the opportunity of realizing many more things than any virtual or any event that would have taken place in Delhi would have made me realize. So, and especially also the discussion were extremely enriching. So thank you, all of you, for sharing all of this information. I start by saying that, quoting actually previous speakers, underlying how projects don't work because they make sense economically, but they work because they make sense politically. And this is actually my starting point, because we have heard that we are not short of bankable projects. We have heard that there's 100-something. We have heard that the EU actually was quite vocal in stating that if there are bankable projects, there is a political will on putting the funds. So we are in a actually precious position of potentially aligning the demand and the supply. So this is an opportunity that we need to maximize. And what I think is the best way to maximize this opportunity is to find a sustainable strategy. And so actually what I would like to focus on is first the added value of the EU, because that is where actually, you know, we are in a region where you have a multiple of actors that are interested and are active. So we need to understand where the EU can actually play a role which is going to be unique and is going to be the most valued. And the second part is also to understand, and it would be, this is actually a plea for the local authorities. If you would like to reach out to us, we're actually much open for a dialogue in discussing what could be the next steps and how do you think we could take this initiative forward in the most constructive way. So with this in mind, again, I actually would like to focus on the methodology on how to go forward rather than actually looking at specific projects, because today way too many have been mentioned. It would not make justice to single out any, because all of them are equally important and impactful. So the first pillar to devise the strategy is sustainability. It's a key word that has been repeated several times today, and it is also the key word that establishes the whole global gateway. So it is extremely aligned with both the need from the region, the global goals, the ambitions of global gateway. So that is perfectly fitting. And for me, in addition to all of these elements, sustainability also have a geostrategic definition, because the geostrategic importance of the region is clear. And today is perhaps even less than what it will be tomorrow. So the importance of the region is in an increasing trend. And with Brussels waking up on Asia in its way to becoming a global actor, having a sustainable approach with the region is really fundamental for establishing a global actor that tomorrow will actually be impactful. And of course, this is also because the EU and India have the strategic partnership, which is investing a lot politically, so showing how they are actually capable of delivering in something as strategic as connectivity in this region will actually put weight in what has been often called a strategic partnership based on shared values, but this actually will prove how we actually implement our common values, because this is, again, a connectivity initiative based on shared values. So I think sustainability would really put meat into concepts and statements that carry a long way. And again, it is actually in the long term very beneficial also for the EU establish a sustainable partnership with India in this region and with the neighboring countries in view of the upward trend of the geostrategic importance of the region. And on this, actually, I would like to make the link with one partner with which EU is also developing an increasingly important strategic partnership, which is Japan, who is also very active in the region. So thinking about complementarity, which is actually the second keyword that for me is going to be important in devising the strategy, complementarity also comes in terms of jointly developing, or at least jointly thinking, or at least jointly discussing, or coordinating, or finding a degree of common ground. I mean, we can go to whatever level we want, it depends on what is the ambition, but certainly a level of cooperation with Japan needs to happen in this area, because there is alignment in many aspects from all sides. So this is something that also needs to be reflected in our final report. Complementarity, though, is not only politically with this another actor, but it's also because we have seen that we have a number of initiatives that are already present or are in the pipeline. So we need to have a good understanding of what is happening and to work in complementarity with these initiatives to achieve the sustainability. So this is really should be the basis of our approach. And we need to invest substantially in this, and we have seen, you know, how complementarity goes also in very concrete terms. So, you know, I heard a discussion on energy mix, and in energy terms there was this mixed bags of sources. So complementarity really needs to be the approach that is used as a priority. Another key word that came out today repeatedly is access. Access both in physical terms, so access to infrastructure, but as well as access in terms of facilitation, access in terms of education and awareness. enabling the access, especially in the digital domain and all that comes with it, from the business to the basic digital hygiene. So access, we have seen that is, and also access to the money that will be made available, because if we are successful in this endeavor of, facilitating investment in the region, at some point there will be some money that is available. So we need also to think who will actually tap into this money. Will they be local actors, or will they be actors that do not necessarily sit in the region? And this is also something that needs to be taken into consideration, because it is important to ensuring the buying in to have also this aspect that is taken into consideration. So we will also have a reflection on how to facilitate the access from the local stakeholders, which I think is another important aspect. Finally, but definitely not in order of importance, is inclusivity. And we've heard again how the bottom-up approach or a community-based approach is important. And it also needs to respond to an existing demand, but at the same time, it also needs to create demand. We have heard how actually there is, especially there was this mentioning in the digital domain, that there is actually not a demand for digitalization in the rural areas. Or we have heard how there was not a demand from women to actually enter into a training. So we need to create also that kind of demand. So it is at the same time, bottom-up approach, but also creating the demand that will enable the inclusive approach. And the cycle needs to be thought indeed from the build to the end, so the whole cycle of it. So with this in mind, we have tried to translate these theoretical approaches into the 3 areas that I flagged at the beginning of the day. And this is actually going to be the basis on how we're going to develop and work together with the team of experts. So let's see how, again, the complementarity will play in practical terms. The first area that we have identified before was the waste management and resource recovery. So in this context, we have heard actually how we can see how many projects. We've heard the need for research on blue economy, and how we have situations where there are flooding everywhere but not a drop of drinkable water, on how we need to address that. We have seen how there is a need of creating infrastructure for e-waste recycling or BMW, so medical waste. We've seen how also in the energy terms, renewable energy creation and storage, it is a need that has been flagged today. The opportunity that we have for biofuels or biorefinery projects from various sustainable biomass sources. So as you can see, if we start talking about waste management and resource recovery, we do have different ways of understanding what this waste management mean. Same goes for the economic corridors and integrated trade zones. We have both, we just left a discussion with the mentioning of the hard and the soft infrastructure. So how it is not only important to develop the hard infrastructure, but we need to have also actions in the education and grassroots development to access those infrastructures, because otherwise it is wasted resource. We have seen how the trade corridor can actually facilitate medical tourism as well, which has been another area that has been flagged. We see how places such as zones in geographically strategic locations can have common infrastructure, for example, power, and that what can be built over there. Research collaborations on new and alternative sustainable and renewable energy sources can also be a way to develop these economic zones. So again, as you see, when we think about a zone, it is not only geographically a zone, but is a zone that is trying to encompass all the pillars of the global gateway, because we try really to go over the silos approach, where one project is only going to be a road or whatever it is going to be, the infrastructure. No, it's actually, we're going to try to look at it with all the different pillars. Same goes for the water body remediation. We have heard the importance of developing the waterways. The water body remediation actually was rather taking a more climate approach on preservation of the biodiversity, given the uniqueness of the region. And that also, of course, needs to be taken into consideration consideration when we think about the development of waterways. But this is also goes in the same direction of, when we discuss about producing renewable energy through hydropower capacity, well then again, how do we fit into the preservation of the biodiversity in this? At the same time, there was a comment about creating a hub of wellness tourism. That was an interesting part that actually fits well here, because it is talking about how we could actually create a tourism that is more, oriented towards living more organically towards nature. So, one thing could indeed be read in these terms as well. And this also includes the bottom-up approach on the inclusivity of at local level communities, because it enables them to economically thrive through setting up the decentralized solar microgrids, including sustainable energy solar solutions. So you see that, again, the approach, what I try to do right now in a very rough way was simply to exemplify what is going to be our approach in the months to come. That is going to be beyond the silos, and is going to be trying to look at holistically one area and try to see how we can actually build complementarily the various projects into the region. So this is what we're going to do. I invite you all to read our results in the report that, again, is expected by the fall. And maybe next year we're going to all meet up again here to assess the implementation of these projects. Thank you very much again.
I think we are at the end of a very long day, and actually eagerly waiting to hear from the Joint Secretary at the Ministry of External Affairs and at the EU delegation for the valedictory session. So I just wanted to leave this firstly with a big thank you from us, all of us, and from Asian Confluence and from all our friends in Shillong. Thank you for coming. Thank you for spending your time here, and we look forward to taking this further together. A big takeaway for me, and what Stefania was just talking, whether it's waste management, whether it's the economic corridors, whether it's the waterways, I think Europe has led systems thinking for the world. Europe, the whole transportation system in Europe, it was all based on what is called systems thinking. I'm an engineer at heart, by profession, a systems engineer. So I know the value of systems thinking. It has two mantras. One, let's not boil the ocean. Let's do tangible things and make things happen. And I think Dr. Nina Fenton at EIB echoed the similar sentiments. There's a lot of projects here. I think we should pick up a few and just make it happen end to end. And the second mantra is whatever we design, it can be, other systems can dock into the system. So expandability and replicability, So on that line, I think there are lots of things happening, as the Secretary NEC said. There's lots, in fact, more than lots, as you said, sir. But how do we all link these dots would be a great way to take forward. And I think we have a lot of sharings with how the initial systems in Europe were made, how the trains from one country to other, we can buy a same ticket, move from the bus to the train to, that's an example of an end-to-end system. As we speak today, yesterday Chief Minister talked about Look South. We have to remember that just last month, India and Bangladesh signed the final, we have now ability to have goods from here go directly to the ports. All the policy framework exists. So we just need end-to-end systems to be just connected. And that's something that can really, whether it's economic corridors based on waterways, roadways, digital on top of that, trade facilitation, the hardware, the software, all of that can come together in one system. And lastly, I think Mr. Rajat Nag rightly pointed out the human element. It has to be sustainable, human sustainability. And this would really make as a local from here, there are lots of concerns about development. There's concerns that development will overtake, what is the cost of development? And I think as we talk about all these mega initiatives, collaborations, teamwork, what is the human element to it? How are communities going to be benefited? How are the aspirations of the community on the ground going to be met along these connectivity corridors? I think we have to remember that. I'm sure this study will be addressing all of these. We look forward to be participating together. And of course, please remind you again if you have not filled up the feedback form, do scan and fill it up. And if you don't want to do it in the room, there is a scan code at the back of the brochure. You can scan it at your own, and you can have more than one entry if you like, or as many as you like, actually. So on that note, thank you very much again, and look forward to the valedictory addresses. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stefania. Thank you very much, Xavier. We're indeed all looking forward to working in the next months to put together the mapping and the report that we are going to develop. Now, to conclude the event, I would love and share the valedictory and conclude remarks. I would love to invite to the podium to Mr. Sandeep Chakraborty, Joint Secretary, Ministry of External Affairs. Thank you very much. And Mr. Laurent Ledanois, Team Leader, Cooperation Section, Delegation of the European Union to India and Bhutan. Please, both of you, welcome to the podium.
Hello. Yeah. Good evening. It has been a long day, and no, we have connected. That's why I sat here. And I'm intimidated by Laurent with his laptop, so I didn't bring my notes. I had prepared some notes, but no, there are a lot of takeaways from this conference. I would. What Secretary NEC said is valid. That a lot is happening, but I think the purpose of this conference is to see how we can connect with our development partners, how, as Sabyasachi said, bring systems from Europe and other countries and see how we can take care of sustainability angle and connect to our neighboring countries. The delegate from Nepal said that Kathmandu is not too far away, but he had to almost go around the world to reach here. So why can't we have direct flights from Guwahati to Kathmandu? It's something which we should talk about. Since yesterday, we have been talking about connectivity with Bangladesh, but everyone I asked, because I was in Bangladesh and at that time we had decided on this ICP at Dauki, and everyone I asked said the road from here to Dauki is not good. And then somebody even ventured to say that the road from Sylhet to Tamabil is also not good. So, and we are talking of connectivity and lots is happening. So clearly a lot more can happen, and I think that is where we bring Europe into this equation. One point which I would like to emphasize is that at least apart from the multilateral funding institutions, ADB, AIB, World Bank, and NDB, there are 6 development partners bilateral development partners of India. 4 are in Europe, UK, Germany, France, and the EU. Then in the east we have Japan, and in the west we have the US. So India takes development cooperation from these 6 countries bilaterally. But there is lack of awareness amongst many stakeholders, states, to apply for projects and take this funding for projects. These funds are available at concessional rates, And there are other several projects, formulations through which money is available. And last year with Germany, we launched what is known as GSDP, Green and Sustainable Development Partnership, in which $10 billion was promised by Germany for the next 7 or 8 years, till 2030. And even there we find it difficult. The uptake of these funds is difficult, it's not easy. And many state governments actually do not apply for concessional funding. So some of these problems that Northeast faces in terms of connectivity, in terms of infrastructure, in terms of power, I think some of these could be addressed if there is awareness in the states that they can also access those funding mechanisms that are available. They're easily available, and we had Nina in the morning, and she said that, we are, as a funding agency, or a bank, we can only fund projects. So it is incumbent on us to identify those projects and then apply to these agencies. And I think the work that Stefania will be doing and Professor Chaturvedi will be doing in the coming months in identifying which are the projects, I think there we all have to play a role and see if some of those projects could be used for funding. And I will end by just remembering what Chief Minister said last evening. And I think he enunciated the foreign policy of Meghalaya, which is Act South, connect to Bangladesh in every which way, through power, through road, through rail, whatever. And I think if we could do some projects of connectivity involving the northeastern states with our neighbors, I think then that is the proof of the pudding. And I think we should, if this, somebody was saying that if we could do even one, I think one is already implemented, the Bangladesh Nokia project. You'll be happy to know that the person from Nokia has been called by the Chief Minister, and they're already talking about what to do about telecom connectivity between Meghalaya and Bangladesh. So there is already a takeaway. But I think if we can do something more emblematic and iconic and do one project, then I think there will be a lot of interest. And I must confess that India looks very different from the Northeast. Sitting in Delhi, we have one vision of the country, but some of the things that we learned today about the digital story here is really opens your eyes wide, and you realize that a lot needs to be done. And before coming here, I asked some of the people on my table, what is the takeaway from this conference? And everybody said capacity building, capacity building, capacity building. So I think if we focus on that, then I think this conference has been successful. Thank you.
I share the same mic. I'll leave this one here. Okay, thank you very much, Sandeep. And I would like to thank all the participants on behalf of the EU, all the speakers. I am sure I'm going to forget some, so please, I would like to thank everybody. I'd like to say that it's been a challenge for us to organize this conference because Mr. Sandeep gave us a deadline of 4 weeks, something like this, to do it. So let's say we had planned it and we had discussed it for a long time, actually, 1 or 2 years. But by the time we got the money and everything coming, then Sandeep tells us it's got to be at that time of the year. So we thought, okay. We reflected a few minutes, not too long, and I say, okay, we'll make it. So which has an incidence that, let's say, the mapping study was not as, let's say, developed as we would have liked. But that's fine. And Sandeep says, it's okay, we're here to start a conversation. And I think here we were really on the same line. We are here to start a conversation to try and see how EU member states, all the EU institutions and partners can let's say, understand better what's here. So here you have, especially I think the EU, there are others here in the room from the member states, but you have especially the EU, Germany, Finland, there's also Denmark. So you don't have the complete range of the 27 member states, but you have a few representatives which are very, let's say, interested and engaged already with Northeast, either interested or engaged or both. So you have committed member states here who are going to take it further. So it's our role as key team players with Germany and Finland and Denmark to convince others to look east and then south, right? But for us, it was a very useful conference. There's been talk, and we are not interested in talk. Sandeep is not interested in talk. We are interested in action. I think all of us are interested in action. So for us, the talk of the last 2 days is only interested, is it going to translate in action? We don't care about a brochure to being published. We care about really decisions being made, actions being made. So in a sense, I understand that CEPS is going to need a few more months to finish their work, develop the report, but Sandeep and I and others are going to try and do whatever we can to get some things out before. Not necessarily out of you, but out of our brains, of what we've heard today. We're now going to wait patiently for the fall to see if there are some priority things that needs to be done right now. So from next week onwards. Obviously not EIB financing from next week onwards, we are quite clear. But whatever it is, there are some ongoing activities here. Maybe some can be strengthened, whatever. During these days, some of you have connected together. Maybe some of the ideas of the, let's say, initiative that you have can be developed. Maybe if you can go back with only one thing from us, I guess it's that we are a mix of partners. So we have, let's say, the bigger one is, okay, the EU and the EIB. The EIB is definitely the biggest player, right? But let's say after the EIB, you are going to have AFD, KfW, who are the two next biggest players, you know, in terms of loans, very big from our side. But then you have development development agencies like GIZ. And interestingly, today you have only GIZ from the member states. But it's true, you see, at some stage when we started yesterday, I was wondering, well, why did SIDA left? Why did Danida left? I could understand that they left India, but maybe they could have also thought, well, Northeast is there. We may not engage in the rest of India, but they could have understood that Northeast is, you know, challenging and challenged. So maybe could have had a discussion with the MEA and say, okay, we leave the rest, but we work here. And that could have been decided 10, 15 years back, maybe. But it looks like all member states looked at India as one block, and that's why certain decisions were made. And we could maybe regret that actually today, and maybe some may rethink about it, I don't know. Anyway, there's many keywords that I could have come back as well. We picked up many keywords, so I'm not going to bore you more, but just to know, our commitment is concrete action, is concrete projects, concrete investments, and from a large range of partners, because as I say, we talked about the European Investment Bank, the development financing institutions of the 27 member states, development agencies. There's also foundations, there's also think tanks, there's also different types of society organizations. So there's a whole range that can engage or re-engage with the Northeast. And this will be our role, that they engage or re-engage in a meaningful, as coordinated way as possible with the MEA and with the Northeast. And I guess I don't know if you noticed, maybe I want to finish here, but for us, meaningful, let's say, projects are required. Like you may not have realized, some of you, but if you look at the titles of the three panels, let us start by the second one, because this is something that was discussed, but the second one was climate and renewable energy for the planet and the people. So we were not just interested to discuss about, you know, renewable energy. If it's just about the technology and not for the planet and people, we are not interested, right? So it's got to be win-win for everybody, private sector, government, the local community, the planet and the people. That's very clear. We also had, as a third panel, transport connectivity for trade and sustainable value chains. So again, you could think, okay, trade, prosperity, benefit for the private sector, sustainable value chains. You are also looking at all the smaller players, entrepreneurs, communities, benefit for the people again, and sustainable benefit for the planet. The first one we could have said for as well, and I don't know why we said in. We said digital connectivity in energy, transport, education, and health. We could have also said for, very much. Anyhow, whatever it is, it was connectivity for the planet and the people, not digital technology for the sake of digital connectivity. We don't think that's what we want for. We really want that technology to work for the people and the planet. And maybe my last word is that I was with RIS, I was at the EU at a conference on green hydrogen a few months back, and there were about 140 people in the rooms, and there were not more than 5 women in the room. And I think here there's a problem. Maybe India may like to think there's no problem. From the EU, we think there's a problem. Here we have seen on the dais on the first day, we had some gender issues. India, you manage that as you want, but for us, it's an issue. It is an issue. It is not normal. We think that if there's 50% of the people and of the professional people are women, there should be more space for women. It's not just a tick-the-box exercise at all. It's more meaningful than that. We heard that digital access does not discriminate. Well, yes and no. And if there's discrimination, we could think, who discriminates then? Why is there discrimination? Because the technology doesn't seem to be discriminating, so maybe men discriminate. Maybe something we don't realize, but we do discriminate. So I'd just like to finish on that, because we say we have values, and we have values, we have shared values, and the EU certainly have values of non-discrimination, which are quite strong. Thank you very much, and we are very hopeful for a very positive, and thank you for Sabia and all your team for welcoming us here. We've been on the boat from day one together, and it's been a pleasure.
Thank you very much. This concludes our conference. Thank you to all the participants, speakers here and virtually. Let's continue connecting. Thank you so much.